Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive, do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just You ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get back pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite being my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Problems approved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch one day one life one dream one punch if you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world shark you just catfish Capital said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best right When the hook don't sleep don't yeah yeah don't When the hook don't sleep don't yeah yeah don't When the hook don't sleep don't yeah yeah don't When the hook don't sleep don't yeah punch man
It might be getting warmer by the minute out there, but if you have decided to stay in and enjoy an evening of Valorant action, things are heating up here as well, because today, the fate of an entire group might be decided by just one match. And if that was not enough, 2 new players will be making their debut here in VCT EMEA. Coming to you live, of course, from the wonderful Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm Kakuka, and I will be your host for today. But before I introduce our analysts, I wanted to tell you a little story. As you know, we are celebrating 5 years of Valorant with our Throwback Thursdays. So the timing could not be more ideal. About 5 years ago, I had the honor of being invited by Riot Games to alpha test Project 8. And during that time, I met a lot of new people that were also eager to discover the company's view on a tactical shooter. One of the people that I met convinced me to try being an on-air talent for broadcasts somehow, and the rest is pretty much history. Without him, I would not be where I am today, and I have the world to thank him for. And luckily, I am able to do so because he's sitting next to me. Jesus Christ, I'm trying. Welcome.
You're gonna make me cry. Yeah, you're gonna make me cry.
I'm just very happy to have you here.
I'm crying.
Oh, yeah.
Love you so much. Thank you.
Oh, I love you so much as well.
I mean, it's a pleasure. I mean, are you seeing someone that was amazing on streaming? That was amazing on whatever he was doing at that moment? And I knew that you had the talent. I told you the first time. I told you every single day. You're one of the best. And I'm really honored to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Love you so much.
Meg, you're also one of the people that I've met in this 5 years that I am so happy that you're joining us as well.
Honestly, though, that is such a beautiful story. And like Uli says nothing but great things about Bea. So it all makes sense how you met and the wonderful journey you've had together.
Okay. Whew. After this, we were speaking about how important today is, but we cannot focus on today if we do not speak about what happened yesterday. You too were trialed by fire in the trenches, so speak to me about what we saw yesterday.
I mean, Uli, I don't know if you want to go first, because
I think I need a bit of more time because she is stabbing into my heart right now. But to be honest, I'm very happy to talk about Vitality, Liquid, Navi, locking into playoff. They made a really good job. I'm not going to talk about Apex and GX because it makes me sadder. I don't want to talk about them being eliminated. But what do you think about it? I mean, Navi is even able to fight for the first spot.
I know, it's actually crazy. You wouldn't think it considering how Na'Vi started off this stage, but they do actually have the potential chance of making it to the first seed of playoffs. They've obviously already made it to playoffs, but that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
It's something only Navi can do, locking in players while they're not there after the past results that we've seen and the vibes and everything. But as you can see, all 4 playoff teams in Group Alpha are locked in, still fighting for that seeding. As we were saying, everybody has still a chance. But on the other side, when we look at Omega, the only team that is locked is Team Liquid. BBL, KC, and Foot will lock playoffs if BBL is to win today. On the other side, Gentamates, of course, will be eliminated from that contention if they are to lose against BBL. That is going to be the first match that we have today, and BBL, Ulises, has the most support they've ever had.
I mean, obviously, right now, they're everyone looking at them because every single team wants them to win. They want to lock playoff, be sure that they already did it, and then fight for the seeding. That is so important, hitting into playoff, trying to secure the spot, maybe getting the first spot, and just one match to get into Atlanta will be amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, now that we've done this, last week, we also had a tech post just like yesterday, and we saw the audience playing tic-tac-toe, and I get so jealous when they get to play games and we don't. So I prepared a game for you guys.
Whoa.
If you follow me, please.
Okay.
Let's go into the standing wall because I need some buzzers for this one.
It's okay.
And it's time to bring back, line them up, please. Basically, please, if you're watching from home, join us to see if you can get 3 answers right. Well, 3 in the same line. Functioning is very, very simple, guys. You see that you have 2 buzzers. I am going to be giving you 9 subjects that have something in common that we will never speak about. 9 subjects, okay?
Oh.
One of you will choose the subject, and after I read the question, you can press the buzzer if you know the answer, and you will have 3 seconds to give me an answer. If not, or if you get it wrong, it will bounce off to the other person. So, Meg, since ladies first.
I'm scared.
Which one do you want?
Do you know what, guys? Genuinely, everything, we have no idea what is behind all of this. So I'm going to go for Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? Let's start in the middle.
Absolutely love that. So, for Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, let's see what we have here. Name 2 players that have gotten an ace this split.
Fluorescent and Angel. I know Angel didn't, but I just crumbled under the pressure.
No, that is incorrect. No, you were close. Ulises, if you can give me 2 players that have gotten an ace this split.
I just
Fluorescent and Derke.
No, you both got it wrong. Yes.
The minute I said it, I was like, it's Kicks.
I can give you all of them. It was
split.
Kicks, Purpo, Fluorescent, Zeus, Wood, Shados, and the one and only Magnum.
We crumbled under the pressure.
I knew it.
It's okay, guys. You only got rid of the most important square in the entire board, which only makes things more interesting. Ulises, if we bring back the board of the subjects,
My time to pick.
which one would you like to choose?
The Archer.
The Archer. I am the Archer. I've been the prey. So let's see. For the Archer, name a map where Soba has not been played this split. Sandwich?
Lotus.
Correct. Okay, Meg. Okay. That is a simple one. We will get your face on the board and start thinking because, of course, you will be choosing the next one. Were you going to give the same answer, Uli?
Yes.
Oh, she's so beautiful.
You could say that now. You could be lying and we'll never know.
No, I was going to say Lotus.
You are
because
very smart.
I was thinking between Lotus or Fracture.
I've been so benevolent with these questions. Like, I want you to win. And if you're watching, if you're watch partying, I want you to win as well. So, Meg, your turn.
I'm going to go for I love it here, but I'm going to go for I hate it here.
I hate it here. Yes, help.
I need to win
So,
this one.
I hate it here is what has been the least played map this split? Jet to J was screaming. That means Ulises.
I will say the less map is Haven.
And you're wrong. We've seen a lot of Haven. Meg, do you have it wrong?
I'm going to go for Ascent.
And she is right again. Okay. Wait, you got 2 in the same line, didn't you?
I need to end it.
You need to step up. You need to step up. I mean, I'm going to ask you, which one would you like, Ulises? Are you going to take the chance and go for Don't Blame Me? Or do you want to go somewhere else in case she knows the answer?
Don't blame me.
Okay.
I will go all in. All in.
Okay, all for
in.
nothing. Absolutely. Don't blame me. Name a team, well, you mentioned Haven, that has run Soba on Haven. That's Jet to J.
Soba on Haven, I'm going to say GX.
Correct. I think you are correct. Okay.
I was going to go for Vitality.
Okay, you're still
But
in the running.
Vitality, they only play Tejo.
No, it's actually Giant X and Team Liquid that have been playing the Tejo, or have played the Tejo on Haven this split. Everybody's for this split. Okay, we're still in the running. I see the potential here. Let's put Ulises' face needs to go there. Okay, he saved it.
Yes.
Okay, Meg, what do you want to go for? I'm going to assume that you're going to go for.
I'm going to go for Mastermind. Yeah.
Mastermind. I absolutely love that, and I love this question. Name an IGL that has not bottom fragged a single map this split.
Boaster.
You're wrong.
Jake.
Mini.
You are. Let me see. I forgot this. No, you're both wrong.
No,
I am
IGLs are
so
too.
sorry. No. In fact,
It's all your fault, Jake.
the thing is, there's two answers that are so obvious. Nats and Mr. Fallen.
But I was trust Boaster.
Okay, let's do one more. Since since things are getting more complicated, you want to do an all or nothing?
Let's do an all or
whomever
nothing.
wins,
We might be
whomever
here
wins
all
this
day
one.
otherwise.
Okay, Ulises, which one do you want to go for?
The one.
The one? Okay, I remember this
He's the
question.
one.
Who is the only player that this split has played Clove?
Sandwich.
Is it Profec?
Yes,
it
Meg,
is.
you
It's
are our
perfect.
winner. Okay, okay.
My victory
Congratulations.
dance. Thank you.
Well done.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, girl.
Thank
Absolutely. Well, now that the game is over, it's time to focus on the matches that, of course, we have today. Gentlemates going up against BBL. And earlier, I had the chance to check in with the Gentlemates coach and staff. So check this out. I'm now joined by the coaching staff from Gentlemates, Goke and Juancar. ¿Qué tal, chicos? ¿Cómo estáis?
¿Qué tal? Hello.
¿Qué tal? Muy bien.
Good to see you here. I wanted to start the interview by looking back at the 3 weeks that have already passed. You started off so strong, winning against Team Liquid, but after that foot comeback on Fracture, it looks like the team has not been the same. What has been your biggest reflections looking back on what has already happened?
I think definitely we're getting experience on new situations, just like fighting the games, all these like technical processes, new things for them. I think the Carmine Corp game, we actually started off good, but yeah, eventually we kind of go to the same mood where we're kind of a bit out of the game. So we just have been working on this a lot this week, to just keep focused, keep a strong mental, and that's what we want to bring today.
Yeah, I love that. Juancar, I know that you guys also mentioned when you were in the watch party with Sergio, the energy was one of the things that you were struggling a little bit, especially when the match goes longer. How have you been working on, especially with the importance of today's match?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we have practiced this week as well is we encourage the guys to start like hyping each other during the practice event. So
someone has to scream at Mini when he gets a 4K. That needs to happen. Someone needs to be like, man, you're the best.
Yeah, so this was one of the main focuses actually on the practice, outside of the strategic side. So yeah, I think it was paying off. The last matches, people is starting to cheer each other up and everything. So yeah.
Love that. Now that I was mentioning Mini, I also wanted to ask about him. He's been spectacular. But I wanted to ask about the expectations versus reality, not only of putting Mini on the IGL, but also bringing in Kamek. Looking back and into what you expected versus what you got. Where do you think you are right now?
I mean, it's been really good so far, and the thing is that it's really good, prospect, he's just getting better. Mini is just so hungry to get more experience, and improve as an IGL, and he's doing really good. And I mean, I think it's obvious Kamek is providing really good value. This guy's really smart, he's performing, I think it's working really good. We just need to bring this a bit more to stage. I think it's there many times. We just need to do it consistently, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, as I was saying, it is do or die today for you guys. So, Juancar, can you tell me what you think your biggest win condition is?
I think everyone has a part of the role on the winning condition, but I think today is a click day.
Click day,
yeah,
okay.
I'm really sure that today is gonna be the day that he's gonna perform and show really what he has inside, and yeah.
Okay, I cannot wait to see you. Mucha suerte, chicos.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Juancar thinks that today is going to be clicks day. But Ulises, when we take a look at the numbers, maybe they tell a different story, or maybe they support exactly that narrative.
I think it's supporting, because right now we have to take a look on first death for every single player. And if we come into this week stats, we can see that Click right now is leading on first death, also led by Turkey and Lewin. It's going to be a rough match, and they have to step up. And Click is the one we have to look at it.
Yeah, and I have to say, you've got to look at the untraded first deaths, because it's going to put them at a disadvantage pretty much straight off the bat, because you know that Click's the one that's going in, taking those early aggressive fights. So if they're not trading those kills out, then they're going to be in those 4v5 situations quite often.
Yeah, we're speaking about those winning conditions, but what does all of this numbers mean for this
Let's
teams?
take it easy. If you want to know what is the win condition, Click is one of them, because right now we have to check on 4 against 5 situations. We see that they had most than a half of the matches they're playing on a 4v5. It's only a 30% win rate, but they have to play much better, because if they are dropping every single first death, look at this. If Lewin is doing a proper job, they're going to have a lot of time. They will be playing on 5 against 4, and this is too much better. They have to improve and try to look to trade him or even win it.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like almost everyone from Group Omega has a horse in this race, and we would hate to keep them waiting. So without further ado, please welcome our first 2 teams to the stage. It's BBL and Gentlemates.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Really, I can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether. But I still took a heater. No halo. I've been with a hit gun. I've been on the King Kong. Come halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what?
Can Gentlemates bounce back from a couple bad weeks, or will BBL secure themselves and 2 other teams' playoffs, keeping up with their own performance? Meg, please guide me through this veto.
I mean, I'm not shocked seeing these bans come through, because we know that Icebox is Gentlemate's best map. And then on the other hand, that BBL, Pearl is their bread and butter, as Billy said. So, you know, I'm not shocked that they're changing up their perma bans here. Lotus, though, to go into this straight off the bat, I think is really interesting. What do you think?
It is. I mean, Gentlemates is not playing really well in Lotus. They've been struggling every single day. And I would like to see how BBL is prepared for it, because it's not even his best map, but they know that they can punish them. It's a good map to play, but Haven? Holy. I mean, it's a really good map for mates.
Yeah. I think that the Haven was at least compulsory for me to see.
Yeah.
I think that we were going to see it no matter what. The surprise is that BBL, they do not want to show that Icebox again. I do not blame them for it. But Lotus, they've been banned it also in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a curveball that they're trying to send for the side of mates.
Yeah, for me right now, they're trying to look for a 2-0, because if we are going into Aston, I don't expect that much. I mean, BBL used to have one of the biggest Ascent a long time ago, but it's not anymore. Right now, they were not performing that good, and I would like to see them, what they prepare for this Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy comps come through from BBL, and I think because we've not seen them play Lotus yet, I'm really, really eager to get in and see who they're going to be picking for this Lotus matchup. I also think it's a really fun one as well, because we see Click playing Yoru. Again, we've spoken about how Click is a win condition here for Gentlemates, so I think it'll be really interesting to see, have BBL gone above and beyond with a crazy comp to anti-strut this.
You speaking about the comps, do we expect any surprises? Because the difference from kickoff onto this stage, we saw Gentlemates changing the composition, adding in the Vice, adding in the Fade, and going for a double control and in a different approach in their game style.
Yeah, they should be looking for something different, and I expect at least BBL is coming with something special. Is it gonna be a clone? I don't know.
Ooh.
Okay, they bring out Jet on Lewin. Lewin is playing Jet.
I like this. I mean, we know
they're taking a page off of Foot's scrapbook. Sorry,
But it's in it.
I mean, for me as well, Sociable here on the Tejo, I think that's going to be really, really interesting. We've seen how powerful he is with an op, so I wonder if they're going to bring out the Tejo op. And yeah, I mean, running the meta with the Breach and the Taeho similarly, well, not similarly, I guess. Yes, no, similarly, I'm seeing things to Gentlemates. So I like this. We're going to have a Taeho Breach off, in my opinion.
Which one do you favor in the Taeho Breach kind of synergy?
Do you know what? I'm going to go BBL here because for me, I would love to see Mini on a Sentinel role. You know, previously having seen him on a Vice, he's incredible at anchoring those sites. So that's my downfall. You know who's also incredible? Our casters for today. Hey guys, how you doing? Passing this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Doing pretty good now with a matchup like this, a banger, not just in the maps we get and the players on the server, but also the stakes here today, Tom. BBL looking to lock the groups up, while Gentlemates want to see this nice and open as we move into week 5. This should be exciting.
Yeah. No, Gentlemates could make an absolute nightmare for the team behind the scenes who will have to do all the math in the future weeks. But, ultimately, yeah, for BBL, they can close out the groups here and now. It wouldn't be the end of the world if they were to lose, but it would mean they'd go up against Foot in a final decider game next week, which I don't think they're going to want to do. Going to want to clear it out here and now. But yeah, I think we've definitely had a sort of interesting look when it comes to that veto. Talking about Lotus was actually a fairly consistent ban coming through for the side of BBL. So this is one of those spots where you sit there and go, okay, they clearly have spotted a weakness in their opponents. But that weakness was kind of delivered by Foot when they battered them. So I don't know if you can recreate what Foot do, but with the Jet, it looks like they're going to try.
All the fate of many teams in their hands. BBL come in only really worried about themselves. For Gentlemates, well, the same sort of boat. They can blow this group wide open with a victory here today. Lotus is where we start, and a fresh face from BBL, both in the map we're seeing and the player who's opened it up, Magnum. Newest addition to this roster, a bit of a last-minute change. Managed to open up the B site. They're not content with just taking that control, though. Looking for the deeper push. 3 players on the other side of this smoke. Util fired, but Magnum, he's landed another and a third for Magnum. He'll eventually fall, but it looks like this round is set to land in BBL's hands. Mini, the only player standing in their way. He's been good, but not good enough this time.
Oh, that's already a little bit of a worry for the side of Mates that gap has been found. That was a setup towards the A site where there was a stun being put through by Kamek, and because of that, Magnum had the freest kill of his entire life. And then you see this just aggressive front. They were clearly aware that their opponents were going to try and set up with the retake off the back of that Taeho utility, combined with the paranoia, so they just play up close, play in their face, and completely obliterate them in this pistol round. A solid start for BBL. And well, unfortunately, the next shouldn't be too much of a competition, but they've gone for this early stack towards the A site. We'll see if that lasts long.
Indeed, it looks like it'll be easy enough. The weaponry they've brought in, especially the Outlaw in play, be very useful coming into the next round if they can keep hold of it all. Like you said, concerning seeing that gap exploited so early on. A great read by BBL, but by Magnum, the execution to slip in there and catch Kamek going back the other way. Now B is equally, if not more open than last time, as obviously Mates go for the stack. It's a gamble. They've rolled the dice and it's all coming up to A. 4 players around this angle, and for BBL, well, they seem to be set to at least open that door in towards the tree.
I don't know if I've ever seen a lurking breach.
No, it's rare.
It's obscure, but it's purely based on the weaponry that's in hand. But now that you've got this far, you almost have to go back. Like, it would almost feel foolish to go, okay, maybe there's someone hiding on the back side of the other part of the map. I do like the look at these compositions, though. I think for both sides, it sort of sings towards comfort. I think that's what the changes have been made. Maybe not so much click on the Yoru. I'm still waiting to see this man truly deliver to the level we were expecting. But, for example, I think Kamek very comfortable on the breach. I think Zipan back onto that more aggressive initiator has looked very good. Mini on the Viper, like we saw on the Vice last time around. So I think comfort there. And then I'm looking at Levin as well. The Jet, in my mind, not the ideal agent for this map. For him, there is no better agent.
Exactly, and I think we've had this conversation before around the optimal way that the game should be played, the strategy of the game versus playing to the players that you have. And yeah, BBL could come in and think there's a more ideal composition to run, there's a better way to play it, but ultimately, giving that player that comfort role can have a lot of value. Now they are hunting them down, looking for the orbs and the fights. Yumpy with a double, and there's a decent margin for error. 2 players falling though, and we've reached it. Anyone else, and those losses will be felt, but luckily it is cleaned up by BBL. Prophet gets the weapon recovered, and so a decent second round follow-up from BBL.
Yeah, it's always good as well that it's Yumpy, the one garnering the orbs. It will get ever closer to that Rolling Thunder. And now they can invest back into having those additional rifles going forward into the next couple of rounds.
Nice burst, good job!
But this is where Gentlemates have an opportunity. Now, obviously, when you have this sort of Yoru in combination with the Breach and the Teo, you expect to see some level of aggressive setups, and with all 3 players currently on one side of the map, that's exactly what we're going to get.
Some good denial early on of that control towards the A site. Cam has been popped up though. You can see that it's in position for Magnum right now for some late information taking as mates gather their rubble control for themselves. Rotations coming around to the C site. Viper playing passive on B. Fairly standard stuff from mates. Just want to play that heavy on the A site. Click will be jump peeking. So for BBL, you know, making the opportunities early on, they've spread out, they've looked for aggression, they show presence on A at that early stage. Nobody gets up in their face on C. I think this is perfect game plan from mates, really, to sit back and wait, play contact on Click, and avoid that early burst of utility that's coming his way. But he's been forced out by the salvos and caught in the open.
The door was open, right? Could even not just gone back through the door?
I think it just opened a second after the salvos. Spam.
Definitely seemed like he was stuck in the mud, not having the TP online. They're getting slaughtered. That's 3 kills already. As you said, they were playing passive, looking for info. It was a slow round from BBL where they were taking their time to sort of feel out the map and then fall back. I noted where the spike was back in spawn. I think it was clear they were going to go back to it eventually, but that looked way too easy.
Well, it was, because BBL were stuck in the spawn there a minute in. They don't have any control really to play off of, and then the first point of contact they go for, they're finding the picks, they're finding the site, and it really snowballs from that point where the player on door, now that it's open that little bit too late, wants to take the fight and at least trade out his teammate that died in the open moments ago. You lose that fight, the Stairs player's swinging with you to do the same thing. You're trying to crunch that angle. But BBL were ready, and even with the weaker weapons, as we said, it gives them a good bit of potential to still fight into this round. And now, 3-0 start with rifles upgraded for free, a massive economic boost. And I think for mates, that's going to be a very disappointing way to have that one slip away. Again, looking at the setup, the idea was that Click is up close, he's ready to spot the info and get out, but without a gate crash and without the door open, he had no way out. He was trapped.
But there's 2 things I want to note as well when talking about BBL. Slow starts and not the best attack sides.
Yeah.
They're 3-0 up on the attack. So for them, this is already as good as it gets in the early round. It seems like there's not going to be much of an investment here from the side of mates. Same stuns thrown in, but this time it's Levin looking for those battles. Loses the fight. Cat has done well. Just about going to escape on the retreat. Mini tagged up, but that's already the star duelist of this BBL squad gone. Now the retrieval of the gun, unlikely. Not in the greatest spot to try and challenge. Depends how much of a response there's going to be from BBL. Are they looking to just play this one as a squad, or is someone going to attempt to be a hero?
It's a big risk by 11 to just go swinging through that wall, especially when you know mates are on this lighter buy for so many of their players. Sure, they saved 2 rifles, but the others are going to be taking risks, and with the double up on the other side, that was an immediate shutdown. Mini had a pistol, Kata had a rifle, and the opening pick is mates. Result of a little bit of a mistake. Now, BBL left to look for control elsewhere, and the standard play, when you meet that resistance on the A site, go back towards B. Mates have not exactly rotated in super early, and now they're filling in the space, but it's already been taken, and the plant should be acquired.
Yeah, it seemed like the spike was going to go back in another direction. Magnum needs to check his close corners and doesn't win the fight. It's the classic to do the damage. Keeping that player advantage. Still 2 guns in play, but I am looking at that Armageddon and also the late position of Prophet. This is perfect. A man to save them so many times. It looks like he's done it once again. Armageddon onto the spike will force them forward into Yumpy. And from here on out, it shouldn't be too problematic unless Kamek really does have a round in him.
No, it's just going to be another save option for Gentlemates. A wide enough net cast by BBL that they'll go hunting him as well. No guarantee he brings this through to the next round, and Sociable puts him in the dirt. Looked like a couple mistakes there, Tom. Going through the wall up against the pistols from Levin, Magnum pushing up against Pistol to take that deeper control on B. Luckily, Sociable was with him. That's the difference. If Magnum's on his own there, that's an unforgivable mistake almost against that kind of a buy. But having that extra player, falling back, containing the space, leaving Profek outside of A as well to again contain space and keep them with something to play with, that made the best of a bad situation.
That's the thing, though. They come out with 3 players alive. Like, sure, they had to commit the Armageddon, but considering how that started...
That's fine, ult economy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but more importantly, what they came out with, considering how badly that started, I think they'll be quite happy with that. Nonetheless, now looking like a much more direct take. Levin leading the charge once again. The full site cleared with no response, but the full retake looking like the plan.
Oh, they're just going in. Running through the cages. It's being heard, but there's nothing in the form of a response from BBL. Sociable and Yampi left to pick up the pieces, and they find a double. The problem is Spike still isn't down. They're now being held by an operator in the walk through. There's no flashes left for Yampi, so there's no way to make that fight any easier, and that results in Sociable falling. And with Yampi trapped in a corner, there's no way that they're going to let him out of here. Has to fight his way, and Mini wraps around behind. Great round from the IGL there on Gentlemates, and a round on the board as a result.
Yeah, I know. I like the call. I think they've allowed too much from the side of BBL in these early rounds. Confidence building, space taken. They were very quick to react, and in the mid-round call to just go back in together, not allow them to set up into the post plants where it was always going to be incredibly difficult when you talk about having all of that breach utility in combination with everything Teo has to offer. There wasn't going to be much of a way back into the round, so huge start for them. Onto the board. And they're going to have an operator coming back into this one.
Cutting through. For BBL, another factor that you have to talk about is the fact that this squad hasn't got to play in front of that crowd. This is their game, their moment with the fans. He was spotted on the way, but still able to grab one before being dealt with. A 4v4, Levin looking for that aggression, and he'll catch it as well. Mini down and pressure onto the C site. Right now, mates are spread out, holding angles all by themselves. A little bit of a group up with Kamek and Click, but it's the C site that BBL are setting their focus on. That leaves Zipan, soon to be a very much spotted Zipan. The hold by himself, he's backed off, and he should be able to get out of here, but he wants to fight, and that was a mistake with Yampi lurking around. Okay, well, they know that Yampi's there, so no element of surprise.
Yeah.
I think he might have hit his keyboard there.
Either that or he thought that was the one rotator. Everyone else is going in different directions, so it was like, oh, well, I might as well have a pot shot. Yeah, getting back into this one's not going to be easy. It's whether they even go for it. 2 versus 4.
Put that up.
Yeah, it's not the gun of choice, and not even having an element to get out of here anymore. It just has to be that fallback. BBL are going to guarantee their 5th round on the board, and I'll say so far, like, okay, there's been a few mishaps, a few over-aggressive plays. It does seem like BBL are well aware of some of the plays that are going to be attempted, like catching that initial round on B site where they were ready for somebody to be setting up and catching them out as they do.
Nice try.
And then even in this round, I think just the awareness coming out from the youngster in Levin to go, actually, I've just found a pick on my own. There's a very good chance Mini's going to try and challenge me.
Yeah, well, as well, the fact that, you've seen that aggression coming out from C. The orb is up, Viper's being there most of the time. Yeah, it was a fantastic read and a great punish by BBL. That's why you see on the back wall there that Gentlemates have called the timeout. They're going to take a moment to really think about what they've just seen. Again, this is BBL's map pick. No doubt they're coming in very well prepared for whatever Gentlemates have planned. And they have the advantage of not showing tape on how they want to play, their ideology of the map. That's something that Gentlemates have to put together over these last 6 rounds, and the challenge is to apply whatever ante they can to what's coming up, especially with Yampi having a rolling time.
I'll say that's the interesting thing from both squads, though, because although this map has been played, the compositional changes coming through, like getting rid of the Vice. So if you don't have a Vice, your composition is completely different to anything else that's being run, and they've in fact gone away from having a Sentinel altogether and bringing in that Viper again. So I think both squads are having to adapt. The problem is so far for mates, their aggression hasn't worked. Like, it's either been avoided and then been late taken away from them, which, again, I think you look back at a lot of squads on this map, that's something Fnatic does excellently, is like, okay, you can have that spot for now, but you can't hold that the whole round. If you do, we're going to have an abundance of utility, especially with the Teo drone that can just clear out a lot of that info. And BBR, I feel like, have just taken a piece out of that book and gone, yeah, we'll go for C control, we'll get the orb, we'll leave someone outside of B. You can have A until we want it. And I don't think so far we've seen we've seen Click have enough impact, and more importantly, Zipan is currently right at the bottom of the board. Those are the two players that are defending A.
Yeah, indeed. There's been problems there, and I think BBL wanting to put even more pressure on. That's an early fight for Levin. A great idea. Doesn't quite work out. The ult sent through as well. This will slow the push of BBL, but not stop it. The drone signals the push. There's aggression behind it, and Magnum is the one caught as Kata sidesteps the paranoia. Util thrown his way. Some shots land as well, but Kamik's here to back up that push. A second round landed for mates after the pause. Let's see if they can chain a few more together.
Much more direct approach this time from the attack. I think a lot of that probably came down to, okay, my opponents have just taken a pause, let's try and completely disrupt, but it does seem like that played a little bit more into the hands of Gentlemates. A big round from Kamik, and I'll say individually, I've been incredibly impressed with Kamik coming into this squad, because obviously you kind of had that expectation when he was in Liquid, practicing for quite a while, but from the get-go, he looked very decent in mates. Seems like it's going to be the same sort of attempt. Paranoia is stellar, and in fact, it's Profek to take the hit. The knives eventually get the job done. I think that was a stun that came out from Yumpy to help out with that one.
I have no idea how Levin survived so long, and that's a big danger. The Blade Storm alive late into the round. Kata makes it back to heaven just in time.
Go for it.
Looks like, yeah, with that Blade Storm just on the bottom of the rope, he's caught Mini. He's looking for more and won't find Kata this time. But he's put it back to a 3v3. Sociable in a great position, but he's been spotted now. The shots land on Click and his decoy, and the op of Kamik. This is a real danger.
He's just gonna salvo.
He's gonna salvo him off the angle, holding the stun late, and now Kamik has to peek into him. The timer ticking away, the pressure on, and look, he snuck into the corner. Sociable. It's a risk up against the op, and the risk, it doesn't pay off. There's still time.
It's been going a while though, and look at where the remaining players are. They've realized that we could just play the backside. They'd have to try and clear absolutely everything in that late moment, and although you're going to look at this round and go, well, Sociable only got 1 kill, the amount of time he bought alone has won them the round. That's all they really needed, was that clock to be melted away. Right back to that same sort of direct, aggressive position. But that's how good the stun was from Yumpy. The Zipan was just like, please let me leave the entire time.
Worthless. My ult's ready.
Nice work from Sociable, like you said, but as well, you have to look at Levin. As soon as that Blade Storm is popped, you know you're going to get all-out aggression, at least for that first fight after the round before. He went up on top rubble. This time, he's running it down, gets caught by a blind, somehow survives, and ends up having massive impact later on into the round. That's what we want to see. He's been suffering in those opening duels so far, and it looks like another on its way as Click lands the op shot into Levin, and the numbers sit with Gentlemates early on.
We've seen finally that operator have a little bit of extra impact. It's not been Click's day so far, or maybe not been his season so far, but being able to get his squad the opener, the spike still very much down within the spawn, and a massive gap. Mini clearly not realizing they've just walked all the way through, expecting some piece of utility. Now that spike is being retrieved by Profek, and because of that, the TP from Kata not going to find too much. Okay, it seemed like Zipan was actually aware of someone potentially peeking, but he's lost the fight anyway.
Talked about this yesterday, the idea of when you're at that disadvantage, you got to play aggressive. A great display from Yumpy of exactly that. Click already on the run through. He's got an op, but I presume a shorty in the back pocket. Finding himself a little bit of extra control. Another angle to fight from. Delay from Sociable again, looking good. Rolling Thunder deep into the spawn. It's caught 2. Sociable's the one with the pressure on. No support coming his way, but he lands 1 before being dropped on the second peak. The defuse tapped, the pressure now on. They want to jump through and confirm that it's not being defused. That's exactly what Yumpy does. A 4-piece for the breach, the IGL, and the man who's been playing up to the crowd even when they're not there. That's gotta feel good, putting BBL up to 7.
Oh yeah, he made a post today saying he's actually a bit nervous to play in front of the crowd because he hasn't done it with this team. And why it definitely seems like there's no pressure to be had. I'll say as well, I'm really enjoying what Social's being able to do in terms of delay. Because while they had the dimensional drift running through, clearing all of the positions, even sending stuns, he just goes, well, I'm going to Armageddon where you are. There's no way you can now attack my squad. My teammates can reposition towards the spawn. It gives so much time for that post plant to be effective. And it's been the difference maker now in a couple of rounds.
And it also means, like, exactly like you're saying, the delay, the fact that Click wants to get that little bit more aggressive. Well, now he has to go to Waterfall because the others are delayed a little bit longer. So it adds that time to the clock and, again, stops you from having the impact off the ult. And the way Click's playing, you know, we heard it from McWunker a little bit earlier on, that this is a guy that, a map at least, a series, a day that he expects Click to step up, but it's Kamek filling those shoes. The breach 4K back-to-back, but it's on the other side this time. Gentlemate's up to 3. And again, the direct approach from BBL falls flat.
Yeah, well, again, I feel like it's Kamek coming to the rescue. Maybe getting a little bit sidetracked, but he just hits everything that's put in front of him. Only the one for Zipan that does anything more, but that said, I was mentioning it earlier, I think his individual level has not gone anywhere moving into a new squad. It's whether or not the other players are alongside him. Quiet start for Mini, someone who's been very consistent in his play. Kata up there as well, but they need more. I can't just have these flash in the pan rounds if they're going to win this series.
Well, that's it. Again, we talk about BBL's attack, and who knows how Lotus is going to play out.
Here.
It seems like a lot of those boxes that had question marks now have ticks. Turkish squad. Mates have done this same push-up on A. We've seen it. Zipan is here to assist. Kata behind the rubble. And this could cause a lot of problems as they look to be quite direct in their approach, but a little bit later in the round. Util dump is online, though. Salvo's forced Kata back. Levin's the one to take the space, fighting his demons.
He has no fear. Like, he could be flash stunned, completely blind, monitor off. You tell him to dash into a position and he will click. He's going to catch another one. A couple now of opening picks that he's been able to find from pushing through B. Joins back up with the rest of the squad and gets some information. They're going to push into this. A bit of a whiff from Levin gives a really good opportunity. It's going to be left more so onto Profek, who can't quite do enough. Now left all onto Magnum, and he'll be watched for this time from Kamek. The first time we've seen Mates get 2 rounds in a row. If they can come in on 5 on the half, they're doing all right.
Yeah, they've made a great recovery towards the end of this half. And now, as you said, a possibility of a gap of 2. This disruption play from Click changed the game. It forced them to continue the aggression towards this A site as Toxins are coming back up, divvying up the forces and making it easier for Mates to deal with. They wanted to root their way through the double door, knowing they couldn't easily rotate back to Magnum necessarily, and that's the best way.
Are they going to push B?
The blitz.
They've got a low buy, but I think because also it's been somewhere that this defense side have been pushing so regularly, they're just going to try and take it away from them. But look at the crossfire. 3 players here already.
It's Kamek, who's in trouble, but he is finding one before going down. A redirect now from BBL. And in fact, the reinforcements have come in. Ult is not quite going to land. They're already ahead of it, and C site to be taken. Okay, BBL avoided a lot of the dangers of this round already with Kamek down. No Rolling Thunder either for Mates to fight their way back into the site. And now a possibility, especially with Yampi, just 2 away, and now 1 with the plant. They can have a Rolling Thunder of their own. The swing is good, but it's Profek to claim the kill. Yampi goes down after 1, and Kata's stepping up to the plate. A triple kill to pull this round back into Mates' favor. And 7-5 at the half. This was a really shaky start from the Mates, but they got there in the end.
Oh, a really solid recovery from Mates, giving themselves an opportunity in this second half. We'll find out if they can turn it after the break.
Gentlemates were being blown about like a leaf in wind. It looks like they found their way towards the end of that half, sweeping away a couple of rounds from BBL and sending us to a gap of just 2. This pistol could bring them right back to neck and neck. And a challenge for BBL, a map we don't see very often from this squad, or at all, you could say. We'll see how they handle this defensive side while Mates, no doubt, coming in sharp and ready. Kata had a hell of a start. He was a couple rounds in, the only player with a kill on the board. 15 and 8 right now on that Omen. But here on the attack, Tom, my eye is drawn to Click. I want to see what he can do. The coaching staff promising us that this is his day.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Mini. I think the impact he's able to get on the lurks is so valuable to this squad. Like, keeping the space, but more importantly, he's the guy making the calls. He's going to get wrecked within the first few seconds of the round. Wow. Immediately taken out by 11. There will be almost free roam at the B site. They have been able to sort of split these players up. It's a very peculiar round, as they're already going to try and take some aggressive control, but not spotting anybody out. The drone will be sent through just to make sure they haven't made it to the spawn, and eventually they will group up. But so have the players of BBL.
And they're ready to pounce right back into this site, and the Heaven control being sought after. There's players awaiting their arrival. It was Magnum who got shut down as Yumpy runs his way back through, and a 3-piece from the breach. Yeah, we talk about Click and Mini from Mates, the players we wanted to see step it up or see how this attacking side would fare, but Yumpy, he's been having a hell of a game. A couple of really, really big rounds. Think back to the 4K in the previous half that was answered by Kamek in the next. And in this one here, Levin gets his opening duel somewhere that he struggled, but understandably when you look at how he played the attack. And now, Yumpy to clean up the rest. That's a good sign.
Wait, it's another pistol round where I look at it and go, did Mates get a little bit lost? Like, the guy planting had no cover. Like, they were too busy taking further ground. They even got the pick onto Magnum, so that position was clear. And they just didn't get the plant in. So there was no time pressure for BBL, but they, as their opponents had done, went in front of it. Oh, with both pistols going in one direction. Normally the expectation is for BBL to run away with this, but we've seen it once that Mates are able to fight back. They're going to attempt it here, but they're walking into a site with a couple of players already on it.
Not the best of weaponry for Profek, and he struggles a little bit with the trade-outs. This is going pretty well for Gentlemates. The pressure on, and Sociable might be about to take a big risk. Let's see if it pays off. It certainly does. 2 already under his belt, and he'll be robbed of the 3rd, but Yumpy happy to clean it up with the Outlaw, minimizing the losses, stemming the bleeding of that round, and putting us 9-5. 2 now in a row for BBL on this defensive side, but this is where things heat up, where Mates get their rifles out, and hopefully we'll see the wind change course.
Yeah, well, especially for a couple of the players. Mini definitely had a bit of a poorer performance for his standards going out of the last week, but I have to wait and see if he's going to be able to move back into this half, because as I said, a lot of the time he's going to be the man commanding half of the map already. That's more of what we expected to see. Profek attempting to get aggressive and completely denied by the IGL.
Yeah, nice shot. He's angry enough after losing that opening pick in the pistol round on C. He goes back, this time gets the better of them. Levin is caught and pushed down on. Easy kill for Click. Great paranoia from Cadavra. And now a 3 versus 5. They had decent weaponry. They can do damage. You see that with 10 HP left on Click. But it's Mates who are clicking onto the heads of their opponents and leaving just 2 to stand in their way. Zipban, having sent the drone through, they know he's a little later. Look to isolate the pick, and that player is the one with the spike. There's a couple problems brewing for Gentlemates, but they're dealing with them easily. Now, only a Spectre in a 1v5.
Yeah, Social obviously had no idea that the spike was going to be walking through late. He's in a bit of a weird spot. Like, it's not something I necessarily expect anybody on Gentlemates to clear, but I'm more so looking at what he can actually do from this position. Maybe hoping that one of the players will just walk into his crosshair. Oh, there you go. That's at least 1 for 3. Kada will go down. Anything more would need a miracle, and it's not going to happen. The breach on the opposing side will now have a triple of his own. Kamek flying still. But they are now 3 rounds behind, and this is where you expect things to get that little bit more difficult.
Without a doubt, both squads bringing in full armaments to the table. You can see again, snowballing from some of those early fights, and when you don't have the weaponry to back up the duels you're going for, you're hitting people for 140, and they're easily able to slip away and survive into the late round. There's too much of a challenge, so Sociable did well to pick off a few. 9-6, the buy from BBL sees aggression, and in fact, the first player they spot on the side of Mates, it's Profek, but he's got lots of backup, not just the breach, but we see here Levin snuck past Mound and picks off Kadavra, one of the smoke players down. And it's Mini on the other side trying to take up space on A to recover some form of info. It looks like Kamek will be doing the same. Mates, not getting anything from the early fights.
This is the Cypher setup. So you may get a lot of ground, but it's definitely going to be noted. Well, eventually he spotted the cam, but they already have a player within sight, a player towards the door, a player rotating. There is plenty available here for BBL, a solid read, and well, misses onto the fake out, but that won't matter too much. Just looking to try and hold on to that player advantage though. Yumpy goes peeking. That's at least one back for Mates.
You understand why Mates don't expect him to be there. He was on C, spotted with that triple peek early on, but the rotations came in right afterwards, leaving one just Profek to anchor on the other side. It means there's numbers more than Mates expect. Zipan does well to find one, but he's left to 11 HP.
Okay.
Still landing another, and Levin's got the pressure on, but it doesn't look like it. Turned him to a diamond, and now BBL shining bright with double digits on the board, 10-6. Their defensive side looking good.
This is why you put him on the Jet. Are you going to get the cleanest Valorant in the world? No. Are you going to get him doing ridiculous things maybe he shouldn't? Absolutely. Are there chances he wins you round like that? Definitely. And that's what it is. It's comfort. The Turkish Jet is something we've seen. We've seen Cena do it on this map. We've seen Zeus do it on this map. Is it compositionally the best thing you can do in the game? Of course it isn't. But that's not the point. It's difficult to play against when a guy is doing stuff like that to you. And then the rest of the guys can play the traditional, more structured game. It's like there's 4 other people, you can have one Maniac.
He's going
Here he is.
Blade Storm in the stun, but now has to back off. That's a bit off more than he could chew. Look, oh my goodness! Oh,
okay.
Back for more!
Keep it going!
It keeps on going, and there's no escape! Try as he might.
One knife.
Up against one blade, a single knife for Levin. Oh. And it won't land. It won't find its mark.
He's human. He's human.
He's done enough already, Tom.
See? One lunatic. It's okay. Oh, there's now a full squad waiting on the other side, and he's trying to get him with the shorty. Levin's just had a round. And well, I'm not going to be forgetting for quite a while. And if you're on the Gentlemate side, you're not going to be too happy about that one.
You talk about some of those young up-and-coming duelists, and yes, Click, we've expected a lot. We've heard about it.
I love the second one because he's like, oh, well, I hit the first.
Might as well go back for a bit more. Yeah, Levin's that guy who just delivers. That rumor you hear, oh, he's a scrim demon. Wait till you see him on the stage. And
hey, Koi saw him last week.
They did. Oh, they felt his full impact. 16-10 right now, and Gentlemates, their last pause is going to be burned up. BBL haven't even used one. They feel like they're in control.
How's easiest pause ever. Right, so we're going to try and focus some orbs on 11 so we can get Blade Storm and kill everyone. All right, GG, guys, well done. Yeah, this is now far more dangerous territory. We saw this in the first half where it seemed to take Mates a little bit of time to adapt. It's just how much space they're currently losing. Like the C site, that's now a couple of rounds in a row where they've been completely shut out of that position. It's something that BBL are clearly comfortable to challenge. Maybe just reading into the fact that a lot of the time Mini will be there alone. You win that battle and you have half the map.
I think a lot of it comes down to that identity crisis, though. Once you see that nerf to Vice, a lot of teams moving away from her, and while she's not unusable anymore, the way that she plays the game.
They lost 13-4 with the Vice.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think their identity with Vice was that good.
Still, it's something that I can look to, at least on that defensive side, to put up a few more early rounds. If you master the comp here, there's been struggles with a lot of the responsibility put on, and we saw it the other day, players like Les able to deliver, and we expect that of Mini as well. But it's been a struggle for so many of these Mates players here on Lotus, and I think you have to look to BBL for what they're doing to cause those problems, and look to Levin for that last round as well. The individual brilliance, the
so much
morale
space.
Sky high.
There's nobody currently on C. They know their A. They have all the information. And we are, what, 25, 30 seconds into the round? Like, he's still going. Because also, they don't have a Sentinel.
That's the problem.
So there's nothing to hold him back from walking all the way up, other than his opponent's going, well, they're not going to be this disrespectful, right? They're not just going to walk all the way behind us. And even at this stage, Zipan hasn't turned around. And that's a spike on the deck. He's even hit the tag up. Rolling Thunder's gone through to catch the remainder of the players. And Levin's kind of just sitting there going, well, guys, I got the spike. There's no one else here.
Levin! They've ulted just Levin, and they didn't even get him! Oh, it's a disaster!
Oh,
kind of
hello.
caught before he TPs, but the rest start to pick up pieces, start to grab a few picks here and there. The ult, though, grabs the information. Magnum left alone, 1v2, but Mini heavily tagged up. Click does have ulti, though, and post-plant. That could be very valuable.
It's peculiar that they've got to this point. It seems like just Levin being isolated, the rest of the players obviously want to try and group up. Both Rolling Thunders were used, and it seemed like just in that chaos, Mates have come out on top. This now leaves Magnum to try and clutch things out. We've seen far crazier things from this man in the past, but it looks like the Mates players are going to look to try and take this together. The jump across from Mini, the sacrifice to give Click the easy pick. And while from what looked like an unwinnable position, Mates find a round.
That's exactly what Mini needed to do there as well. He was 10 HP. If he's the guy trying to trade, if he's even swinging first, it's such an easy kill. But that jump makes it nearly impossible. 4-round gap. BBL, they're very close to pushing this across the line. And for Mates, that can still be not the end of the world. The next map up is their choice, somewhere that they'll feel that little bit more comfortable. But look at the gaps here. And again, we go back to not having that Sentinel device or anyone else to cover your back, your spike holder being the one going for the drone, and the fact that it took 40 seconds to take that direct approach, that gave the space for those flanks to come into play. Click pops the ult off rip here, and a lot of info gained as far as that A hold, one up in heaven, and they will catch Levin.
Tried to re-aggress. Magnum's done well. Been able to hold on to the space that was lost from the ult. And I don't mind this from Mates. They're not wanting to commit into a site where they don't have the information. An upgrade or two available as well after some weaker purchases into the round. And actually, Mates have read this quite well. Currently an opening on that C site. And with Viper's Pit and a post plant, Armageddon, I'm not saying the round is locked, but it's about as good as done if they manage to get the spike down.
I think the only person they saw as well was Mini on the cam before he broke it, and that's going to tell you that, okay, it could be a lurk. Oftentimes they will send Mini to do that, especially after opening pick. Early rotations coming through from BBL, but yeah, the position of Kamek, it should catch them off. It does. They go to clear the close corner. He's a little further back. Then Kamek swings in to close out that second duel. Sociable and Yumpy, weapons in hand, economy low, and definitely Sociable and Magnum. Looking like they'd like to carry some weapons through to the next round. With the Viper's Pit to fight through as well, they've definitely made the right call here.
Yeah, the difference not as far as you might think. That last round probably would have put the game to bed if they didn't manage to turn it into their favor. Okay, Viper's Pit will be used, but Armageddon's still available for the next round. Ultimate's not in a particularly good spot for BBL, so if they can cycle these nicely, they can get themselves into a position where they're within 1 or 2 rounds. And the economy, it's not in too bad a spot. Like, BBL should be able to get a purchase into the next, but it might not be as nice as they'd like.
Yeah, the road's becoming a little bumpy. It's Gentlemates causing those problems. A 3-round gap, economy starting to look good. And sure, it cost them a Viper's Pit, it cost them a dimensional drift as well, but an investment you're happy to make in a round like that. A timeout called now by BBL, leaving them with 1 still in the tank. And I like this, they're getting it in a little bit early. A 3-round gap, it's enough to make you worry. Not to panic too much. Hal still seems controlled. I also noticed he's got a different notebook. I actually stole his other one. It's in my backpack, I'm gonna give it to him after. Yeah, sorry about that, pal.
I know that, like, you worked with Kadavra, but stealing the opposing coach's notepad seems like a little bit of an extreme.
I'm not joking. I said, you want to put it in my bag? We're walking around, and I forgot about it.
Just to clarify,
all his notes for this
was last week.
No, this all his notes for this game.
You stole it today.
I'm kidding.
Like,
yeah, it was last
hey,
week.
do you want to just put this in my bag? See you later, pal. I'm out of here. Bye.
Straight to go, Ked. Hey, try this notebook, man.
Don't worry, Kada. The curse truly is broken.
No, yeah, look, it's. I think it's just blank pages. I hope so, for his sake. That's where he tells us he works a week ahead at a time.
Oh, no, what he actually does, he writes everything in invisible ink.
Ooh.
He's part of MI6, that's what I've heard.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. That man knows too much. Well, 11-8 coming out of this timeout. BBL looking to steady the ship. And as you said, Tom, they have those 2 rifles, sure. But the investments around them are not going to be there. There's weaknesses, quite a lot of them, for the defensive side. And often you'll make up for that with a more direct approach, stacking up those pistols together, moving as a unit, and looking to at least have those rifles be point of contact. We're looking to Levin and Sociable, who's just received a donation. See what they can do. It will be a B and A play with just utility covering that C site, playing the retake if they need to.
The consistent C aggression. And knowing, like, of course, again, when you have like the Killjoy or something, you're going to put a piece of utility to stop this mid push-up. Maybe their expectation is because they pushed it so many times that there'll be some sort of counter, but in this case there isn't. It's just a slow walk up from Gentlemates. Staying as a group, at least in a buddy system on the other side of the map, trying to fake out some presence with the Breach and the Tejo. A lot of your initiation on one side, and well, for the C site, again, it is completely left open. Another thing for BBO is you might have looked at it and gone, okay, we left that open before, will they expect us to leave it open again?
Well, they just droned up A. BBL realized that no one's there, but they're a little late to the party on the C site. Mates have already overrun it. They've staked their claim. The plant will come through fairly soon. Spams the best option that the defenders really have to work with. 1 rifle towards the spawn and 1 in Waterfall, pushed forward. Magnum had no choice but to take that duel. The ult even catches Levin. That's a rifle on the floor, soon to be retrieved. Well, no, not even. It's being guarded for the moment, at least. And now Mates, well, they rejig up the setup and look towards the spawn, knowing there's got to be a second prong to this retake. A little bit of damage done, but the smoke's up in time to give them that little bit of safety. That's a big gap. The spike is ticking. They'll need to be fast if they want to win this round, and they'll need to get through Click. Not a chance. 11-9, a 2-round gap. But here's BBL's full buy.
Click has really started to come alive in this attack side. I think he had 5 or 6 kills in that first half. It's definitely already beaten that out with some quite aggressive swings, making things more awkward for his opponents to predict, but more importantly, also in the late round, still being standing for these high impact frags.
Careful.
11's going to have the operator for the first time, a clear sign of a change for the side of BBL, and clearly the expectation that they're going to try and attempt to cross. I like this, the cam combo with the operator. Could be exactly what they need.
Open a bit of a gap, you can see. 11 will fall back. Mates get a clean cross, but down goes the wall, and that's a tag, but no kill. Click surviving. Rotates coming through from BBL. Utility online. Sociable still has salvos to slow them down if they need. But Mates have pumped the brakes. And then I guess the problem with this, though, really, Tom, is that they don't have any control across the map. It's a big risk to go back here. If BBL pushed B or C, got into those nasty little corners, there's not a lot that Mates can do to have that info in advance. There's nothing really. But the risk is very much paying off. That rotate to the C site, that movement to the left, and everybody is over on A. It's only going to be Profect that has a chance to stop this, and a great fake from Mini. This is going to keep them in position.
Trying to sell that ruse. Here comes all the information. This will be where BBL start hightailing it to the other side of the map, but that's a lot of control lost. And Profect needed to make sure if he does stick around that all he's really doing is finding an opener. Fantastic stuff to deny the spike. That will make things that little bit more awkward. Rotations needing to be made from players that were already out of the site to try and get that spike down. In the meantime, the aggression of Click was basically just a bodyguard, trying to stop them getting in towards that site. But this now means that all the Mates players are stuck within.
Oh! Nice shot by Mini. That was through the smoke. I think the second was too. And he's finding even more. Gentlemates, they looked like they were between a rock and a hard place with that retake coming in, but they managed to put BBL in their place. 1 round gap now. And the economy in tatters for the defensive side. We should see this equalize, Tom. And from there, it's anyone's game.
A little bit of luck. There's two. Just the spams through the smoke that did enough.
Nice, guys. You are
stellar
so good.
crossfires.
Boys, let's go.
Especially when things got messy. Something we've mentioned before with mates is having this newer IGL. Those mid rounds can always be a little scuffed. Oh, that's not the start they were looking for. I think Levin, he's one off the Blade Storm, so the goal was for him to basically fight forward with a rifle, gets one, goes down, that's fine. Instead, he didn't get one, has gone down, and, well, it's not so fine.
Especially here on the defense, he's been doing great when it comes to those early fights. I know he was struggling a lot on the attack. Again, it makes sense for how they've been structuring their site takes. He's always the man taking the risks. A lot of weaker weapons for BBL. Means you really want to play this with the numbers. Group up and approach these fights together. Magnum down to 50 as he swings, thanks to the decay. That is the only pick they end up finding. 11 to 11. As we said, that's not a big investment from BBL. That's not them putting all their eggs in one basket. But here is where things can get dicey. They have ults, they have mostly decent weapons, and a timeout will be called. Because if they fumble this, the map probably falls to Gentlemates with their map pick up next. And Tom, we know how devastating it is to feel like you are about to close a map out and have it snatched out from under you.
Yeah, it looks in essence that some of these rounds have mainly been down to maybe BBL trying to close out a little bit too fast, like wanting to get aggressive, wanting to get in the faces of their opponents. And well, for Levin now, the Punisher said he was 2 away from a Blade Storm, hoping to get a kill. He's kind of damaged himself going into the buy round. Needs a pick to get the Blade Storm, otherwise his value is going to be severely diminished. Sure, the ultimates are coming online, but I think what we saw from mates is very good sort of cycling of ults. So you're going to have that dimensional drift again, which I think Click has done fantastic work to make space. Combine that with an orb for Kamek, and you're looking at a Rolling Thunder. They could easily take this round with what they currently have online. And then you also talk about the fact that they have the economy firmly in their favor. This is a great spot for mates to be in. And momentum after 5 rounds in a row, they're going to be feeling sky high.
You got to think about stakes as well. You know, for Gentlemates, this is do or die. This is a squad that doesn't want to see the group locked up, because they'll be the ones locked out of playoffs. As they get closer and closer to claiming this map with their choice up next. BBL's pressure gauge, I suppose, is off the charts. Early fight up from Click. He's making his way again through this A site. We've seen it before. They finished out towards the C site with the door open and a swing through after Click got picked off. But this time, he's able to get his boots on the ground. Heaven control is his. Decoy set up and ready. It's sent out just after the drone is destroyed, and a little bit of time bought here with a Rolling Thunder deep into spawn. I like that angle. If Prophet wins this fight, they've got a little bit extra to work with from BBL. Now mates are locked in. They didn't take that spawn position, and the ult clears it out completely. It's players on the site that have to hold strong.
Done well to get up close before Yumpy kicks things off. The response, though, is decent. Putting things back into a close position. Kada's going to try and teleport behind them, and in fact, Mini has managed to buy time and an extra pick. Kada from behind with his opponent so desperately low. Mini flying forward, and they will clutch this one out. 12 to 11. The comeback continues.
What a resurgence from Gentlemates. That's now 6 rounds in a row. They were backed into a corner, up against the ropes, but they have come back swinging with map point under their belt now. And this was pure chaos on the site. The TP out, I thought, was a mistake from Kada. They had the read, they knew where he was, but the fight not won.
It's because of the snake bite. It was because of the snake bite.
Catching Magnum.
For a Mini. Yeah, he was able to just buy enough time knowing that Kada could just escape without them being able to defuse. It was very, very good timing. And in that moment, the communication had to be perfect. Otherwise, they lose that round. 12 to 11. Weaponry, not the best. Blade Storm for Levin, it won them around earlier. They're going to hope that it can do the same again. And he has the full force of this Gentlemate side up against him. Rolling Thunder, perfectly placed a chance. He's only going to get the one, but doesn't want to overcommit this time.
So only one pick for BBL. They need that little bit more look at the disadvantages when it comes to weaponry. 3 SMGs to play with. The Bladestorm for 11 can at least make up for that somewhat. The aggression here for Profect, trying something new, but Cat is watching it. The Outlaws trained in on the angle, and it's just one shot needed. Back into even footing. But this position from Sociable, not expected, not detected, and he's out of there for free. 2v4, great stun. And they're gonna be sent running backwards, or Sociable comes to meet them. Kata with it all to do. 3 to pick up, or we are going to overtime. And it's again anyone's game.
He's already tagged, 70 HP. Magnum's SMG will become ever the more deadly, but Magnum with that extra experience knows, okay, I'm not giving him a 1v1. I'm not giving him any sort of chance. With the time ticking away, they can literally sacrifice player after player off that clock. Magnum can run in on the last second just to make sure there's no opportunity for a plant round already done. The other 2 just not going to be facing. Okay, the other 1 not going to be facing. Yumpy was gone. An extra little bit of stat padding attempted. But well, we talk about BBL, we talk about heroes. Sociable has definitely had a quieter game, but just that drone not checking that one corner, that's the round.
6 in a row from mates before this. BBL opened the door on danger, but they have slammed it shut. We're back to even footing. Nice! Going into overtime, there's no ecos, there's no economy to send them into these disadvantages, although maybe they'll play against BBL. We eventually see them win. It's with those weaker weapons. It's with the lower investments. Back to the attack side now for the Turkish squad. They found a lot more success there. And as well, you have to point out, well, it was both halves. It's BBL having that early start, that little bit of a leg up. So if we really look,
the buy rounds, yeah.
Yeah, the buy rounds have gone to mates more often than not. So although BBL have done well to get here, this is the real challenge.
Everything changes in OT though. Everything you remembered, all the strats that you've seen. Feels like Pal could really use his notebook back. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll put this on me.
Position. Kata, stun is sublime, but it's only going to be the 1. Zipan tries to continue, but it's Levin to fight back. 2 impactful kills, 1 away from having that Bladestorm. We've already seen what he can do with that. Unfortunate for Zipan as well, because he got his ult online from the death. The defense, though, are not just sitting pretty. They're making a move.
As they should, and the group up here. BBL are looking to move towards that broken door. There's 2 players, aggressive, holding on to that control. Flash is good, but Mini's better. It's 4 for 11, an ace needed. Steps heard, and the stun subsiding. Kamek standing in his way, and he swings in for the ace. 13 to 12. He shows up when they need him the most, and it's Gentlemates, 1 foot in the grave.
Dear Lord. It goes into OT and aces, and all of those were trades pretty much up until the last couple. It was players peeking on his teammates, and he's just making sure that that trade is instantaneous, solid reactions. I love the final kill though. No! Bates with the dash, confident enough. And I don't think that one was in the strat book. An ace for Levin. They need to turn it on the defense, though. The attack side rounds, their opponents are running away with it, but they get aggressive and they win that early fight. The hero of the last round will have to watch as a spectator, but more importantly, mates have to win a 3v4.
Yeah, he's watching on, but they've got the advantage, and it gets even better now. Kamek trying to make that fake pressure on A, break the trap and take a fight. Well, he's done both of those things, but the fight didn't go his way. Kata and Zipan to pick up the pieces. 6 rounds in a row, and they looked set to just tap it in. But BBL, they've had a resurgence right at the final whistle. And from downtown, it looks like they're set to score this map. 13 to 12, 1 more, 2 more picks, and it's all theirs. The spike's still not planted as mates desperately try to find an advantage, force a fight, but when the duels come up, it's nothing but BBL on the scoreboard. 14 to 12, Tom. What a resurgence. And they're going to feel good going into Gentlemate's map pick.
This is why you put Levin on Jet. Some of the greatest coaching decision-making ever is to take a man who hits headshots and put him on Jet. Either way, it was a close map 1. Haven, Gentlemate's map pick. is up next.
Okay, but I don't give a what we're gonna do today. As long as we do it together, we do it with confidence, we trust each other, we're gonna go together with every single call we make. Doesn't matter if it's me, if it's even Burak.
What does that mean, if it's even Burak?
Sorry, Burak, that was that, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's go! Go.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my. Preliminary, let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
BBL, they're one step closer from securing those playoffs, not only for themselves, but also for KC and Foot. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. That got dicey, that got extreme, but Ulises, any initial thoughts of that match, of that map going that long?
Well, I didn't expect the match to go that long on Lotus. I got a bit surprised, but the thing that surprised me the most is that even having many advantages, they were throwing it on mates. Maybe they get into overtime.
Yeah, exactly, because we're speaking at the end of the day of a BBL that manages to win both pistols, but when we're looking here at the 13-13 in first kills, as you were saying, Uli, I think that the first half told a different story.
Completely. I mean, they were playing on defense, and Mate got 8 entry kills against only 4, and they only managed to get 4 rounds out of those. I'm really worried about it, because also we have to take into account that they were making 4 rounds in a row for BBL starting.
I genuinely think there's a curse when people get to 11 rounds that somewhere, somehow, people lock in. And of course, we'll get onto the 11 performance and ace. But yeah, you can see from those stats, from the post plants, from the first kills, it was an incredibly even matchup. And yeah, at the end of it, at the beginning, I was like, this is BBL, this is going to go their way. But by the end of it, you were like, it makes sense. It's a no.
I think that it says a lot that we saw that most of the plans ended up in a round win. Like the retas are, when it gets complicated, that's what we were seeing a little bit of the teams hesitating a bit on what side to enter and when to plant it because of those floats that we were seeing. You were speaking about Levin, and man, oh man, he definitely performed in this first map, especially when we take into account the head-to-head that he had with Click.
Yeah, the head-to-head was a really fun one, but to be honest, I have to say that Levin was completely amazing. I get amazed by every single play he was doing, and also he was leading on every single round, doing a very proper performance on the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, he was not just alive on the server. I feel like he was also living rent-free in Gentlemate's heads at points. I mean, we can talk about round 18 where they solo breach ulted him by a rubble because he was scary.
That's how annoying and scary he was.
I know, and he was applying pressure left, right, and center. But I do think that Click also did show up, maybe not as much as we were hoping on the Yoru, but I do think there were also standout points for Click.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he was playing much better.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that when we speak about this duelist finding the impact, as you're saying, Click was definitely a bit better. We need to speak about the players that go with them, that supportive utility that we were seeing even on that clip. It would not have been that easy without having someone, for example, like Yampy by your side, Meg.
I mean, it's amazing that Yampy can put up such a performance on Breach, considering he's also IGLing, and he has spoke previously about how comfortable he is IGLing on the Breach. But it was just an amazing performance, and we speak about those post plants as well and how they did tend to convert to a round win, and that came through a lot with the util from the Teho or the Breach. But then also on the other side of that, you did have Kamek, who we have seen in week 3 with 29 frags on Breach. And so we know that Kamek is also going to rival that with his incredible performance.
Completely. I mean, Kamek is playing amazing on today, but I have to get the prop for Jumpy. Jumpy is not only playing great, not only killing, he hit 10 assists with Breach. It's not easy. And obviously, he was always assisting into Levin.
Especially with the amount of kills that he was getting for himself, you know? It's like you get the kills, you get the assists, and when we look at the numbers, we can see that Kamek is a little bit ahead, but the story was a little bit different when we went into the map. It's good to see that both of them are given 100% today, because remember the stakes for mates if they lose here out of the contention for those playoffs. Of course, not only that, you know, you want to get those championship points when you think about the end of the year and what you're going to do. Now, let's take a look at the second map, at that Haven. This is mate's pick, and they can be happy about taking that first map to overtime, even with losing both pistols and whatnot. What can we expect, Ulises, to see here coming in from Gentlemates?
I mean, Haven has been one of the best maps of the coaching staff, both Juankar and also Go. Okay, this is historically for them, that they've been playing really good with every single team they've been coaching in. So, to be honest, I'm not going to expect anything about the team. I want to expect something about Mini, because Mini this match, one of probably his worst performance. In his worst performance, he's a 14-16. I mean, we're talking about someone who's been performing, but it's true also that I seen that Mini maybe wasn't that hype like normally. He was a bit chilling, or maybe he was on pressure because he knows that it's a big match today and he has to step up and be on the top.
I'm really looking forward to this matchup because Haven, I feel like, is quite an even playing field for both of these teams. They both lost Haven to Team Liquid, so clearly it's not Team Liquid's map. So
BBL won. BBL won.
Yeah.
Yeah, BBL won.
Oh, I've looked at that wrong then.
Yeah.
Disregard everything I just said.
No.
But I do have to say, for me, looking into this game then, I want to talk about the Sentinel matchup because you have Magnum on the Cypher, and the hours this man has on Cypher is just unbelievable. And then you also have Mini, who we have seen do everything. IGL, anchor the sites, frag, all on Cypher. So I do think that that will be kind of the win condition in today's game.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you mention it, Magnum actually in that match had an amazing performance. And are we expecting on the side of Gentlemates to stick to that Neon? We were saying that we expected to see this map maybe even as a third to be in a pretty even field. Meg, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I wrote that they both won against Team Liquid. So that was, that was what I meant to say.
It's okay, Meg.
Yeah. And because I was thinking about that, I totally missed your questions.
I was saying, are we expecting the Neon, or do we expect that maybe Mates have picked this map knowing that it's strong for both of them, trying to bring in something new?
I mean, I would like to see Neon. Neon is the agent I would like to see in Heaven, but I don't think so. I think that probably we're going to see a Yoru coming from... I've seen the Yoru on Click really performance.
The only thing is...
It's the first time he's performing properly.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, they've been... double down on the Neon from the beginning, right? Especially on kickoff when people were like, oh, we don't want to play Neon, she's so weak now, and whatnot. They've been doubling down on what they do. That's where my question is.
I also think with Click maybe not putting up the best performance, I can't imagine they're going to throw him onto a different role here. So I do think we'll see the Neon come in, and I do think that could be a great way to counter Levin on the Jet. But it is, for me, just going to come down to those Angels. Are they tapping heads? Are they hitting their shots? Because as we've just seen, Levin can do that and then more. So I think Click here, probably going to play the Neon because they're comfortable in doing so, and then it just comes down to winning those Angels.
Also would like to see how it's going for Zipan, because Zipan on the first match was a bit out, was missing in action. And they need Zipan on his best. Normally he used to have a really good Heaven. I expect him to step up. Let's see if the agents are the same, or maybe they have any chance.
Yeah, exactly. This jump right now into Agent Select to see if we're going to see surprises, and Click is not going to be playing on that Neon. We're going to have... Carol, is this 2021? What are these comps? Where are the new agents? Guys, we have so many new things.
Uli's never going to live this down. This man's going to be like, I predicted.
You sure I say it. I was talking about it, and it was me. Obviously, it was me. I just predicted it was playing anyway. I never say Yoru, I say Jet.
Yeah, what do we make, though, of BBL deciding to start on the defense, maybe looking at those retakes and whatnot?
I'm not mad, to be honest. I trust in them on the defense. Again, talking about the Magnum on the Cypher, we know that Yampy does absolute bits, the way that Levin's been performing and sociable on the Sova. And of course, Profek on the Omen usually doesn't let us down, so we'll see.
You know who else do not let us down is our casters. So question for you guys, can BBL close this out and secure those playoffs, or is there more fight in Gentlemates?
Thank you, Kakuka. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on the day. Looking at this squad here, after an OT on map 1, going into their map pick...
Screw your question.
Yeah. I was going to answer it. I was in the middle of answering it. Mates are in a position that I don't think I can count them out. This is their map pick, and they push...
So can BBL win 2-0? Just to answer the question.
That was the question. Because if they win this map, it will be 2-0. So yes, they can.
They can. Will they?
Well, that's for the players to answer.
Dodge it. No, I'm intrigued by the Jet. Levin, I think it was expected. Click is going to try and match him. I think we've seen some high-octane gaming for him, maybe more so in the Tier 2 than we have in the Tier 1. I think he's been a little bit underwhelming at times, so I want to see what Click can offer here.
There you go. Mini's got the highest first blood rating of any non-duelist player. We'll see if that can continue moving through this map.
Because he's always lurking.
Yeah, he was playing the extremities a lot of the time. I'm sure we'll see that here as well. Looking at Levin, talking about opening duels, he participated in 14 opening duels on the last map. There were 26 rounds. That's more than half of the rounds.
Did he win?
He was the guy taking the first. It was half and half, 7-7.
Oh.
7-7
for Levin.
But a lot of... There we go. A lot of that was the openings on the attack side where he lost. I think he was 2-6 coming out of that, so a much better defensive side showing from him. And a chance to get another opening duel on the board. Win or lose, it's up to you. And, well, it's not an opening, but he gets the pick anyways. A close fight for Profek, but Mini's managed to get the better of him, and Levin doesn't last long in the smoke.
Solid work. BBL versus Liquid. Did incredibly well on the defense. A lot of it revolved around aggression, and more so having those retakes in their favor somehow. But this one's actually going very well. Through the smoke, they've managed to pick off 2. Zipan already tagged at least a little bit, and I don't know if they will have seen him already. Kana has retrieved that upgraded pistol, but needs so much more to be found. Tries to be calm, but unfortunately for him, it's Magnum to take home what is now the 3rd of 3 pistols. And I'll be honest, that one is the one Mate should be most disappointed with.
Yeah, it felt like they had that one really very much figured out. You look at the side itself, what, a 2v4? They've got a little bit of damage dealt out in the other direction, but the fact that Levin, yeah, he gets one, but Mini with the double openings. In fact, he's able to take it up close in the smoke. Then BBL walk back in and make it look easy. Individual fights.
Look at Yumpy.
Don't go their way.
Get some nice, well played 4 versus 2. Woo!
Well, I think we need to get a better, much more aggressive compressor on Yumpy's.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He is peaking, but maybe he'll do that in the server as well. Had a good map last time, and the energy starting off high.
You turn it up that high, his teammates won't be able to hear him when he talks.
That's true. Well, I think he mostly screams.
Go to this round, please.
A lot of pistols. A lot of opportunities for mates as well, and they pick up 2 of those duels. Sight is theirs, and recovering the pistols, recovering the rifles in the other way of the Spectre that's in play, a little bit more difficult, but they get there eventually. The rest of the BBL players too far away to deny, and so a post plant, a weapon recovered, and a chance as they get aggressive, but straight into the waiting arms of Yumpy. And if he was loud before, I think I just heard him get a little bit louder again.
Can I get a bit more soundproofing in my headphones? Because I'm going to hear him over my own thoughts soon.
He is firing up.
You know what? I think it's exactly what they need. We saw it towards the end of the last game. Levin being able to win that clutch, and I'll just mute myself before Yumpy does it for me. Yeah, no.
Take one.
No, come on, there's got to be a second one. Oh no, it was too loud to play.
You can hear him through the only way he doesn't peak is if it's in someone else's mic. That's wonderful.
This goes here.
Poor Levin sitting right beside him. They pump white noise in those headsets, but when Yumpy stands up, I'm not sure it helps.
That.
Goodness gracious, Tom. Relax. A 2-0 start for BBL, and the buy here is decent. They've got 2 Sheriffs, the rest of the squad packing a punch on Levin and Sociable, a Spectre for Magnum. Mates still need to be careful, and it looks like BBL are taking the fight to them. The biggest weapon they've got, the Guardian, right down the bottom of mid already. A stun lined up off contact to the cam. I love this. It's beautiful to start with, but the stun doesn't ever get fired out. It's a little late.
Even still, an early trade. You might think with the gun being dropped, it's not the best, but in these sort of scenarios, just whittling away at your opponents can do quite a lot. A chance for Sociable. He's going to win that fight. Now that's actually the lurking jet of Click. Now the gun's not necessarily going to be retrieved, and what, straight through the smoke. That's a little bit overzealous for Sociable. Maybe trying to get back in just that little bit too quick. Now puts things back to a 3v3 for Mates.
The dropout's dangerous. There's so many players here, and Mini does well to look up above, taking down Yumpy. The easy fights on the player dropping, and Profek left with it all to do. Look at the HP. They're all so desperately low, but coming in from that angle, it's always difficult. Gentlemates, they might be sharing less than 80 HP between them, but they come out with 3 rifles and they win the round. That's all you can ask for.
There were definite opportunities. I think, again, I want to talk about Sociable, just wanting almost to be the hero in this round, and I think just overplaying when you already have an advantage.
Nice! Alright, let's go.
Wasn't the best move.
Yeah.
See if they can now convert back already. Gambling maybe that there'll be some light shields into this round. Levin's gone for the sniper in this scenario. 4 players have bought into heavy shields for the opposing side, so there's only one that will be dead to that first bullet. He's hoping that someone will swing him, but they're being careful with the drone.
TP is not going to be committed on the back of the site. That's a good thing. There were many players ready and waiting. The difference here for Mates versus the last map, you can be much more eager to sell those fakes and to play light on sides of the map later on, filling them in, thanks to the fact that you've got all those traps to work around. Levin with no look, trying to pick them off on the Outlaw, or even deal that damage. Click down to 48. But everybody's facing. Powering Mini, and Click, and Zipan actually. It's only Kamek and Kata that can take a blast.
But this pause from Mates doesn't really give the game away. In fact, it baits them into thinking that they're going in the other direction. I think also the cam, there we go, will give them all that they need. Can Magnum actually get this pick off? No, the bullet's completely missing, eventually gets the job done, and now they'll have the info on the B side. But Mates have decided this is the moment to move. This is the moment to try and get into that site, get into the post plant. But with the aftershock going in and Levin still holding that backline, there's nowhere for them to go.
Spike planted.
Plan secured, but yeah, like you said, fully boxed in. They've chosen the better of the 3 options, moving towards just one player. Just Levin. Profek taking some control. That's going to force the movement on the other side. Kamek manages to take him down without a lick of damage, but he's got 4 more coming his way. Try as he might, the shots aren't landing. The big swing coming as all of BBL run into that angle. The defuse found and an immediate response on the round win from Mates.
They played that one very well. I'd always love to see those sort of Cypher trap setups with a stun. Okay, the setup meant nothing because the player, when he swung, wasn't stunned anymore. But then the quick reaction, having that aftershock late into the round for Yumpy to deny the plant, having the cross held by Levin, so someone is forced into that angle eventually. You can't just deny all of that extra space. And then the rest is just about playing your advantages. We talked about the potential of this team when it comes to retakes. Well, it's been 3 plants, and it has been 3 retakes of the rounds that they've won. And unfortunately for Mates, this now puts them in a position financially where they are not in the best position. Hunter's Fury actually could be utilized by Sociable. This has done an awful lot of damage. Kamek almost dead as well. 1 player picked off, and 1, mortally wounded.
That's always something that divides opinions about going for those early Hunter's Furies, but this time, damage undeniable, making it that little bit easier up against the weaker investment, and with the rifle down, the easy follow-up, Levin has secured this round. A little bit of help from his friends. It's an in-zone flawless and a 4-1 start. Remember on the last map, over on Lotus, BBL had a phenomenal beginning on their attack side. They built up a lot of rounds, but Gentlemates were able to sweep their way right back into things. It was wasn't it 7-5 by the end of the half after a 7-2 beginning? So there's no room to take your foot off the gas. And coming into the bye round from Gentlemates, they've called a timeout.
Yeah, I think a lot of it did turn with a pause as well, to giving an opportunity for the coaching staff to sort of talk things through with the team. I think that, again, they're sort of struggling with the same sort of aggression they had to deal with on the previous map. It's when you play into these 3-site maps, there's a lot of ground that can be pressured. And I think Levin is the main culprit of willing to sort of take that control away. And it also seems like they're super comfortable with just leaving Magnum to, at least on this map, hold down an awful lot of ground. Like we've seen it with his A-site setup. Basically just having Yumpy as backup to sort of set up a stun wherever he needs it. I think this is where I've actually enjoyed most of Yumpy becoming an IGL, is when he's on a breach. Because I think with the breach, he can literally just react off the calls of his teammates. I just go, okay, you are getting pressured here. I'm going to put this stun through. I'm going to put this flash through. I'm going to have the aftershock for delay. He can still almost direct the round from positions where he's not that guy who dashes in with a shotgun anymore.
We see that a lot. Think back to Malzy as well. He has good performances throughout the season. Put him on a breach. It's not just a different game for the team, but also for him individually as well. And we saw that
deadlock. I'll give his deadlock credit as well.
His deadlock, I think, is one that you have to look a little closer at the impact it's having round on round. But the breach it's obvious even to the layman. For Gentlemates, decent investment. Exactly. That's why I noticed it. For Click, 1 away from the Blade Storm. He is the player with the weaker weapon in this round. Still the man leading the charge in a lot of these fights. He's the guy going first to take that duel. And yeah, Yumpy, breach,
going around the
support,
world.
The guy that's going to be usually not taking the opening duels. And he thought he was Levin this round.
He forgot for a second. Had a flashback to running in with a judge on Jet. I'm glad we're not back in those days, if I'm honest. A much slower, more patient round. Now, Click needs either an orb or a kill. That's why he's on the pistol. Bladestorm is 1 away. You can expect to see him dash into the angle, and they've claimed full control of Long, but it has been very passive. Most teams will battle tooth and nail to try and get control of A main and deny that portion of the map. BBL have not been doing that. They have left the Cypher setup. They've sit pretty. And that's the spike, by the way.
Yeah, that's the info for sure. Full commitment from Mates seems to follow that spike right into the A side. Bladestorm looking to pick up a few as it's Kamek. The draw blood, rifles in hand. Down goes Kata, the swing and the smoke. Not working out with Sociable on the other side and picking up 3 as his classic comes out to close the round. That was Mates with an attempt to fight their way back in early, but they have been denied on their own map pick. They're starting 5-1 down.
Yeah, that just looked so rough. Like, Zipan, unaware of an angle that has been utilized since the dawn of time. Like, I don't think it could really be that surprising. And especially going alone with the spike. I think he fired out a shock dart somewhere in there, maybe looking for a deep trip that's been placed, but instead just gives away that spike, and then the team has to react because there's going to be the full rotation from everybody on the BBL side.
Watching Yumpy and Magnum is like watching Milan and Pipson back in the day. One guy losing his mind, the other calm as a cucumber. Levin, oh, he's in trouble. He's got players all around him, and he will be dropped in the end. And the shock dart trade out, Yumpy up close. They know where he is, but they found out anyways. A double from behind, and the round back in BBL's hands again. Magnum coming in to save the day as Kamek falls, and Zipan has it all to do. For a moment, a brief moment, it looked like Levin going down, and the kills that could follow may just have turned the tide back into Mates' favor on a low buy. Instead, well, it looks like Mates will get a plant on Zipan, a post-plant Hunter's Fury as well.
They'll get the info
but with 41 HP, Tom, it's not looking very likely that he can take down Yumpy, Sociable, and Magnum. Oh, and he's even been spotted.
This would have to be a huge error. The Hunter's Fury is nice, but if there's more than one player alive, it's going to be very difficult to isolate. Looking to wrap on him all together, and well, eventually Sociable gets the freeze kill of his entire career. 6-1. I'd say what we saw there from BBL was a bit more audacious than I would have liked versus an eco. Like, just running at their opponents. But I think that almost comes with the territory. Like, you've got this youngster who can take over games, who can basically farm opponents if put into the right positions. He's gonna do some batshit crazy stuff. And sometimes it's gonna look like that. But they recover anyway. 6-1 lead. We haven't really seen much from Mates, if I'm honest, since the pistol round. That was probably the one that slipped away from them. I'm waiting to see if this jet was really worthwhile.
I'm really enjoying Yumpy on a breach. Oh my goodness. Well, Levin doing his best Yumpy impression. He's gone aggressive.
That would have been 2 for 1 if the Click didn't get that kill.
It could have been. But what could have been, for Mates, they'll be thankful that it isn't a 5 versus 4. Levin in the dirt already. But the push up from Magnum has blown this round wide open. Kamek's, he's gone down as well. They've been pushed on both extremities and lost the fight on each side.
Still going.
Relax.
I think this has just become pure disrespect. We're watching a game of TDM at the moment. Just everybody pressuring across the map. You've got a player in spawn in the form of Magnum. You've got deep control as well from Yumpy. They don't even really need to play this aggressively either because they have Rolling Thunder available for a retake if they need it. I wonder if there's just going to be an attempt to try and find a pick off contact for Sociable, or if he's literally just looking to hold on to ground.
Yeah, especially with that Hunter's Fury just one away. Good chance if he finds one that this round is already done.
Oh, no.
But it's the flank from Magnum. They're not even looking. And they turn to see him at just the last moment. Now they're looking the wrong way when Sociable peaks. Being played like a fiddle. And it's only one left. It's Click, and he is boxed in on another level.
Okay.
One found, 20 seconds. Spike needs to be planted. Or all of these players need to be dropped. And Profek, patient as always. He spotted him running up the ramp, and he'll take him down from behind. 7-1. Channel Mates, they are 1 foot in the grave right now, considering this is elimination on the line, and it's BBL shoveling the dirt in on top.
Getting flashbacks to their 18-16 defeat to Foot, where they had a really close map. They had a huge comeback. They looked fantastic all up until the point where they lost. They go into the next map and they get battered. And it was just a game where it really seemed like they looked very, very good until that sort of long match, and then they just, what, 13-4, they got destroyed. So I am starting to get very nervous that that's a repeat of things. A map where they could have won it on their opponent's choice, they go into their own choice, and they're 7-1 down.
Now this timeout, again, keeping you up to date with how many we've got left. It is just one. The last one for Gentlemates called here and now. BBL still sitting pretty with 2 to fall back on. You look back at the previous map, it was the same scenario. 7-2 was the score that they were looking at when BBL pushed up to this point, but that's where Gentlemates put their foot down. They said no more. This timeout looking to do exactly the same. They come in, the possibility of a decent investment, a Hunter's Fury online for them as well. That's great, Tom. But then you look at the ults on the other side. It's going to be very obvious when we get back to the in-game HUD. A lot of glowing orbs over there. BBL have no shortage of options. A double outlaw investment from the defensive side.
I think
you had my curiosity.
But they've got so much in terms of credits. They're going into the next round, they'll have a full buy and the next round, and maybe even the next round after that. So they're just throwing these in to be disruptive. Gambling that their opponents might have light shields, which, well, they are 80% correct. It's only Click that has the heavy shield. So this is basically a two-shot operator.
It's a really nice investment. And 11, well, he can fall back onto his Blade Storm if he needs to. Both shots fired out, but he gets aggressive, hoping that could be their trigger point. Hunter's Fury, it's good again! He keeps doing this! How? The blind Hunter's Furies, and they keep hitting their mark. Zipan down to half, 45 HP, no shields. And then that's gonna make it so much more difficult for anyone else. Click down to 48 as well. And that blind might have landed, but while they're looking forward, it's the player behind them. They should be worried about. Blade Storm for the double, Rolling Thunder. That got them the end zone flawless, and 8-1 on the board. Keep in mind, mates call a timeout. They planned that round out meticulously, and to get blind Hunters Furied, the only thing you could say is, well, at least they wasted a lot of their ults, Tom.
Yeah, I don't think they care. Like, this was just a moment of the Hunter's Fury. That's twice now where that Hunter's Fury is not completely blind. It's off Levin's contact. It's basically Levin sees players and goes, get him. They're right there. And then Sociable also puts a blind blast in a completely different direction and hits Zipan, who might be the most cursed player in the universe right now. But the Rolling Thunder, just to push them into Levin, just allow him to farm up those extra kills. Doesn't get much better than that. It's completely reset the economy of mates as well. They are sat down with just pistols once again. That's why they did it. It's not just the one round, but this is the potential for them to get to 9 on their defensive half.
The ult economy trade-off for the round win, for the economy advantage as well. Yumpy getting one with utility. And mates yet to land a shot. There's 2 though. Now, it seems like they're in a little bit of trouble. Yumpy able to land 1, but caught out. And a 2 versus 3 that they're left in. BBL facing their first real struggle, the retake onto this site. No real impactful utility to help them, and with Profek in his shadow form, no chance of a trade on Magnum. A 1v3 needed. And keep in mind, like we said, mates had a resurgence towards the end of the first half of Lotus. That got them the opportunity to at least push to OT. The same could be happening here.
Yeah, a pay save card thrifty is what returns mates to the board. You got to hope for their sake that that is the confidence builder. A round they never should have had, a round that ultimately, in comparison to many of the streak of BBL, was without guns, and they're able to get things over the line. Maybe a little bit overzealous from BBL, but that's been their whole game plan. Be disruptive, be aggressive, be in the face of their opponents. Sociable, by the way, 14-3. Has been having an absurd game. A few of those were even with his Hunter's Furies, players he couldn't see.
I mean, you see players tagged by a drone and it can be hard to connect those kills, but doing it off minimap with this level of success is damn impressive for BBL. They've hit a roadblock. Mates put up a round. 8-4 still possible. For the Gentlemate side, that they can aim for nothing less at this point. The A site, perhaps they're reading into it as a weakness, leaving Mini to lurk the rest of the map with the trap behind. They keep the map control. And like we said, this is somewhere that we can see because of the comp. They're not running in one direction and leaving the rest of the map wide open. Mini's lurks alongside his utility give them these options to fall back into space that they're reasonably sure is still theirs late round. Shock Dart going through. We've seen this a lot. That's going to delete the trap and take some of that security out of the minds of BBL, as they can easily lose the B site to a walk-up now. Playing heavier on the A side has its weaknesses when those traps fall. But unfortunately, Tom, that heavy A site is about to be pushed into.
The info picked up. Hunter's Fury utilized. Levin's going to try and sit within the corner. He's managed to dodge them, managed to get behind, but it's only going to be the one. Spike dropped to the deck, and Prophet just watching on the cross. I don't know if they even realize that he's here. He's managed to sneak into this position, and if they try and walk forward, it could be a problem. Mini is waiting for, but that's a spike down again. A second time that it's been dropped, and Sociable's done it. That should be the round done. It just has to be sprinted for by Mini, and all the Sociable needs to do is just buy enough time to stun. I don't even think he's got this. No. It won't matter anyway.
The jump there. The jump as the stun came in, it cost them the opportunity to plan, but even then, the kills were going to be found no matter what. Yumpy hiding down in the sewers, playing the time, knowing that they could bring it across the line. And being starved of time like that, it's a hell of a way to lose a round, especially now 9-2 down. This was Mate's chance to fight their way back in. But they have been buried that little bit deeper, elimination in the back of their minds and slowly coming to reality in front of them. BBL looks set to not just qualify themselves, but bring Foot and KC with them. Just a few rounds in between them. One left in the half.
Could be a sigh of relief for the squads left to play. But also after having that Turkish derby at the end, didn't want to leave it all down to that. Even still, we've seen this squad fight back. Click with a solid pick, but already the opener going in the other direction. The right Click, not so forgiving at times. Kamik has done well. A quiet performance from him so far. An uncharacteristic one on a map that's been his favorite, but maybe this could be his round. Even still though, oh, he's gonna get picked off. Sociable is just on fire right now.
His utility, his ult says shock darts through the wall. He's grabbing them to reveal, helping him along the way. His whole kit. He's making Sova look like a duelist now, Tom, and it's been a while since we've seen that level of success, that consistency from Sociable. What a time to come online like this. Double digits as we close out the half. BBL inches away from qualification.
Yeah, it was a fantastic half of play from them. They are close to that qualification for them and their buddies, but there's still another half to go. Mates need to break back.
Out of charges.
Well, Mates looking like a ship without a rudder when it comes to this first half. 2 rounds on the board, dotted throughout that first half. We saw them come back on the previous map, but it happened before the end of the first time, and BBL were not this close to closing it out. Moving into the attack, just 3 rounds needed. The hope for Mates seems to be running thin, but we've seen comebacks from crazier score lines, not by much. And with elimination on the line, who knows if Mates can find that extra motivation to dig deep.
They're unlucky. They've come into a day where Sociable is in God mode. And I think we've seen him, in terms of peak, have some of the highest peak of anyone in the league. If he kept it up consistently, we might be talking about him as the best player in the world. It just doesn't happen every map. But he has been truly unbelievable. Now, well, it seems like BBL are walking into a trap. They have won every single pistol, even from a 2 versus 4 in the last. Already seeing a multitude. That's Levin gone. Not a bad start, but the trades are coming back thick and fast. 3-3. Rotation coming in for support, but Mini's taken a lot of damage. Dipan's done well. His second kill, I believe, in the map so far. Really rough series for him so far, but still a chance to wake up.
Yeah, mates have come back flooding into that B site, but BBL seem to be looking to take this elsewhere. A trap and a cam in their way. But mates haven't got the read on time. Pacing here for BBL might get them a plant. I don't see a stun online for Kamek. I see a flash, but he goes swinging. He's made a mistake. But luckily, it's not punished too heavily. Sociable, the man of the hour. The one being delivering. He's got a shock dart and you're low. Run the hell away. His utility is hit every single time. But look at this. He's not content to just play that position. He could have planted, but instead he goes pushing deep into the spawn and realizes they've gone running. They've taken this elsewhere, and I think he'll put 2 and 2 together and realize they're wrapping around on long. Instead, he's going to go to the A site, a narrow margin. If they'd ran here, they'd be crazy. And he realizes that he should have a free plant with a shock dart still online. And so, look, 35 HP combined, Tom.
He could right-click, kill them both.
Exactly.
Oh, and he's got it spot on where they're going. I don't know if he will have heard any steps, but getting into this close corner, it's going to make things so much more awkward. If they don't clear this, he's dead for sure. Mini, round the corner he goes, a chance for him. Damn them both! And that's exactly what Sociable does! A Red Bull clutch for BBL. That's 4 for 4 in pistols.
Well, you said they were unlucky facing this squad when Sociable's on God mode, and it's not changed coming into the second half. 21 and 4 at the moment. When you add Magnum and Yumpy on a tear together, and they only barely match up, but with a hell of a lot more deaths, that is a hell of a statement from this man. You talk about young Turkish duelist, well, he's one of those things. But he's certainly a strong duelist indeed. Oh, for mates, that's 1 foot in the grave, and they've just put the second in on top of it. The casket soon to be closed. Their playoffs dreams fading to nothingness.
Oh, hello. I think if you told gentlemates at the start of the season that a 28-year-old making his debut in the league would be absolutely farming them, I'd say, well, Bosa's having a good game? But no, it really is a ridiculous performance. Someone that I think was maybe a bit of a gamble for BBL to bring in, but someone who has been delivering when they need him the most. A post plant. Of course, they've gone heavier on the rifles. The conversion here is more important than economy or anything else. And for mates, this is a full investment. This is not an eco. This is not a save. This is everything they've got.
Yeah, they can't afford to allow 12 on the board, but on the retake, they meet Sociable again. The fight not going their way as he picks them off 1 by 1, and a 3-piece Sociable. He's not taking his foot off the gas. It's pedal to the metal, and 12-2. 1 of the next 10 rounds will be enough to end Gentlemate's dreams of playoffs. And what a way to do it, Tom. You'd think, looking at the scores of these maps, that Lotus was Mate's pick. A map that BBL don't play at all. But they come into Haven. Mates think they can bounce back. Oh my goodness. I think we're using the crowd mics to pick up Yumpy on a reasonable decibel.
Nobody wants to get Def and Click getting aggressive, and he's met with Levin. He tried to go toe-to-toe with the Turkish Jet, and unfortunately, that has not gone his way. The players within the site, I'll be honest, there's no better way to put it, they are having a howler. Zipan has been wrecked. Guess what? He's been caught. Kamek is gone as well. And for Mini and Kata, a 2v5 retake with weak weaponry. I don't know how Mini's won that kill from there, but it's at least the smallest bit of hope.
Mates have got to be traumatized by that Hunter's Fury. Every time you hear it, there's bodies on the floor. And another put to bed by Sociable. That's it. 13-2. A dominant conclusion from BBL. They come in and cause chaos, making this series their kingdom in the promised land of playoffs, where they're heading. For mates, that's elimination. Bitter as it tastes, they'll wait for the next stage while KC and Foot celebrate in the stands.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate to go out with a whimper. I think we've seen from Gentlemates kicking things off with a victory versus Liquid. The hopes were high. I think we saw Kamek definitely make his mark, but over the last couple of series, they definitely went that little bit more quiet. And I think there's work to be done, but they still have time to get ready. Of course, another week to be played, but that playoffs is now locked in. In fact, both groups, have got those 4 teams. It's just the order, and that order is, in fact, incredibly important, but we won't talk about that now. The important thing for BBL is their first time in front of the crowd is a victory, and in map number 2, it was dominant.
Well, we've seen Yumpy play it up to the crowd, to empty seats. Now he gets to do it to a full house, singing his name and the name of his team, Sociable, with one hell of a performance. They got the stands full as they head to playoffs, where they'll get to see that a few more times. A team that came in with question marks around how they would perform, whether they would be the team that was promised, and with last-minute changes, we were promised Chihuahua, we end up with Magnum. No doubt a strong player, but making those adjustments last minute, it always causes hiccups. For BBL, they've come out looking stronger.
Oh yeah, I think especially when you kick off the season all the way back at the beginning, we never expected this team to be competitive whatsoever. But I think Levin, an unknown who's at times looked mental, but acing in OT to take that first map, and then Sociable as well. But a man who has picked up that IGL role and looks to be having a blast, it's going to be Yumpy in front of the crowd.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, first of all, congratulations, Yumpy. You've secured those playoffs, and definitely you've given a show to the people here. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I was so nervous. It's the first time I'm playing in front of a crowd. You know, it was so nerve-wracking, but I'm happy that we managed to do it for sure.
I want to start asking about that last map. How were the comms, especially with Sociable going completely nuclear on those utility kills, and how easy you made it look?
No, we didn't actually even communicate. It was just Volkan going to kill everyone, so we just didn't have to even communicate, so it was like that.
So you just focus on the screaming?
Yeah, exactly. To get Sociable hyped, you know? He's not hyped that much, so he just goes to kill. Very easy.
Sounds like a plan. I actually wanted to ask you about that. Especially, let's forget that this Haven happened, because it was very quick, so you might as well forget. And focus on that first map. First, Lotus. Why Lotus? You've banned the map, and now was it kind of like a surprise that you had prepared for Gentlemates?
I think we've always been good at Lotus. Maybe it was just a confidence thing, but yeah, I think Lotus was actually better, in my opinion, at least how I felt, and the score looked. I think in a lot of when they did the comeback, we were actually doing the correct things, that maybe we just lost some of the aim duels. So I'm actually still pretty happy about how Lotus went, even though it was a very close map.
People have been highlighting how much you've grown. How much you've grown as an IGL, and definitely the results are proving to be very, very good. How do you manage to stay calm within your head? I know that you have a lot of experience, but how do you manage to stay calm within your head with all the screaming and the cheering, and how do you get back into game quickly?
Yeah, I think it's the experience, because when I first joined the tier 1 scene, I was the hype man always, and then as a younger person, and then now that I'm the IGL, I cannot always be I'm still that, but I had to find the balance between the hyping and the IGLing. So I think kickoff was the best experience for me, because that was the first time I'm IGLing properly, if you don't compare in 2021. And I think from there I learned a lot, let's say that how I can manage myself and as a team. So I think that was the biggest learning experience, and just balancing out the IGLing and the hyping, basically.
So it's definitely working. You've not only locked yourself for playoffs, you've also locked Foot and KC. We have already the teams locked and secure, but I am mentioning Foot also because you're playing against them next week. You know that, of course, BBL versus Foot, we have that derby there. How do you feel about Foot as an opponent?
Yeah, I think Foot has been one of those things that you know that they're always going to do good. I think I expected more from them, if I'm honest. I think they are still a very strong team, and I think they are improving every week. So I think that's the toughest part. That I know that they're gonna play tomorrow well against KC, and they're gonna be even stronger against us compared to what they have shown before. So I'm excited for it. It's the first time having kind of derby match. For me with Liquid it was Fanatic always, like a kind of special open. Even though these guys always beat me, I think I beat them like twice only. But yeah, now it's like a proper derby match between two Turkish orgs. So I'm super excited, and I hope that we bring the fans the not the trophy, but the win. Sorry, trophy also later.
So we would love to see you raising that trophy, but you haven't been in a global event since 2023, since Champs. It's been a while. You know, last year we missed you.
Thank you for reminding.
We missed you last year. What do you think? We were speaking earlier on the desk about the winning conditions. What do you think is your or one of your biggest winning conditions moving on to playoffs now that you've secured them? How can you make it to Toronto?
I mean, the first thing was to play in front of a crowd, you know, that we've been missing that, you know, get that experience out. I think it's just a comfort zone on that stage, you know, everybody being confident, doing the things outside the life also, outside the game also good. And we try to get together as a team as much as we can and trusting each other, because that's the biggest thing, that once the team loses the trust of each other, I think you're out of the game already. And I think we have seen it with some of these teams that have been doing changes lately. And yeah, we try to not do that, and we try to bring, you know, the confident BBL out of every game.
You know, you can say for the test later if you want. Like I see that you have a lot to say about this team.
Oh, no.
But okay, thank you very much, Jumpy. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the playoffs.
Thank you.
There's going to be a lot of crowd for those playoffs, so they will be coming back, and we will be coming up as well, because after this break, we have Giant X facing off against Fnatic.
Elias, it's yours. Can I see? And how does work? Bro, what the? That's so. Am I stupid? That's so. That's so good.
That's how you know that. That's how you know that David is only 20.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome to Throwback Thursday. Today we're taking a trip down memory lane and looking back at Fnatic's golden year, 2023. And I'm joined by the one and only Mini and Alfire. How are you both doing today?
I'm feeling good. It feels a bit strange to be back, you know? Like, we went out for dinner the last time we were here, but like, it feels weird to not see each other as much, you know?
Yeah, definitely change up to the intense kind of like way you would spend time with each other back in the day. But yeah, we're going to be sort of feeling super nostalgic, and I want to start off by asking you, Mini, because of course, if you don't remember the format, it did start off in 2023 in Sao Paulo with the very, very intense best-of-5 final against Loud. And Mini, there's always something I've wanted to ask you, and I think you've spoken about this before. What did you say to the boys during that timeout at not the timeout, sorry, the halftime before the comeback?
So I think everyone thinks I said loads of good things in that 3-11 timeout, but I didn't say anything useful at all, to be honest. But during the halftime, I could feel the boys were getting really stressed out. And like, one thing I tried to do is like distract them a little bit, have something to focus on. And I noticed they just weren't communicating very well at all. So I made them kind of focus on just communication as a way to distract them away from being so stressed, because they're in a very stressful situation, about to lose a grand final in front of a lot of people shouting against them. So yeah, I always have these like distraction things that I like to kind of throw at them. Especially for Alpha and Durka, I feel like I was always trying to get your mind away from, you know, if you're not playing so well, trying to get your mind away a little bit.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It just, at the time, he told us, like, guys, focus the communication, because at this time we had stress a lot. So like, we were doing miscommunication, even like we were not aiming well at the time. And we focused the communication and just focus our game, then we start winning. I mean, he's saying it's not an important thing, but I think it was really important.
Yeah, I mean,
no, that was important, but like the 3-11 one, I think I was just. There was another timeout where I just said nothing.
I think it was, that one is also fine.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Well, it clearly made a difference because, of course, then the 11-3 curse became a thing, and we came back and we won the whole of the kickoff event. And then next...
Look at you.
Well, guys, I joined Fnatic in January, so a month before Sao Paulo. So do I take some of the claim of that victory?
I think you won it for us.
I definitely won it for you.
It was all you.
100%. But then the sort of win streak began. You got up to 16-match win streak before heading to the grand finals in playoffs against Team Liquid, and we lost. When I say we, I mean you. But unfortunately, yeah, we did lose out to Team Liquid in the grand finals. But I wanted to ask you, Alpha, did you feel like that loss actually helped you then go forward to win Masters Tokyo?
I think it really helped, because at the time we were winning everything, though. That's why like we were not giving attention to the water reviews. And I mean, that's true, because we were winning everything, so like we were not care what did we do wrong. But that's the loss. It's like wakes up and say, okay, we can.
You remember, this is at least an hour of my day every single day that he said that they're not listening to.
I mean, it's easy to switch off sometimes, you know, especially.
No, I mean, I say we were not giving attention, not me. So.
Oh, okay.
I was giving attention, of course.
And did you notice, Mini, like a change in the boys after that loss, that it kind of made them a bit more hungry to win again?
To be honest, I think it was business as usual from my POV. Maybe like it's hard to see like internally how people are kind of motivated by things. Externally, it felt similar. I didn't realize that they weren't paying attention to my VOD review, but yeah, I was more worried about not losing and then not being able to experience the loss. At Tokyo, we didn't lose, so we didn't actually learn from it in that way. But I was worried if we got to Tokyo and lost and we hadn't felt a loss before, it would have been maybe something we didn't know how to deal with.
Yeah, and were there points that you felt like you had to keep their emotions in check? Because sometimes when you're winning for so long, I think that, not that you get an ego, Alpha, but it can go to your head, right? So did
our team was full of ego players, I feel like.
Okay, no one had a personal ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Okay.
I think everyone had, whoever wins 20-match win streak, they're gonna have team ego probably.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna think they're the best team and they're gonna beat everyone. But no one was thinking like they're the best player in the world. Even when I did like win the title on 23, like the MVP, I wasn't like I'm the best player in the world. I can do everything. It just everyone. No one didn't have ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Yeah, and I feel like you still live in that almost. Like everyone looks back at that year and they're like, Fnatic, they're not playing the way they used to back in 2023, even though you've got a new roster and everything's changed in the game, really. So.
Yeah, I think for me it was just about, even when we're like winning scrims, like I watch back a lot of rounds we won. You can see like I was getting very like stressed on camera a lot, even when we're winning, because I knew that that doesn't fly at like top 4 or in grand finals and stuff, some of the way we're playing.
Yeah.
So it's about trying to realize that even though we're winning in certain situations, we'd still have to treat them with the kind of the discipline we would if it was against a better team, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, I also feel like this is when the alpha stand curse was born, that every time you stood up alpha, you would then like lose the next round or lose the game. You know about the stand curse, right?
Yeah, I'm never standing up again. Like,
just gonna sit down at all
we
times.
won 3 match and I never stand up, so I'm just gonna keep it that way.
Yeah, and really, really quickly, I'll start with you, Alpha. What is like your personal favorite moment from 2023?
I will say lock-in, I think. It was a great win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think lock-in too, because I thought I was so much pressure in the off-season, like me and Boaster are being flamed a lot for not winning anything, and there was a lot of pressure on me. But then everyone said lock-in was a fluke, so then Tokyo also felt pretty good too, so both were pretty nice.
Tokyo was boring though.
Oh.
No one was good at the time, I think. We were just winning everything.
We were pretty good.
You were just the best.
We were good.
Yeah.
We were good.
And then Mini, obviously, a lot has changed since 2023. You're now sort of casting and on the desk. What do you miss most about coaching a team?
I miss...
you miss me?
Like, I watch a lot of Valorant now that I maybe wouldn't have in the past. And so I have to watch a lot of teams where I feel like, oh, I wish they just did this thing. And I don't really have as much of an outlook to like put it through, if you know what I mean. It's like if I see some bad stuff, I'm like, I would do it this way. But I can get to do it on the cast a little bit, but I don't actually get to do it in the team, if you know what I mean. And like prove that like, no, this is better, you know. I have to just say it and hope people agree with me. That's the thing I miss.
I mean, an amazing year, and of course, we're now in 2025, and Fnatic, they're still on top form. So let's take a look at how they play in today's game.
And it looks like we're getting a different view of Fnatic in this 2025. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, you're watching and you're seeing right now Fnatic getting ready, because today they will be facing off against Giant X. We know that the stakes cannot be easily compared between the two teams, because as you know, Giant X is currently eliminated from playoffs, 0 chance. But Fnatic, they're still looking for that top seed, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, they love to win. And I don't think that that's going to be any different today. I think also, although Giant X are out, of course, we're going to talk about their 2 new players. They are still playing for something, and that's champs points. Now, I don't know how likely it is that they're going to make it to champs, losing out on, you know, playoffs and the points that you're going to get from that, but we shall see.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're mentioning, now after BBL having that win, and we have everything rounded out for playoffs, these are the 8 teams from EMEA that will be competing to go to Toronto. We still have to find out who is going to be that first seed. But as you're mentioning, Giant X, they're still fighting for this champions points. You do not want to end the stage winless, I think, if you're any game, any team. But for Giant X releases, they have decided to surprise us on week 4 and make 2 roster changes.
And we can already see them coming. Adam, Flickless are joining to the team. Thomasy and Runner are out right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit sad. I will miss Runner and Thomasy. I really like them seeing playing. But to be honest, I'm happy to see players coming from the Spanish league. Aaron Flickless.
It's not the first time, right?
It's
they take a lot of players, you know, from the Spanish league.
They was poaching the Spanish league. I don't know why. Maybe, I like it. Maybe we're talking about the best regional league. I don't know.
Yes, we are.
I think so. I'm talking about the best regional league and player from there. I would like to talk about Flickless. Flickless has been playing there for 2 years on OCAM. He's doing a performance that is amazing. And to be honest, he's not only individually gifted. We're talking about a player that is also willing to serve all the players, to try to shine every single round. He's amazing, and I only need 2 rounds seeing him play and hearing him playing with his comms to know that he's VCT material. But on the other side, if I have to talk with Nara, he's so young. His first match on a BCL was 1 month ago, and he was shaking on the first match. And today, he has to play in front of a lot of people in the crowd.
I also think it's important to mention that it feels like it's just a little too late, you know, because a lot of people were making those roster changes at the very beginning of stage 1, and we're now seeing them come into action. They're now locked in, relaxed, and now you're bringing in 2 new members, both young, like you said, both sort of new to the stage and performing in front of a crowd, and we're expecting them to pop off. I feel like you need to give them a few weeks, and this is a really important moment to put 2 new members on and expect them to perform.
So So we do not expect like kind of like a day one Sibeth kind of play, just surprising everybody. Is the pressure going to be on you because of who you're representing? I want to also speak about the experience, right? Yeah. Both Tomasi and Runner had the year in their back on VCT, and they had already proven that they could also be very flexible. Meg, is this something that we should be concerned about? We were seeing the roles and the agents being very similar, but when we speak about the flexibility, not just for today and the week after, we're speaking about a potential for the rest of the year. Should we be concerned about this?
I think so. I mean, I kind of speaking to the now, they're going to be filling the roles that are needed to be filled. So it's kind of almost not a choice. They're not going to change up the whole roster for the 2 new players. So they're kind of just being chucked in onto the roles that Tomasi and Runner used to play, and they're just going to have to adapt and learn. And again, talking about experience, it's really unfortunate that they're going to have to do that with the lack of experience and flexing through all of those roles. I know, I can't remember if it was Flickless or Ara mentioned that they're coming from a flex role already. Am I right?
Mostly the flex role is coming from Flickless. He used to play, he mostly plays supportive. He's playing on Breach, Kayo, but he's able to play mostly every single thing, and also sometimes he was playing also some duelists. He's individually gifted.
Yeah, and also we've seen also in a post that they are going to still be playing Rising. They still have 1 more day to play, and if they make it to playoffs, they will be playing in both of the leagues at the same time. I do not know if we want to see it. What we are going to see is, for the first time in forever, Milan versus Pipson. The changes that we saw in Fanatic at the beginning of the stage are giving them a fresh face. Milan currently is undefeated as a head coach, but last year, Meg, he was side by side with Pipson working on Giant X.
I mean, I love an enemies to lovers arc, but this is a lovers to enemies arc, you know? Like, they've obviously previously worked together, and now they're going up against each other, and I feel like that's almost going to make them even more hungry for the win. When you've worked with somebody previously and then you become their ex, it's like, I want to win, I want to beat you and prove that I'm
lovers to enemies?
Coach. Yeah.
What is your take?
For me, it's easy. I see every single one like a people. One is chill guy on Milan, and people angry into Pipson. He's people angry always.
Okay, so we know that, of course, the stakes for the side of Giant X is getting that win on the board. For Fnatic, if you want to go back to those golden years that, Meg, you were speaking to Mini and Alpha year about, of course, things need to change a little bit, or they need to stay, as in we've seen throughout this stage. They can be that Fnatic that wins it all. So, you know, it's getting warm in here. So how about I shut up and we welcome the teams onto the stage. Here's Fnatic and Giant X.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said bah.
It's never too late to make your debut here in VCT EMEA. It doesn't matter that it's week number 4. 2 new players joining in for Giant X, still waiting to see if they can get the first win of the stage on the board. And Ulysses, please guide me through this map, Vito.
We're gonna see Peking GX Aston, so they want to go to something that is. I mean, I'm not surprised. GX is bringing 2 players that flight 2 days ago. They didn't have that much time procking. They were practicing also with Ocam. So I expect them to be playing much more likely like a ranked. And Aston is one of the maps that every single one knows how to play.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because Giant X moves away from that icebox that they've been banning the entirety of the stage. Fnatic won the coin flip and chose to be that team B, so they put them in the spot. And Fnatic does not want to go to that icebox either, Meg.
I mean, we've seen them ban it in week 2, so I think they knew that they could leave that in there and it was very unlikely to be picked. I think this first game on Ascent is going to be so important for Giant X to win out because the rest of the map pool is looking like it's going to go in Fnatic's favor, in my opinion anyway.
No, I have to be honest, he's going for Fnatic.
Yeah. So we're still feeling that even though Giant X, do you not think that there's an edge when you bring 2 new players onto the board? I know the Fnatic has been looking very, very good this stage, but there has to be a saving grace for Giant X.
I think to do it now against a team like Fnatic, who has such a roster that's full of experience, that is full of these amazing plays, these unexpected plays, they can adapt on the fly. I think it's going to be really interesting bringing the 2 new players in who are learning the comms, learning the maps, learning the way that Giant X have been playing previously, because in that moment, are they going to be able to adapt on the fly?
A match like this, without pressure, could be maybe a good spot for them. Maybe GX could do something, and it's a proper honeymoon. But to be honest, they're facing one of the best teams right now on home.
I mean, I'm going to say, I love to see Alpha on a Sentinel, and if it is the buys, welcome it is. Crashes also have been having a great performance on the Deco lately, Meg.
I have to say, Crashies has obviously flourished on the team since the beginning at kickoff, and I am so here for the Alpha Vice. I said this back in the Game Changers playoffs, that I am a Vice enjoyer through and through. I go feral for a Vice, and to see Alpha playing that Vice, you just can't beat it.
I like it. I mean, we're talking about one of the strong holders of the competition. And if you bring him in with Vice, having all the spots covered and also having a flash to pick, Alpha could be just holding any side as he wish.
Yeah, and we're speaking about the new players, the head-to-head Kayak versus Ara. Definitely with the performance that we've been seeing from the Fnatic duelist is going to be very, very interesting. But Meg, you were having a chat with Alpha and Mini, so now as I'm choosing this to the casters, I want to ask Mini, what do you think of Alpha here on the Vice? And Pansy.
Yeah, all right, Bayer, relax. I'm going to be asking the questions here, and actually we will come to that. We will focus in on this map. We'll talk about the new players, we'll talk about the composition, but I do want to start a little bit wider out, actually. I want to talk about the veto here. Do you think this is enough of a win con, or maybe even just stepping towards that for Giant X? Because I feel like they've carved a little space for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely love this veto from Giant X. Taking out Split immediately, which wasn't great for them last game, and looked phenomenal for Fnatic. And now testing Fnatic's map pool. We haven't seen Fnatic on that Ascent or Icebox, and they've been banning them quite early into series. So I think this is a very good approach from Giant X. The other thing I talk about is that Ascent is a very historically standard map.
Yes.
And I think that that's a win condition for a new team like Giant X.
And historically, it has been a stronghold for the likes of, I guess, Cloud, you could say, Pipson, and the teams he's been as well. This has always been a solid map for them. And we will talk about Fnatic in the roles they're currently playing, because Alpha on that Vice is certainly something to look towards, but also my eyes can't help but turn towards Flickless, and obviously Ara on the other side. A very aggressive beginning, so I'll pause my thought there, as Ara already gone from this round, as is Flickless. So a quick welcome to the VCT. It hits a little harder in these leagues, and Fnatic stamping their authority in a 4v3 early on.
Yeah, with this new composition, I expect rounds like this from Fnatic. We haven't seen them play it, so all the tricks are going to be up their sleeves.
Yeah, it kind of puts a little bit of the pressure on Giant X to be up to the challenge, right? And this isn't exactly a highly played map for them if you look at the amount of times they've played it, but it's obviously sat well with them in the past. Now we look at what they can recover from here, Giant X. It looks like that focus to split through trees, still focused towards that A. Cyphercron is waiting. Nice. Well, the connection towards west side. Kayak as well, catching Cloud, trying to slip the smoke. Spike now loose, and Purpo not really able to make much impact through main. So try and maybe find a new way here, but I think Alpha will have heard these steps. Yeah, he absolutely has. Clean work for Alpha in the end. And looking at these new players, trying to get comfortable on a stage like this, it is a different environment, and it's a big opponent to begin against. I mean, we've got a 22-year-old in the form of Flickless, and Ara obviously 20 years old coming in from that UCAM sort of team. And scouting-wise, you've always been one of those players, or sorry, coaches who've looked for these upcoming players. Have these two ever featured on a list ever? Have they ever been in that conversation for you, or there were other prospects you'd focus on first?
I believe Flixless has been on my radar. I think specifically the list might have been the 6th man for Fnatic during 2023 when we had Kamek. He might have been in that list because he plays the same roles. His name's definitely been there and someone on my radar. For Ara, I have no idea about this guy. Coming up through Tier 2, his stats seem decent. But yeah, I'm excited to see him play.
Yeah, it's a hard first opponent, isn't it? To feel comfortable against as well. And somewhat unknown. You don't really know what Fnatic are going to look like here. And we do have this new composition as well.
Yeah.
As Bayer was discussing, this should be a throwaway round. It is only classics for Giant X. So how do we feel about Alpha in this Vice role?
Alpha specifically, I think he'll be fine. I think that Fnatic, like, they're going to have all the tricks up their sleeves for this first time they've played it.
Yeah.
So Giant X doing a good job for the rest of the teams who are going to play Fnatic later on Ascent, trying to expose, you know, where are they cooking, where are they not cooking. But I expect it to be more than fine for the first time.
I don't see there being many of an issue.
I think specifically for the Vice, for Alpha, having that flash to fight off of is something that he's not used to having, that self-sustained like tool. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So I'll be very interested to see if he's just going to flash and fight people.
Yeah, that'll be fun going forward. Nice round there for Fnatic, going through the motions. Did lose out on Alpha and Crashies. Not the end of the world. Absolutely fine. Ticking the box. Now we get to the fun part, right? This is when we really focus up on Giant X and how they want to approach this. It's a bonus for Fnatic, so the buy is going to be shaky at best. A lot of light shields out to play, a lot of leftovers. But I do want to see Giant X take some control of this now. I want to see them look solid in what they're doing. I want to see them have that, I don't want to say singular approach, but a very focused goal as to how they want to achieve it. So nothing too complicated with their composition either. Very run-of-the-mill for them. So application is everything. And the setup in play already for Fnatic. It looks like an aggressive start for Kayak.
Yeah, very set bonus here. It looks like they've got an idea around middle. Maybe using that Yoru to bait a false sense of security into the middle of the map where the Yoru usually is, but surprise, there's going to be 3 people here.
Ooh, what's the plan to go on this one? A lot of presence shown already just by spamming that smoke, the owl drone there, all of the bits and pieces. And maybe a further crunch to this. Yeah, Ara's going to have to be quick on his feet, dip away towards top middle, and try and reset. Fnatic aren't giving this space up for free at all.
No, they don't get much from it. A little bit unlucky, perhaps. The recon did ping. But now Fnatic reset.
Yeah, for Giant X, it looks like that drift up middle, up cap, straight towards that A site. But we're looking towards where that util is invested from Alpha. It was the early flash towards B, but we can see the wall now. Presence towards short. This is lovely. This is stalling out and allowing for that 3rd man in rotation. And you highlighted there, look at that deep line for Kayak.
Yeah, Fnatic got them completely surrounded here.
Oh, this is going to be tough. We've already got Alpha tucked in towards Hell, Boaster playing from Heaven. And the split is mostly focused through towards Tree, but it's segmented. Flickless with a lovely little double, gets themselves on the site, and they have some security here. I'm going to have his work cut out trying to work it back through, but I didn't even think about Teo on this map as well, breaking down that door so easily. It doesn't really make many odds for now. Can they make this costly? Whereas Giant X got some stability here. Waiting patiently for anyone to overpeak. Not seeing that now. You can see the temptation from Ara, but not going for it.
Crashies is going for a really late lurk. The time is...
Maybe just trying to cost him weapons. At this point, this is still the bonus for Fnatic, trying to lock them in. Maybe cost them some of these rifles, but if they do path down towards Tree, then they're pretty much scot-free here. Crashies and Chronicle are 2 with the Vandals, but they may be opting against it. This is on Crashies now to farm up. This is nice from Kayak. That's a rifle cost. You don't want to lose more than one more than that's been dropped. Crashies going to make it costly. Big economic damage in the end. Very nicely done. Costing them 3 of those invested rifles. The Fnatic Chronicle's going to keep his. The rest can reinvest. But still, Giant X showing some looks here.
Yeah, it came down to Alpha on that A site, and I thought that if he played a little bit more disciplined, perhaps not under... We called that spot Alpha when he played. He loved to just sit in that corner every single time. But unfortunately, he's kind of isolated there by himself. There's not too much support. I like Fnatic that they had good surround, but ultimately, if your site players are dying, then that surround doesn't matter.
It's a great first stake of claim for Giant X. That's got to feel good. Get off the starting blocks. They haven't had a totally awful run so far. They haven't been able to claim a win yet this stage, but they've been picking up maps here and there. But obviously, with new players joining the roster, you want positive results. And I feel like, as you highlighted, this is a good area. This map could be a good place for them to find some potential. Kayak still on that Outlaw, dealt with so easily. Yeah, there's light shields to maybe try and work it against, but Cloud absolutely different him.
I think that's something that people don't realize. The Guardian's extremely strong against these light shields too. That you only need 2 shots to the body, so it does act as like a slightly nerfed Outlaw at times.
The unfortunate factor is that they still have Alpha with full setup on that B site, no early test of it, and we're sub a minute, so they could potentially reinvest towards A. I like this reposition towards main from Crashies as well, taking a bit of that space away. They can't be completely passive. But looking at the pivot, Janex trying to paint this picture, there's going to be this A hit, but it is leaning back towards B.
Yeah, nice maturity in this mid round. Nothing too obvious, but they need to check Chronicle.
Oh my god, Aura was quick to adjust there. Really nice. Now the first real challenge for Alpha on this, it's a lot to handle on this site, and he goes for, I mean, that was a bold maneuver from Alpha. It wasn't going to work out. Aura with a lovely approach towards A, or sorry, towards B, straight up middle. Plant's going to be there. Giant X looks solid here. These lovely rotations, they're kind of getting that pick, slowing it down, working the map, feigning that A presence, and that late look back towards B. I've got to say, it felt like, who was it, Kron? Kind of sat towards Pizza, could have had something there, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, it felt like very old school Ascent to me, almost like 2021 vibes. Pipsons have been around this long. I remember these rounds that he used to do against us 5 years ago almost at this point. You know, pivoting that middle area is very strong. So it might be something that Giant X continues to try to do is, you know, put that pressure towards short and middle and then flip it. And then when Fnatic kind of start thinking it's a fake, then they just go direct.
And this will be a big challenge for Alpha going forward. If they are going to continue to kind of leave him, I don't say on an island on B, you can hold it just fine, but it's that level of comfort that he's going to have. Is he up to challenge on it? Is he up to the test on it? Didn't like the walk through smoke off the back of, I guess it was off the back of the flash, but it just didn't really have the length to it.
It felt a bit desperate to give him a bit of an out. They were in a 4v5 situation. It looked like Fnatic didn't quite know what to do with that macro in the 4v5. Usually they'd be, you know, we want to play very strong here, very weak here, but they're a bit spread out and didn't look too committed to one idea.
Let's see if they can pull that back in. Cloud here does have ult as well. Looking through any early progress. Crashy's only one away from his, and so is Kayak.
The economy not great for Fnatic, but considering they've lost 2 in a row, they still have a little bit to work with here.
Do they have something special for us? We don't know how high up this is in their veto as well. You'd imagine for Giant X this is a map that they can depend on more than before. I have to go in. Should at least connect towards, I imagine, Crashies. Don't know if it caught Boaster as well, but beyond that, again, Kayak taking over this B main approach.
Giant X seem to be playing a very anti-eco style, and the guns might be a surprise to them here.
Yeah, again, it depends who they kind of greet first, I guess. It's Kayak with the Phantom, Crashies with the Vandal still. Split, of course, across the sites, but it's feeling like that slow build towards A is coming in. Crashies is going to give away that he does have a rifle here. And now the problems start to mount. This is going to be an issue. Boaster trying to play it forward, but he gets caught. This is gorgeous. Giant X looking like they're on the same page, finally. This looks good. Ara looking to try and slip the net. Finds a man. That's Alpha gone. Not having the best of times in those smokes, old Alpha. And now Kron, he was already on that Sheriff, so it was never going to be easy for him, but Kayak coming over with the Phantom might still be able to do some damage, but by all rights, this is solid from Giant X. Westside going to probably close the account here. Ara just going to confirm it, and in-zone flawless. Giant X have every answer they need so far.
I thought macro-wise Fnatic had a decent round there. They set up Kayak on the B side of the map deep into B main, and it did over-rotate towards A, so they did have almost 4 people ready for that hit. But Giant X just had the ult advantage and economy advantage to deal with anything that Fnatic had there. I do like from Giant X these like little prods into Garden. Like instead of going traditionally up through short onto the A site normally, they are pressuring that Garden. It's worked out twice for them now, getting a kill in that smoke.
And look at the switch of setup as well. A really high focus here towards Tree, towards A main, putting that Vice all over that area. So a different challenge coming forward.
Yeah, his wall on short as well, like here. It's a very awkward wall to default out. You can't just run up and jump around it.
Yeah, you're kind of committed
it's
already.
Very committed, yeah. Oh, big tail.
Okay,
does nothing off the back.
Okay.
You'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take one. Look, it's better than Governor's. He's done well. And that's one of the ults removed. Liquid did have that KO. I think, I'm not sure if he had it into this round, but still, that's rather lovely to take away, but they should be starting to get a bit of a read of what's happened here. This adjustment, they're going to note surely some of this Vice utility, going to note that there was that presence from Crashies. Do they then start looking for other options? It looks like that is the case for Giant X. Westside is hitting today. Gorgeous. Chronicle just wanted info. That silence became really pressured, and he got it right back. 4v4 now.
I think unnecessary mistake from Chron, though. He could easily just be jump spotting. He doesn't need to move the rotation at all. Fnatic are set up strong towards that A side of the map.
This is tough, though.
Down to Kayak.
He's going to be forced off this one.
Nice.
Going to go for the ult. Gets him out of there, can reposition towards backside if he fancies. And also Boaster slipped in, but look who's been caught. Purpo catching Crashy is really going to create problems. Boaster tries to greet him with a smile. Ara still going to be fighting forward. Time getting low now. 10 seconds cleared. Giant X showing off now. 8 seconds. They got to get a plan, and Alpha is a problem. Until then, Purpo, safe pair of hands. Giant X absolutely outplaying Fnatic here in my mind.
Yeah, Giant X just looked comfortable. Like, that pick onto Chronicle was the round, in my opinion.
Yep.
But Fnatic don't seem to have the most comfortable defense theory. And it's never been a map that's particularly strong for Fnatic. Even in the 2023 year on that throwback Thursday segment, you know, we got away with a bit of murder, not having it picked against us sometimes. So, not a map that Fnatic are traditionally known for.
No, and it is quite surprising because, again, I feel like this map does play out quite traditionally, right? It's got a very standardized approach, at least from what I'm seeing from Giant X. You know, we're not seeing anything too tricky about how they're playing this. And, again, Fnatic, in my mind, do tend to have very good reads of how they want to approach things. Speaking of, hold on. Cancels that plan. I thought he might have followed a little bit further on that one.
Yeah, he's the only one with the bigger gun here, the Guardian. But very composed from Giant X, knowing the economy situation. It's going to be a slow round.
An additional body brought towards mid here. Crashy's trying to complement Chronicle's position. The Aldrone shown from market.
We can see the tech here, the Vice Flash on the Arch, something I've not seen before. Era has to be careful here.
And now noting Crashies, would you then pivot further towards A or explore that option? Alpha, the timing is going to be curious here. Ara is getting closer. He's had look lovely from Ara. This guy's doing really well. You want to see a young star like this having those impact rounds, but this one is just good farming. Great trade for Westside too. They're catching everything they need, and all eyes turn towards Ara here. And he's caught the perfect timing on this. Chronicle caught with nowhere to go. Follow-up looking likely not to be. Boaster outswings, but still the numbers sit with Giant X, and they have the sight.
Yeah, the guns situation isn't great for Fnatic. Retaking with an Outlaw and a Guardian. Not ideal.
So much still to play with here too. Purpo's still got that paranoia. Smoke just coming back in. Flickless as well, ready with the flash if it comes down to it. I don't see a way in. And certainly not like that. Caught off guard, Westside has been firing on all cylinders. I've got to say, Fnatic need a timeout. They need to switch something up here. Meaning, what would you be saying in these moments? Because, again, Fnatic, I feel like for the last couple of games have been on this really good increase. They've been looking better and better per game. Confidence looking good. Now they've met a bit of a challenge on a map that they don't have, I'd say, high up in their map pool. But still, you don't want to be going down in these scenarios here. This is still a game that you'd want to put in a good performance for.
I think they're just losing. They're going 4v5 in situations they shouldn't, or just losing a person in situations they shouldn't. Chronicle on market, I don't think he should have died. Alpha sat by himself on A side. It's the kind of macro that I'm not a big fan of, where you're just like leaving someone by themselves. Especially on that A side of the map where playing for the retake isn't the worst idea in the world. So it's just a bit more of discipline, I guess.
You're going to have to get that ready. See, coaching staff mostly leading the conversation here. And one investment that I can see, I don't know if you guys can, I don't think you can yet, is the operator being considered by Kayak. Otherwise, they should be able to get a decent buy around it. Kayak chilled out, relaxing. But otherwise, it is going to be interesting if this is enough of a response, because I feel like Kayak's been getting some of these deep lines anyway, even on just the Vandals, taking good space. Like, Kayak's been fine in my mind. Yeah, it hasn't really been him to be the one to change the outcome.
He's been in positions to win Fnatic macro in terms of being into that deep B main position and having good information on the map.
Yeah.
But the rest of the boys haven't kind of delivered.
Yeah. So, again, do you then put Kayak somewhere else? Because we haven't been seeing these kind of direct B approaches.
I think for this round specifically, it needs to be around Flickless's KO ult. Do they have an anti-ult set up here? Is Vice going to be one side of the map to avoid it? It looks like he's not. Alpha's not, so he could be in trouble here. And then also,
right here,
Alpha also has the Vice. So
okay,
if I was to make a call here, it would be go towards the A side of the map, play retake, use that Visor in the retake.
Yeah, I think they've realized, I don't know if it was late, but Alpha has adjusted to go over towards Cat now. So that B site will be only really held by Kron a little bit deeper. Playing from backside, support coming from Market, but Ara's already ahead of this, deep through towards CT. Are they expecting it? Yes! Kayak with a quick shot, takes away Ara, and it is all a fake. Yeah, big fake as well, and it's worked wonderfully. Most doesn't want to take the risk, he doesn't know what's around that corner. We know there was one main and one towards site, but the rest now filtering through. And almost a lurk now for Flickless.
Yeah, in a crazy position from Purple.
Feeling brave. Maybe wanted to take that chance because of the player disadvantage. He can give information that no one's coming through heaven so far, but still Garden going to come in, going to invest that smoke real quick. The Paranoia looking good. Kayak going to take another step forward. This is the time to pounce. Boaster takes away Cloud. Purpo replies. It's still going back and forth here. Don't think it's over until then. Boaster's patience pays off. Well invested ults, really setting the tone.
Yeah, it was a nice idea from Giant X, but unfortunately, I don't think I want to throw a fake against a Visor, if that makes sense. Especially on the A side of the map, where the shorties don't feel as good in the post plant. I think if you end B and you got the shorties tucked in all these close angles in jail and towards the stairs and stuff, I'd prefer that outcome.
Yeah.
Nice!
What I do like from Ara, though, is 2 rounds in a row. I know that he died going aggressive there, but for such a young player on the stage to be that fearless, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
You kind of have to let him do that as well. Just, you know, keep that confidence high, go for those. I wouldn't even call that 50-50. That's like a 70-30, quite risky, but I like it. And it's rewarded him so far. Top of the board for Giant X, so get him feeling good about this one.
Exploration through middle from Fnatic.
They don't know. They only know about one. The knife actually only caught towards Crashies, but it's a quick clear. Cloud and Ara very heads up about this. We've seen the diligence in this mid-presence from Giant X, and this time it's been rewarded earlier on.
Yeah, it looked a little bit desperate from Fnatic. Maybe feeling the pressure of being behind here.
We haven't seen them playing from behind too often, genuinely, since at least the start of things this time around. A little bit, again, if we're going to talk bigger picture, right, like to an extent we have to when it comes to at least Fnatic, when we're talking about playoffs and such and so on, this does bring up, you know, the veto and the depth of map pool and how other teams will see this. If Fnatic look, I don't want to say lost, but nowhere near as strong as they are on other maps, it becomes a little bit of a potential, you know, like, again, rolling it back here, Boaster, no man's land, swept aside.
Yeah, the best case outcome for them here would have been to beat Giant X convincingly and make it look like a catfish map.
Like the classic sunset that you guys ran in the past.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It does work though, right? It adds in the element of, okay, we can kind of float this one because we know they really would eventually like it gone. It gives you that nice little kind of bit of play. Here, this is a save. There's nothing else to be had. Those 2 picks in mid that Giant X got early on basically won the round.
Yeah, I think the other thing for that Fnatic kind of narrative is that this game doesn't matter for their seeding, but next week's against Heretics does for that seed 1. And, you know, next week it now means that their ascent is wide. It could be open. You know what I mean? It could be something that determines that seed 1 is the veto next week. You know, it's not over yet, but still the holes have been
If we can see it, other coaches should be able to see it, other players should be able to see it. It's definitely not a stronghold here. Giant X, and credit to them, they're not doing anything brand new, they're not changing the world, they're playing just good Valorant so far.
Decent, yeah. I think that's the problem I have with Giant X, is that sometimes I watch them like, I actually quite like what they're doing, it's just they're losing.
Yeah. And look, if they get a couple more gunners on their side, right? Let's say Ara and Flickless have some more great performances, look really good on this. It revitalizes the roster, you get some confidence off this map win. That future investment looks good for Giant X, right? This isn't a short-term reward they're looking for here. This has to be a long-term solution to some of those issues. So, again, ticking the box for me so far.
Let's see how Fnatic react now. Last round it was that mid-walk, very unsuccessful. This round more of a spread approach. The Kayak's already been pushed off middle. Giant X essentially own the whole map already, which is a little bit worrying.
I mean, originally it felt like Kayak was trying to take some of that space, but now he's top mid. He's playing deep as he can do, really. I wouldn't even put it on him. He was doing well, taking good information around the map, but this time leaving Giant X to explore as far as they can, getting to about the minute mark. They will have to start committing.
That recon into B main might be a bit... Oh, okay, it's fine. The information game, I was worried that Fnatic would have misread that information, and Giant X could have used it against them, but it all looks fine.
Yeah, here we go. There's the big info builder, isn't it? We've seen a lot here. How does Kayak want to approach it? Combining it with the ult going to be coming through from Chronicle. Did it? I think it only tagged Aura?
I think so.
Yeah, they're still trucking through towards that B site. We've got Kayak on it.
Again, there's this
You got
fake
Alpha
pressure
here.
in the market. They're ready for the ace split.
Yeah, they are waiting patiently, and it looks like Fnatic aren't biting this time. They've learned a little bit more of their lesson. This is tough for Westside to get away from. Gets at least 1 tick of damage off of those salvos coming in, but now it gives Boast to the corner to play on. And now you're looking at the time. You're looking at that time. This has been a good bit of stall from Fnatic here. Boaster needs to buy a couple more seconds. He's going to leave 1 more to take a fight on it. Aura's going to clear Crashies. They might be able to get a plant now. Hold on. It's not over yet. Playing from those pressured scenario, they're holding on. Boaster needs to get out of dodge real quick because Westside is trying to bully his way through heaven, leaving just Alpha alive in a 1v2. Cloud on the site. Flickless playing down low. And oh, it's perfect. Giant X, even under pressure from the clock, still finding composure for the plant.
Yeah, Giant X, yeah, with that time pressure, that's when, you know, the comms get hectic, players get a bit pressured, but very composed for a team that's never played an official together before.
Wild, isn't it?
I do think that Fnatic are lacking some of the protocols, though. I think that they're overplaying this A site, and when a team defaults mid in the way Giant X are, I wouldn't mind them getting aggressive into A main, leaving someone there, and then when this short exit happens, they at least have space somewhere to work with. Money not looking great again for Fnatic.
No.
So a bit more of aggression.
Nab of the ult orb, but it's a very small victory. Fnatic playing 3 middle. Cloud gonna just get into safety. Aura maybe overextending a bit there. Maybe didn't have to take that. I don't know if he got caught just off the back of the flash, but a good first pick for Fnatic.
Yeah, I like the flash play. Again, all the micro I've seen from Fnatic, they've got interesting ideas that I genuinely haven't seen yet. You know, I haven't been studying all my Ascent VODs, but I've watched enough to know that that's not common.
What do they do with 4 players here? Still need to walk through this. Big info on the cam, spotting push up there. So starting to fit. Oh, Boaster, okay. That wasn't the prettiest kill, but it gets the job done. And now, player advantage, weapon upgrade, plant gonna come in. It is still a 5v3. You do have those weapons now collected.
Purpo knows he needs to do something.
Getting ahead of this, but Chronicle seems aware, and so does Alpha. They are being very, very cautious about this, holding this position. Purpo isn't alone, though. Flickless with him, though. This is huge. Purpo finds the pick, and now it's going to be Kayak in the response. They are now dwindling in numbers. Down to just 2. Flickless still finding bodies to drop, and the defuse starting. He's got to go nuclear. Can't be done. Chronicle defends it. Defuse there for Kayak, and we're up to a 4-7. The pace safeguard thrifty to keep Fnatic in this.
Yeah, some nice kills from Fnatic, but what I did actually like is they played offsite on that A side of the map. They can't do that every single time, but it looked a lot cleaner when they're retaking in a situation where they're a little bit ahead.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh wow, Kron. Very nice.
I like this new Kron. I don't remember Kron being this on the cam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like pumped up.
Pumped up, yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see. Don't know if it'll continue. Let's see. Because we didn't really get the depth tested for Giant X either. They've pretty much had their way with things, so it looks like directing their eyes towards Alpha's side of the map, towards B.
Yeah, Fnatic opened up with their A main aggression again.
Okay, Kayak. Big risk. Could be on for an absolute heater. Stunning towards Zara. Catching that, dipping away. They've got the first pick, and they've got the man advantage.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that works with this composition. We've still got the drone, the camera. We have tools to check. Jump spot was okay, so Kayak did have to hit a nice shot.
This feels like some of those fakes that Giant X were running, but we can see there is intent behind it. There's the vast majority of the players can be working through from that market side. Flickless going to pop the ult, and it's game on now. Alpha going to be swept aside after 1. It's pretty much falling into Chronicle, who gets drive-by'd. Flickless just... I don't know if you saw him. Yeah, that doesn't even seem real, but still, they are only down to 2, right? It's Purpo and Flickless. Purpo's got his ult. Don't know if he's getting a real chance to play it much. but the map is closing in. We can see the positioning from Crashies. Discomfort from Purpo to try and play it forward. Flickless over towards Switch. Turns a flash. Gorgeous from Flickless. Needs a bit more here. Does he get the timing he wants? No. Kayak gonna shut it down. Fanatic with a little bit of resurgence towards the end here. Carving out a buffer going forward, up to 5 rounds.
Yeah, an attack side, surprisingly, is a side that Boaster historically said he doesn't mind as much as the defense. I know in a sense that's a weird thing to say, but I think we've got a game on our hands.
We might do 5-7. Let's find out if we actually have a game on our hands. Look, camera's tricky sometimes. It's hard to figure out which way it points. I get it, don't worry. It's all good.
I was so desperate to see what it said. I couldn't.
Wait, where is the sign? Is it down there? Wait, is it?
Turn around.
Turn around. Guys in the crowd, turn around.
Oh, no, no,
oh, wait.
I
can't see it. Wait, I'm looking. Oh, Spoozy! Yeah, we love Spoozy. If you don't know Spoozy, then you don't know EMEA, is all I'm saying. We love Spoozy out here. 5-7, though, we are just waiting for this one to get back up underway. Fnatic here, looking like they're not out of it yet, but we've got to give credit to Giant X. They've come into this as massive underdogs in this series, right? New players coming in, and both of them towards the top of the board as well for Giant X. Ara and Flickless, both towards the top end of things, looking very good on their debut here. But can it continue? We'll see if they've got what it takes on this defending side. And of course, for Giant X, how does it look for them really trying to deal with Fnatic on the attack?
Straight aggression here through middle. I won't expect it to be this deep into middle though.
Sure not. Oh! Ara clean. And this is nice for Giant X. Just taking the fight to Fnatic. No fear being shown. Flickless trying to back away, but he doesn't need to. Shoulders it well, takes away Boaster. Fnatic looking kind of outdone on this. That's so many players here. Oh my word, outdone. Yeah, beautiful. Giant X, where's this side been the whole time?
Still get up.
Sheriff's
They get some
what
more
was it?
Kayak.
4?
If Kayak goes for this B orb, I respect this guy.
And you're saying you didn't respect him before?
I mean, I don't know how disciplined he is.
Off he goes.
Come on, go B, go. Go B, go B. But yeah, this round to me, it's a textbook round to show what the difference between Vice and Cypher and Killjoy is. The Killjoy and Cypher. Sorry.
No, it's over now. Ooh, ooh, Kayak? Nah, okay. It's done now. It's done now. Okay, there was a little moment. It could have been something. Okay, talk to me.
Sorry. So the Killjoy and Cypher obviously can have that information towards the middle of the map. The turret usually outside B on the little hut. The Vice doesn't have any passive info tools to really deal with that mid push. So usually you see those mid pushes kind of stopped short, but we saw it deep, and Fnatic weren't ready. That's going to have to be something in their pro.
It's crazy you're talking over the guy you don't respect.
Has to be something in their protocol list to deal with these mid pushes.
Got it. I do like that though from Giant X, right? Just kind of backing yourself in those fights, taking walking mid with 4 Sheriffs, I guess, and they're doing it again, this time a little bit better equipped. And Cloud might catch Kayak. Oh, it's Purpo. Oh, he's made it across. He's going to be able to keep his life here, but that spike is over on the A side, and there's still a lot of bodies there.
It's really interesting to me that they're doing this on the anti-eco. Like, really stating loudly that this is something that they want to do, and I wonder if they're going to end up using this to plant seeds into Fnatic's mind, and then switch when it comes to the next round.
Fnatic forming up here. It's only Alpha with the Sheriff, Ghost with Kron, so it shouldn't be too hard for them to handle. You got to look at that nice angle as well for Cloud. Lovely, and that's without even getting past Westside, who's going to be waiting. One's going to slip the net. Any big pressure? Okay, Cloud has to get away from that now. You can see Boaster going to take the space that was given. Aura going to catch the cross, though. That's Kayak gone. They're going to know that someone might have slipped that smoke. There is a chance of it. It's going to be found. Flickless very heads up. And Kron, last one alive. And not for long. Giant X with a flawless round. In zone flawless. All looking good.
And here we're going to see an interesting interaction of things happening. So Giant X on their bonus round. Usually this is where we expect some kind of strange aggression. But Fnatic have the Euro. And, you know, Fnatic are the type of team to cook up new ideas with these ults. So it'll be interesting to see like how these two ideas interact this round.
30 seconds left. Just getting caught in the drift. Oof. These pickups are looking good for Giant X. These are looking very good. But you're right. Let's see how these two moments interact here.
So Giant X, they've baited, they've done a little fake A main aggression push, but they've got a trap ready on the B side of the map if Fnatic explore there.
It's very pacey, isn't it? Straight up middle.
They think that the A side of the map is stacked. That might be enough information.
I don't know if Alpha saw 2 or 1, but then oh, Flickless feeling brave, but right now Cloud is blinded. Kayak desperately trying to find them, but it's Alpha controlling it well. Yeah, they cleared this B main pressure very diligently. Good usage of the paranoia coming through everything, even under that real high tempo. Looking solid. Iron Purpo probably not going to find too much here now. Well done to Fnatic to navigate all those threats.
Yeah, just the save angle likely. They want some economic damage here. Don't want to get Fnatic too ahead. But going to be difficult.
Likely they're already shifting through towards main.
Kron is sniffing the map out.
Purpo. Gonna get dealt with by Alpha. Aura be the last to fall here. Yeah, probably opting to give this up. Won't see if they actually killed him in that, but did take him down in the end.
I do want to say that Giant X did exactly, they made Fnatic react exactly how they wanted to.
Yeah.
And they got a little bit unlucky that Alpha full blind killed someone and couldn't capitalize, but Boaster's flash into B main was the winner there for me. I think Alpha getting the 3 kills there though is important. I think he had an okay first half, but I want to see Alpha, he's not had the best year so far. And I think that those kind of kills are rounds where...
Ooh. Hold on. Aura, they're getting wise to the games here, though. Fnatic seem to catch on with the fact that Giant X love this mid-aggression. They've shown very little fear in these early rounds. They've been pressuring through Cat. They've been trying to get in their face. But Aura does lose an operator for this one. That's a pretty hefty price to pay for it. Now, for Fnatic, they can slow things down for a second, get the lay of the land, try and get some of that information building. Stack towards tree as well for Giant X. Cloud trying to be in the right place for this.
Yeah, Giant X have info on the B side of the map with the Cypher camera here. So they can stack towards this A side of the map.
Oh,
big kill from Kayak.
Yeah, going down, that's pretty brutal now. They're going to lose a lot of that control, and the cross going to feel treacherous for Westside.
They keep the high-low. So if there's no smoke here, this could be dangerous for Fnatic.
But they're getting cancelled. They're getting too curious, too worried about that B site. They might get the timing right. They absolutely have. Flickless. That is perfect impact. Going to be blinded, but it's fine. He gets out of it in time. Oh, but Alpha right back to it as well. Back and forth between the two, leaving Westside in a 1v2, and we saw how far he was. Luckily for him, he's made decent progress. Guess where Alpha is? Can you believe it? He's got company down there, though. Pause now. Slow down. For creeping away, gonna make this difficult for Westside. No util to play with, just the gun in hand. Has to clear Kron first. Can he get an isolated fight? I don't know. He's looking for it. Westside's been smacking some of these shots, but yeah, angle too good for Chronicle in the end. Gotta say it, Alpha that time saved them there. It felt like Flickless was on an absolute heater.
Yeah, both teams with the collat kills. Alpha, a little bit lucky, but I think that ultimately he'll take those. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer. It looked like Giant X were gonna, you know, go away with this map, considering they were on the attack side. Defense usually being the strong side. But 9-7, only 2 rounds in it. Giant X back down to Sheriffs.
This team is scary, even in this. Nice from Boaster, though. Comfortable, beginnings. Not too much to worry about just yet. I feel like Ara loves to walk a smoke. This time not being given much of a chance with the spam from Chronicle.
It's a mid re-clear. Not going to get anything here. Flickless is all the way up A. Oh. Sorry, I made the mistake.
Can't believe it.
I did that one on my first cast, second round, and that's now, I think, the second time I've done that.
I think you'll be all right. I think you're fine. We'll let you get away with that one. Fnatic getting away with the A site as well. Slowly but surely working their way through. Flickless incredibly deep on the A site, you're right.
Yeah, he's in spawn.
Alpha have got the lineups. Oh, they're unpleasant.
Yeah, that's... like I said, all the micros been very interesting.
Sweating. Yeah, God, look at the time stall. It's... Heaven's just... You can't work back from it.
Just looks like they want to economic damage potentially, but Jesus Christ.
Nice trade though from Cloud. As much like both teams are hitting shots today. I feel like we've got some really nice mechanics on display. Kayak still going to be very much in control. This shouldn't be too much of a threat. Too much of a threat. They make it out with 3, and all good in the end. Fnatic one step closer.
Yeah, I mean, I did say
what
attack side. Boaster seems to prefer the attack side sometimes. On this map, traditionally the side that people would say was one of the hardest in the game, I think.
I mean, but we have to put this in context, right? Giant X, who have yet to get a win this entire run, are still in the lead against Fnatic, who are meant to be back in form, right? Like, this is still very good from Giant X. Got to see them get to grips here, and having 2 brand new players.
Yep.
By all rights, they are drastically overperforming my expectations. Now, if they get held on 9, fair enough. It is what it is. Maybe Fnatic remembered how to play the game. But at this point, I'm still very impressed with this squad. Rashi's going to be forced off this, and they keep vying for this mid pressure.
Yeah, it's not actually getting them kills here, but it is having to make Fnatic respect it.
What's that util to come through? Toward middle.
Yeah.
It's going to be Boaster. Catching Flickless.
That was just a right-click flash through the smoke. That's a bit bold. You know, I like the boldness from Ara in the first half, but a bit too bold for my liking from Flickless there.
Right here.
Giant X, yeah, the right read here. Three-man stack.
Ara, the want to even it back up to a 4v4 is beckoning, isn't it? It calls to you. Is he patient enough? I think he's got an inkling here, hearing it, seeing it, who knows, but...
He's been left alone too.
Actually back, but he's going to hear the ult. He's got to see everything. The timing on that is unbelievable. Ara just tries to get away for now. Going to pop the ult to try and keep himself in this round. And now there's pressure coming from everywhere. They are close to the site, but they're waiting by the boathouse. A little bit of a trip towards the back here. Ara doesn't know where to look, but soon enough he's going to have a flood of players coming his way. That smoke is lethal. Oh, but so's the knife to the throat. Oh, it's gorgeous from Ara. Giant X answering back instantly, furthering the distance again and keeping Fnatic down at their heels.
I've never felt so nervous watching a player during a round. I've felt so tense. And he's pulled out a blinder there. 3K from Aura to keep Giant X into that round, all by himself, essentially.
Yeah, it really was. Again, watching this, 'cause the amount of pressure he's getting, you know, coming down from the stairs, coming down from catwalk, all of this, so much.
Nice, Aura, good job!
I love that we just held his vault the entire time, too. It felt like we were watching a replay. It's like a whole...
You genuinely felt how pressured that was there for that player, because you know these you're up against Fnatic. Their spacing's normally good, their trading's normally good, the util's solid. Like, you don't get those windows to have a lot of freedom in. You know what I mean? You don't get your multis too easily against Fnatic. He worked like a dog for that one. He was, you know, dog with a bone. He wasn't going to give it up.
Like if we switch to his POV there, as soon as he gets his kills, you think, oh, you know, he's had a nice, but like all that tension before, Jesus.
No, he did very well, especially the reaction to seeing, you know, Alpha's ult coming in as well, going for the knives, kind of get him away from having to be dependent on that operator that he didn't find too much luck with early on. However, we have a timeout. Now keep in mind, Giant X are leading. Pipson doesn't always look like he's leading and happy about the result. He's, you know, he's a taskmaster, is old Pipson. So clearly, though, the boys doing well in this regard. You know, they're keeping up to this, but maybe just wanted to check in because it was 3 in a row, and that was a bailout round by Aura. So across the board, you'd still say Fnatic are doing well in this half. Operator out for Alpha.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Not great.
Like, you forget, you support the Boaster operator.
Actually, I take that back. I think that Alpha's attack side op is surprisingly decent.
Okay.
Thinking back to it. There were times where like he had to play the chamber for us and he did pretty good with the attack side op. I think Durka much prefers the defense side and I think Alpha was pretty good on the attack side.
Let's see how he fares this round. Peeking into that Aura. That's...
Thank you, Alpha. Thank you.
I don't think that was really Alpha in my mind. I think that was Aura peeking back in towards main. Maybe not expecting an operator up. Maybe, I think Kayak maybe showing some presence earlier or someone, even Boaster, but still.
The classic timeout happens by an operator.
Yeah. And again, this is also just learning lessons for people like Aura, for people like Flickless as well, of the difference of how much you get punished at this level. For now, Purpo gonna have to rescind away from that A main side. Flickless not clean enough on that. Chronicle gonna clear it. And now Purpo's under pressure himself. We saw how well Aura did, but now you've got to make your own go of it. That's not how it's going to work out, Purpo. Kind of connecting that above the dice, it looked like.
30
That's a comfortable plant. And west side, Alpha's just watching over the prized possession.
Spike planted.
Yeah, economic situation not great from Giant X, so west side does need to save this Vandal. Fnatic can't hunt too much though. Economic situation on both sides not great.
Yeah, pretty fragile, right? Neither really stabilized. So, I want to kind of keep it where it is. It looks like maybe Kron's searching, and so is maybe Alpha. Sorry, Boaster, but actually they are searching on this.
What?
I don't love that. I mean, nice from Alpha.
I like them being together, but Boaster had his smokes out. So, not sure what happened.
Boaster's in the next round, mate.
Yeah, he's thinking, it's cooking.
Can they... I think they can spread the money out here.
Okay, another timeout. That makes sense. I think with the round, the game being so close, the economic situation being so close, and so many ults to play with in this round, I think this is a good timeout from Pipson.
It is going to shatter the money of Giant X as well. Looking at that, they do come out substantially worse. But yeah, it is getting to crunch time now. So another check-in from Pipson here. Maybe just something to deal with that operator, keep that in there fresh in their minds as well. But obviously, if you are playing along at home, both sides are able to talk during this timeout. It isn't just that one-man, side of things. So Fnatic also going to be able to check in with boys and see how they're feeling about this. I do want to see. I think Crashies could drop Kayak if he hasn't already got one anyway. But for the side of Giant X, they've got a whole lot of ults and not a lot of weaponry. So it does get a bit of a tricky round. There are a couple of things that could go right for them. But
yeah, Fnatic side, looking at that Sova and Teo ult. We know that they can cook on maps with these ults, and we haven't seen Ascent much at all in EMEA. So I want to see what new things we got.
Chronicle with the operator now.
I mean,
everyone's having now.
Okay, now it's
Now we wait. Retrieving
might be questioning it.
Flash place.
Most curious.
Retrieving wall.
You are up against Sheriffs, and a classic for Flickless. It's probably... I don't want to say it's an easy round, they're never easy rounds, but... Oh, they're getting aggressive. Look at Ara. Away we go, straight up the guts. Oh! Almost had him so close. They are desperate to get Boaster dead here. Cloud trying to connect that from far away.
Fortunately, they called the Omen who has the TP. Get out of that server easily.
Kayak, in the meantime, trying to progress towards that B site. They made a bit of a gambit. I like that. I like the attempt at the play, right? Try and be a little bit proactive, take a risk, take a chance. And Boaster again, bloody hell, he is just about evading presence. Chronicle, oh god. Question mark, Boaster. Oh my god, it's okay, it's Boaster, he's fine. He's fine on that. Cloud and Flickless go down. He gets CT control. There's still pressure here though, right? Like, Boaster can be smoked off, which he has been. His smoke's not up for another couple of seconds. Nice from Boaster though. Laying it in right. Aura just gonna beeline with Westside towards the site as best they can, see if they can try and pry these players out of the back site here, but time is running low. They gotta go now, or they gotta go never. They're trying to make something happen. Westside and Aura doing well here. Boaster gonna have to go for the ace. And he's gonna wait for it, he's got it. Boaster saving Fnatic from what looked like a bloody mess of a round.
That was crazy. I kind of was just like, pass over, kind of was starting to think about the next round completely. Boaster has to bail them out with an ace, joins that list of players.
And this isn't one of those aces I feel is ever going to go into a highlight reel, right? It's just not. Because the context of the round feels horrific. It's like, what? Oh, how did Crom die? We don't. Oh?
What the hell? I've never got an ace. That's my first ace.
Nice! And it was that.
Look, you know, maybe we just cut out the kill feed of what else happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If we could blur that out, guys, that'd be great. Outside of that,
the ult plans are coming in for Fnatic here. They're getting stalled by this KO knife, but Teo ult coming in.
Ooh, and the Sova as well.
But nothing on it so far.
So I'm looking at who's tucked up on top here. Purpo. Oh my god. It's fine.
Yeah. Flickless just pops that KO ult in reaction, and Fnatic can't do anything. Completely stuck in that choke. That's a big win from Giant X.
Now go. You've got Boaster with the TP if they need it, right? He's got his ult there, but they really want to end towards A, it looks like.
Yeah, but for me, again, it's this camera on B that just allows Giant X to do anything they want in this map. If Fnatic don't explore this camera and break it, it's going to be easy for Giant X to stack towards this A side.
Oh, but Alpha just ahead of where Flickless expected. Controls the corner, and now Purpo's position gets really tricky. Harder to handle on this angle, but he's so clean! Purpo, that is gorgeous from you! Takes the TP out, but he might have absolutely destroyed Fnatic's approach. Now we look at their deeper options. Boaster trying to give them another layer. He's been caught. No ace this time, buddy. That's a 4v2. Kayak and Crashies don't have anywhere to go here. No info on A, no info on B, and no time. Out of time and out of options. Hey, credit to Purple on that. It gets so tricky when that, you know, when short becomes available, when you've still got the pressure from A main. He did really well. Super clean shots there.
I'd be really interested to know if Purple was playing that position specifically against the ults that Fnatic had. Like, Tail ult is usually used at the back of the site.
That's true.
And if you know they're going to come through A main, that position's beautiful to play.
Thank you. Bro, you see how I'm reading them, bro? Insane.
Those shots were nasty, though.
They're really nice.
Like, there's a reason he used to play the duelist.
He's a very talented boy, and he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard here for Giant X, so that's a step for them in the right direction. 11-10, just about tipping the lead again. Now, Alpha 1 away from ult, 2 away from Kayaks. They've got a couple on the horizon here. Big early look towards A with the util at the very least.
Coming up into heaven. It gets cancelled by the knife. Beautiful from Flickless.
That's really, really impressive. Now, Purpo still in a bit of a, I want to say an all-in position. He's going to be noted this time. You're not going to get away with, oh! My God, what are they feeding these young players? Flickless does do well to get 2. Is going to be traded in, but Cloud going to continue to keep the numbers up for Giant X. The spike is down in main, Mini. They're screwed, surely. I mean, Kike's got his ult. does get out of there. Hold on, can Giant keep their composure? Yeah, it looks like they can. Alpha found towards hell. Kayak. A lot of pressure on one man's shoulders now, 1v3. This would be the 12th for Giant X. Kayak waiting for someone to give him that 1v1. Does anyone dare do it? Who blinks first? He moves forward towards main. We can see the positions on the minimap, but Kayak has to go in. Lovely. Nice try, but Cloud in the end, taking him up to 12. Look, we had Purpo have an impact in the previous. Flickless now finding 2. Those shots on main, I know we're going to have a replay of it. I'm waiting to see that come back up because that was stunning control under, again, high pressure. Look at that. Just beautiful. And Cloud fighting with him from up on top of heaven. This is a totally different looking Giant X.
Yeah, I thought when Purpo died initially, I thought that was it, but Flickless comes in. Cloud, he gets kills, but also that recon at the end.
Incredible. My favorite Sliggy chatter.
He usually flames me, but so does everyone, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's got to hurt when it comes from Yampy, right?
Why is that?
Because like, he knows what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Like when, you know, others mock you,
the other
it's like, who cares?
The other people in chat.
But when Yampy's like...
No, I like the back and forth with Yampy.
Well, I got so confused. I thought it was a Giant X timeout then. I'm like, wait, have they had 3? It's not. It's a Fnatic timeout. Because, look, they've been held on 10 here. 2 rounds back-to-back. Really nice. But Fnatic have a couple of ults here, Mini, right? We were talking about how close they were before. Alpha had it in the previous. Kayak's now got his here. Big ults to play with, you know, kind of like sight-controlling ults. A lot can be gathered, but it's not like Giant X won't be aware.
It's a... Fnatic have to take the timeout, but it's unfortunate they do, because now it allows Pipson to come in and talk about these ults and figure out a way to beat them. I might not have even taken the timeout there and taken pressure from the outside. You know,
that's a big
I know people be like, why the hell is he not taking the timeout at 12-10? But if we've got rounds cooked up with these ults, I don't want to bring in the coach to talk about it.
That is true. Yeah, this let's see how well prepared Giant X are, because obviously Fnatic will have to use this, but you're using it with Kayak unable to afford a rifle at this point.
Yeah, I would probably...
Why wouldn't you give him the rifle?
I think we give him the rifle here.
Right?
Spectre's not the best entry weapon.
Yeah, a weird decision in that front. And Ara opting for the Outlaw. It does feel like a lot of the kind of...
I guess he has the ult, so maybe he should have Bucky.
Sure. Again, I feel like these tier 2 players, or players coming up from the tier 2, are so used to playing with that Outlaw as well. It's something I'm so used to seeing. Even doing it in something like a 12-10 scoreline when he's obviously got enough to be able to go for the rifle, but I kind of respect it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, every single player in Fnatic are one shot right now.
Yep. Okay, Kayak, here comes the ult. Straight up middle, right up the guts, going to spot the util. How much more does he get from this? Looking for maybe... Oh, what he's looking for here. Okay, backside control and maybe a crunch. So they've got Boathouse, but Cloud's taking Kayak away. This feels like it's fallen short already. They've been hindered at main. Might get spammed through on the wall. They will. Cloud, stunning, stunning. And they're so ready for this. Look at these shorties in hand. They know exactly what you're going for. Where's like just trying to buy time. Wait for it to fade away, but the TP gets taken. A Purpo's on the site now. Chronicle's got problems. They got the rifles back out. Crashies and Kron can't do enough. It's 13-10. Giant X outdoing Fnatic here on Ascent.
Big upset in this first map, but Giant X are going to have to go now towards Lotus and maybe even Haven, and these are maps that Fnatic are a bit more comfortable on.
Spot on. This is a perfect start for the underdog here. Can it continue? Can they really take Fnatic on home turf? We'll find out after this.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That That is the way to do it.
Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
We had some doubts. Do Giant X have what it takes to bring it back with two new players? And they are able to take their map pick here against Fanatic. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulysses and Meg. Guys, Meg, how are you feeling after that? Did you see that one coming?
Are you okay?
Right, Ulysses.
What a first day. I mean, they already become the best Belgian and Romanian player.
Yes, in the entirety of the league. We absolutely love that, but we can say the same for almost every player on Giant X.
Obviously.
Could it be the pressure not being on, or, you know, to perform, not really caring about the opposite, like not having that pressure because you see yourself as such an underdog?
I honestly think Flickless and Ara came in with something to prove. They wanted to shut all the doubters like me up and say, actually, you know what? We're not scared. We've got what it takes to bring on, to take on the big guns, you know? And they did just that. Every shot they were hitting, they seemed to just adapt very, very quickly to what everyone else on the team was doing. And yeah, you can't argue with their performance.
Also, one of the good things that we had is that Initiator plus Duelist. There is a synergy that is coming before playing on Occam. And that's really nice to see that they keep it, and also they have to add website, cloud, and etc.
Yeah, it's curious to see, right? Because when we see the changes, obviously that synergy needs to be built from day on, and it definitely should help with the nerves as well. I think that we have some Ara highlights because it was a pleasure to see him play. Before going into the match, we were speaking about that head-to-head possibly with Kayak, who was doing so well in this stage. Meg, I saw no nerves on the server.
I mean, I have to also just mention that Uli and Bea were screaming at the top of their lungs at that 3K.
Did you see it?
It was unbelievable. And I have to say, I feel like it was a big fight for mid at points, and Giant X were just dominating, and Ara was going in all guns blazing. It was just amazing.
And also I have to say the props to Kayak. I mean, he kept it. I mean, it's not like Ara was doing everything. No, both of them played amazing, but Ara, first day, 20 years old, first time playing on VCT, after 1 month playing on BCL. I mean, he went from 0 to hero.
Absolutely, and knowing also the pressure that is on your back, of like you're not really expected to perform. You're joining a team that is already has no chance of making it to playoffs, that has not been doing well this year, that was 13-0. Like there's so many things that could go up against you, and we saw it just there on the head-to-head against them. Meg, you were mentioning the fights on mid. Yes. I think that especially when we saw that first half and we were seeing Giant X on the attack, when you choose Ascent, you expect to be starting from that side. Is kind of like the downside that it has. But Giant X were doing a great job of fighting for space.
Yeah, and it seemed to be that the maths equation was get one in mid equals win round, and that was kind of how it played out, and we saw Giant X definitely fighting for this, and they were being very successful in their fights. And then you would also see on the back of that Alfire from Market, he finds one Kayak when he walked out mid with the op into tiles. He would also find one, and then they would win the round. You know, sorry, I feel like I made that really complicated. Essentially what I'm saying is first kill in mid equal round. That's, yeah.
Let's see how he's going to bring this into the next map, be honest. I mean, this Ascent is something that we never seen played before from Giants. There is no information, nothing to prepare against it. I mean, they play as normally is played this map. It's a combo that you could be seeing on 2023, probably. But they did, I mean, it was perfect.
It's simple, right?
It's simple
we were
and
speaking
playing.
about the teams not having played this map. If you want to throw a curveball at a very strong opponent, Ascent should be a very good pick. Something that we also saw on Ascent was Boaster getting her first ace in partnership era. He was calling it himself, saying, me? An ace? I never get an ace. Well, congratulations, because he actually was able to do so. Fnatic, they did put up a fight.
I want to say something. I was about to say, when you asked to us in the game, who get an ace? I was going to say Boaster because I knew it. He was going to do it at any time.
You could foresee it, right, into the future.
I can foresee
I just have to say as well, he had to do it in the most Fnatic style possible. That round was so stressful when Chronicle with the op in spawn, and then Kayak going into CT, and then Boaster pushing, into the back of site, and then Boaster pushing CT and finding the 2K. It was just very Boaster-esque to get an ace in that kind of way.
You know what's also very Boaster-esque? Let's talk about Lotus. Of course, the map pick from Fnatic. We're about to start and possibly jump quickly into the agent select. But as I was saying, it is a map that they've shown that they have the comfort, they have the composition, and everybody is extremely comfortable in the roles.
Yeah, Fnatic has been playing this Lotus for a long time, and we know them. Every single time you see an Odin, you're going to say, oh, Fnatic. Every single time you see something is, oh, Fnatic, because they mostly invented this map historically. But if we're going to see right now a match on a map like Lotus, I cannot expect that GX is going to shine that much as Ascent. As you tell, Bea, Ascent is a map that you can mostly try to play like on rankeds, maybe. But we're not playing a ranked on Lotus. It's a map with 3 bomb set where you have to have a really good IGL that is going to be trying to move, and also you have to force a lot of utilities. And it's not an easy map to play for someone that didn't play that much together.
And I do, we haven't seen Fnatic play Ascent, and I think, that is a testament to that, and hopefully we don't see it again. But Lotus is something we've seen Fnatic play very often. We know how incredible the Alpha is on that Killjoy, Kayak on the Raze, the combination of the Chronicle on Viper with the Odin in Tree. I just think that if we lose Lotus, that would be very poor form and showing. But Giant X are going to be coming into this with a fire up there. Say it. Dookie.
Oh,
Ooh.
I did not know that one, but I will write it down.
I didn't think I could say the other one, I want to keep it PG-13. So.
Yeah, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
But what we're saying and what we just saw on the side of Giant X, do we expect maybe for them to change something going on to Lotus? Because as you were saying, Meg, Fnatic, they've had a very, very good record. Nobody can ever get double digits against them here on Lotus. We saw the curveball for the first one.
Yeah.
What is Giant X curveball for Lotus, Ulises?
Neon on Ara.
Oh,
that's my guess.
Okay. I'm listening. You've got my attention. Please.
Okay.
Elaborate.
We know that he's been playing Neon for a long time on UCAM, on the Spanish League, on Rising. And I would like to see him playing that Neon on Lotus. He's a really good agent. He's gonna make it fresh, easier. You only have to execute attacking. It's not that hard. Even that you have a lot of things that you have to plan. And also on defense, it's gonna make you make fast rotations, try to flood the side, fast retakes. I think it should simplify how to play Lotus. It's still a hard map,
Yeah.
but should simplify it.
I think we need to see a change here because Giant X have a 0% win rate in stage 1. They've played it twice. I do think that the comp that they were running before, I just don't think it will work with what we've seen with Flickless and Aura. So I do like the shout of having the Neon here.
But would you also then combo it and have it change the rest of the players as well? Because you're speaking about Ara, but if we look at Flickless, he was playing the Breach, right? Creating that synergy, a lot of stuns, also adding in the Tejo. On the first week when we saw Giant X peeking onto this Lotus, we were expecting them to change the composition, to bring in something new. With everything that they've had to do this week, considering that the 2 new players only flew in and arrived in Berlin 2 days ago, do we consider that to be a possibility?
I think so. I think we are going to see, for me, my guess, Neon, Breach on Flickless, and maybe Cloud moving from Fate into Tejo. Because you know already that they're playing with Alfire playing on Killjoy. And if you want to deny the Killjoy, Tejo is one of the best chances. You already seen them, you can know the spots, and maybe there is a chance. But, I mean, I remember you talking about last day, Alfire was playing in front of his utility.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if I agree with it personally. Maybe if you're alpha, yes, because you know you're always ready and primed to take the fights, and you're probably going to land the shot. But yeah, last time we saw Alfire on Lotus, he was playing in front of that utility and being very proactive. So I do think that they're going to have to bring something out here to counter that early aggression from Alpha on C.
And we are going to be seeing Ara on the Neon, Flickless on the Breach, and Cloud on that Tejo West side. Uli had been playing on the Viper, moves onto the Vice. Uli, what did you do?
This man's paying. This man's paying somebody.
Let me check your PC.
Yeah, check everything.
Where is
you can make a fast check right now.
So what can we expect now that Giant X has all the momentum? They won map 1, they're starting on the attack. What can we expect from them?
I'm being honest, I would like them to counter Alpha every single time. His history should be both on the map. I mean, you have Tejo, it should be enough, and also Neon playing so fast, Retake and Flute.
Is Ara going to keep up the performance that he had on map 1, or can Fnatic bring this back? Let's find out as we talk to our casters. It's Pansy and Nini.
Thank you. And yeah, we will certainly find out, because this feels like a bit of a more even battlefield, right? We're on the map the Fnatic like, right? This is a solid map for them historically, recently, all of the good stuff. And for Giant X, they're now on the comfortable roles for Aura and Flickless. They're more played roles with that UCAM roster. So again, we get to maybe see the best of each other kind of clashing here.
Yeah, I think for Giant X composition, though, they have switched, and there are a lot of new things happening. So I don't expect the playbook to be super deep, because they haven't had the time. But comfort is key, and I think the fact they're playing a very explosive composition means that they might be able to snowball momentum in some of these rounds, which is a good thing.
And add into the fact that Ara just had a great performance on map 1 too. These are all factors that could add into this. But look, and on the other side, talk about the new, talk about the old. Chronicle and Boaster, this is their 100th map coming into. That's not bad going.
No,
we're kind of theorying who else would have been up there.
Yeah, I think you said Nats, yeah.
Kind of hard to tell, but Giant X will be on the attack here. Of course, that then meaning Fnatic on the defending side. And let's see how this looks. It feels like this is very much kind of learning as we go.
Simple approach into B from Giant X, but Fnatic immediately pushing out of A. So they're going to have a surround on this B retake.
Cloud's watching. He's got his util still. Love to keep that deeper into the post plant, but already down to 22. That is rough. He might have to reposition, but there's even going to be player late over towards that connection side. Paranoia. Stalled out. And now the pressure comes in. Nice from West side. Oh, it's clean from West side. Crashies does trade it back through, but now they're dwindling in numbers. Boaster, where's this Boaster been? Gets one ace and he's big man. Purpo and Flickless have the time on their side. Fnatic gonna have to get back to business here. They've got to be dealt with, and they are. Giant X get the first.
Yeah, beautiful from both teams, macro-wise, seeing the kind of push and pull, quick reactions. Fnatic had a nice plan to begin with, but Giant X spotted it out, react on top of that. Bose is able to contain nicely, but ultimately it just came down to Giant X winning out on those duels.
Credit there to Westside, really nice from him. Good composure as well, and you said though, keeping it simple. For Giant X, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many complicated looks. I think it is going to be...
Yep.
It is going to be quite straightforward in that regard. But that can work with a Neon. You've got something you can go all in with. You've got the Teo there. You've got the Breach there. It can really work like that. But also on the flip side, I did like the proactivity from Fnatic to try and push through, get that pinch going.
I think the Lotus defense pistol, what I remember, is the hardest in the game to win. So, not surprising to lose pistol.
Stats man.
These are old stats though. Maybe it's been, you know, not been checking up on those.
Have you not? You've not been doing your homework? Oh, can't believe
Not
it.
to that level. Give me a break.
Spike planted.
Is there a name for that? The stack? I know in other games there are.
What other games? Say it.
Other inferior games.
That's a bold assessment.
I didn't. You can tell I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't send it with
really.
confidence, did you? What would you have called it back in the day? Was it Virtus Pro maybe back in the day? Because they used to do it a lot.
Ironically, Fanatic did it.
Yeah, they did actually, like the Swedish Fanatic back in the day were fond of it. But our old age aside, Flickless, showing what the youth can do these days. Looking solid in this Aura as well, farming it up. They'll be happy as Larry. In zone flawless, round 2, tick in the box. Giant X off to a flying start.
Here, though, is where we see all the game plan come into action. Something that we didn't really talk about is that Fnatic have played this map quite a lot.
Yep.
They played it twice already in this split already. They didn't get pressured that much, but I think they did expose a lot of the ideas they want to do. So I want to see what Giant X do now on a map where they do have preparation. But again, we don't expect the world in terms of playbook.
Nope. Well, you can hear it.
That's one of the things that they should know in their game plan, as Boast is going to be sitting in that tree with the Odin.
I do wonder if there's a plan for that in mind, or maybe just avoid, but obviously it allows you to stack out so much of the map and Kayak's position. Going to be negated for now by the wall coming up, but Ara is going to be spotted. Called for. Oh! Ara! That is so sick. Kron just gets backhanded. Kayak then tries to make a play, get involved, does well. Bails him out a little, if anything. If that got punished, though, that would have been almost an overreaction from Fnatic. And that could have fallen apart, but not to be. Cloud and Purpo now left in a 2v4. It feels like Fnatic have really got the read there, or at least got control of what was a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I love the idea from Giant X, but individual brilliance there from Fnatic. Looks like Giant X going to explore towards the A side of the map. Fnatic might catch this.
Yeah, they've still got Hobbit to pass, Blue Room. I feel like we have to really commit to one of these names.
Sorry.
No, it's not you, it's me. But the cross is being watched, be it on a little bit more of a deep angle. Actually, did Crashy see it? Must have seen something, because he's just started to walk up, but Spike not crossing yet does give Crashies another opportunity. Oh, he's being sneaky, he's being very sneaky. Plants in, gun barely out, no comms apparently, and Cloud goes down. Won and lost in my mind by Kayak there. That push back through on B, kind of backfilling that space and catching them on that push up from Mound. Perfect.
Yeah, but again, for Giant X, I like the approach.
Yes.
I kind of, you know, you rarely see that part of the map being used, that kind of monk area. The Neon being able to go deep. The Neon pick makes that.
Let's go, let's go.
What
I'm
area?
back, boys, I'm back.
Monk?
Monk.
I think that's the proper call out, I want to say.
Poor old observers are sat there.
They're giggling.
Yeah, I did make the observers during the tech pause find every monkey on the map.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
It's my only joy in life. But you're right, it was nice seeing the fight over.
Yeah, Giant X not looking for this rubble fight at all, it seems like. Happy to let Boaster take it. Despite Fnatic's composition not having the best rubble fight, maybe they're afraid of this Odin. But Boaster's jumping like that whilst he's spraying, I wouldn't be as afraid.
Oh, Kayak on an off angle, supported as well. Yeah, I think that they're getting a really good read on this. Oh! Ara is impressing me, man! Until then. Look, who needs util? Just use the gun. All good. But look at the amount of bodies from Fnatic on this B site too. Like, maybe, I don't want to say over-rotating, but they've left a bit of space towards A that could be explored.
Fnatic split 2 and 2. This angle I feel like is never getting checked right now.
it seems to be getting away with it, right? Like, it feels like it went through that timing of like, okay, it's being checked a lot. They're all focused towards Boaster, but Crashies, oh, he's gonna get 2!
30 seconds
Exceeding
left.
expectations, and they look to pivot back towards B. Still had that presence towards main. They had Cloud over here. Alpha's gonna have to respect this a little. Yeah, has to fall away from it. He's got Chronicle now in support, but Ara on the case, and he's been clean. Doesn't fancy a re-peek towards that. Careful now, Cloud. They're getting closer. Flickless keeping them secure, but it's Boaster left in a 1v2. That Odin, slow and steady. Oh! Come on! Oh, he's making it look viable, and I hate it.
I don't think I've ever seen an Odin clutch like that.
Not like that.
No. I've seen Enzo do a few in this time, but
Mitch is
not like that.
perked up somewhere in Berlin.
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah. But that is actually wild he's gotten that.
I mean, it also came down to Crashies getting those 2 kills earlier. 2 big individual moments there. But it's been individual moments for both of them.
The Petra Peak, was it?
The Petra Peak.
That's a vintage.
I think of the Petra Peak to me is the double recon ban.
Yeah, that's what I. You know what?
Or the box on Sunset.
You know what? It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
Odin abusers around the world rejoice.
And that is something I was going to say, like the Odin back on attack could be something, but Guardians here from Giant X can spam back that Odin, so Boaster shouldn't be as comfortable.
Oh, that's a lot of util. Kron might be in trouble. Okay. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Kron, what the hell is that? And Boaster in the meantime just got one with the Odin. Looking like a bit of a difference from map 1 to map 2 here already. That's looking far more comfortable, but it is early days. And Cloud, still clean enough to take down Alpha. Give them a pocket to play from on this B site.
2v4. Giant X needs to do something.
Oh, that'll start it. Can they find somewhere anywhere decent for the post-bomb though? They've still got the paranoia. Jesus. Cloud now, yeah, paranoia's in, he's dead. It's all on Purpo. That paranoia catch both of them in the end. Yeah, Purpo's in a world of trouble. God, again that Odin. Boaster. He's gone for the ace before. He's now had the Odin in the clutch and closing out this one too.
Yeah, the strat from Giant X was to go through the B split with the big Visol and Tail, but when Boaster's got the Odin in the tree, it's very hard to go through that blue room. What's he doing? Showing
top of the board?
Showing Crashies.
Well, look. Top bragging.
Maybe they're having a little bet. Yeah, Crashies and Boaster both at the top. A little bit of a battle.
Well, money not so great, but ult there for Ara. Got a ratty little Alpha.
They should know though, Alpha loves playing this box.
Ara's having a look, hiya! Rat's gone. Kayak, oh dear, look at the util. He's still alive, he's still alive, he's still alive! Oh my god, he's very much alive! Pops the ult as well, feeling the pressure. Sends it, gets it, Kayak now! Looking to take that top spot away, but Westside left in a 1v3. They're hungry for these kills. Crashies closing in as well. Who gets it? Boaster or Crashies? Maybe Kayak, who knows? Facing the door.
Please get the orb.
Backseat gamer.
Please.
Are you a backseat gamer?
That's what I'll be saying in the coach booth right now. I'll be molding.
The problem is that with Crashies in his current position, they don't ever have to fall off this. Now the Flash might do nothing, actually. Boaster there to claim that one. And how's the scoreboard looking? Because Kayak did just go farming there.
Yeah, I think Fnatic 4 in a row now, especially the defense of Lotus is looking good for them. But the rounds have been generally close. That one obviously...
Clutches, you know, a couple individual saving.
Yeah. Economic round there, and it was looking good for Giant X for a moment, and we saw that all that tension put on Kayak. If things went just slightly differently there for Giant X, I feel like that would have been around on the board.
Okay, have they got a plan to deal with this bloomin' Odin? Spam it back. It seems like is the plan. Cloud's going, well, if you could do it, I could do it as well. He's chipped away Boaster enough that he's had to fall a bit deeper. He's not going to be as carte blanche with the spam this time. God, such an unpleasant sight. Oh my god.
There used to be Ascent, but no longer so more with the new changes.
Thankfully.
Maybe we'll put some scaffolding up on this map.
Pretty please. Crashes knows they're getting close now. We're spamming out by that ult orb. Oh. I hate this.
It's a little bit silly.
Riot.
A little bit silly.
Riot, I beg you, just get rid of it. Just get it out.
Get rid of it, jeez.
I hate it. Such a little purist when it comes to it. Dare they?
Get rid of the abilities, agents.
True. Just M4s, AKs.
Locating targets.
Oh, tough spot here.
Oh, does he get to live? Kayak. He was on a heater before. That's really hard, though. Checked on by the util. There was no really way out for him in that, as Crashy's now in his little individual battle on the other side. West side.
Spike planted.
West side sharp enough to take him down, giving them that 5v2. The Boaster's still alive and the Odin's still there. Look. Seen stranger things. But it seems like the counter is just get your own Odin, apparently. As Alpha gets closer. Nice for one. Just couldn't quite adjust towards Purpo. Looks like he wants to keep his prized possession.
Yeah, another decent round from Giant X. They took far too much spam damage for my liking, but a bit of a mistake, I think, from Kayak playing that aggressive with the op and then not respecting the Teo drone to silence him and got caught in a corner. Which is the big opening there for Giant X.
Okay.
They're liking these B approaches.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really have an answer for that A side with the Odin being there, so I guess focusing towards that BC side of the map, and it's looked okay. I mean, West side's hitting shots as well. Like, gotta say that as much as, yeah, we are kind of like hyping up Ara and Flickless, because they are the new nuance to the roster.
Yep.
West side's been really present. He's been firing off here, but does it continue? I don't know if Giant X are really equipped to be able to completely anti what Fnatic are doing, but for now, it's a competitive series. It's 4-3. Obviously, the first two did go Giant X's way, so it's not quite as clear-cut as that, but still, once again, pressure towards C. Rotations are coming in.
If Giant X heard that paranoia towards A, I imagine that's going to, accelerating onto C here from Giant X, knowing it's probably weaker. Really ult invested in from Alpha.
Yeah, perspective, they've no real opportunity to break. Cloud's util already down.
It gives Fanatic a look back into the C site, but not the most impactful ult.
No, it's kind of stalled them out here. Does it then send them exploring the rest of the map, or do they just pause and then go back in? Horn now going to be back up as well, if they do want to re-clear some of this space.
I'm out of here.
Prowler's there still in hand, but show of force over towards Rubble. This time, Boaster is already forced back a bit. Maybe this is just part of the plan to try and get him away from that tree room, keep him further back. Ara being the one to try and be brave about this to go further forward, but we can see it getting closer here for Boaster. Spams in. This is going to get tough now. Does he get out in time? He does.
30 seconds
no
left.
chance to take him down, and Giant X do have the sight, but close. Oh! Okay, no, that was Crashy's. Okay, I genuinely was kayaking that. That could have been one of the best shots I'd seen in a minute, but still, spam is there, chipping away. Look who's creeping. Ara this time to get Boaster down. It's all getting a bit chaotic here. It feels like they've started to find a bit of an answer to how they want to approach at least towards 8. Whether or not they can hold it here now is the next question. Chronicle, Alpha, Crashies, trying to find it.
To save.
I feel like this time you've got to. They don't have so much time to get past all of this. Could try and lock them in on the site, perhaps. They're still trying to fight this one. And yeah, just trading in on this. They're doing really well, but time. Oh my God, Alpha. They've got time on this too. Leaving it late, but plenty of seconds to spare. Fnatic not down and not out. I thought that was going to be a save call.
Yeah, I mean, I've cursed it completely. I thought with the utility on Fnatic's side, they had nothing. Giant X could have played wherever they wanted behind these smokes.
Let's go,
I didn't get to see the full perspective from Giant X, but a big round to lose.
It felt like Giant almost thought it was a save as well at one point, potentially maybe letting their foot off the gas a little bit, but yeah, wow, I'm quite impressed by that. Fnatic timeout. Why do you think?
Because they should have lost that round.
Fair play. Do you see a solution to what the adjustments have been for Giant? Even though these rounds, they have been getting close, that is the thing. Is that enough of a red flag already?
From Fnatic's point of view, potentially. I think that like that round specifically, it was about the Killjoy ult usage I didn't like the most, but that's not something that you can kind of talk about in this next round. No. For me, I think everything's been okay. I mean, you've got 5 rounds on Lotus. The rounds have been close, but 5 rounds they're going to be fine with. So I don't think there's anything massive here that I've noticed.
No, so have to wait, see what the adjustments look like, if there's anything visually obvious. I'm looking at Boaster already trailing away from that A side of the map. So that might be one of the switches coming in. It definitely looks like there has been a call for an adjustment now.
It looks like they're going to control this mound area with the Raze and Omen. So the one-way smoke probably. Maybe Boaster can do the spams through that door that you just saw pinged on the mini-map. Some more discussing angles. We can see damage done through walls. Nice little orb lineup to get onto that C site there.
I guess with Chronicles ult as well, they can kind of, yeah, this, I'll be...
Sorry, the Odin is back on tree.
It is, just in Chronicles' hands this time. Now we're seeing a switch of position, but the weapon's still in the same place. But as you said, there's pressure now from that mound side. They have to clear this. Otherwise, it's just too much of a crossfire to handle. So this does buy time for Fnatic to...
Yeah, and the problem is late round, if Giant X stall this round out and go back towards A, Chronicle does have his ult. So if they leave this too late and want to go back, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, Kayak should have seen enough here. Calling for that one way to come in, but they're disrespecting it. And maybe they shouldn't have. Kayak, oh, he's clean again. So sharp, at least for those two there. Really nice impact. Both even catching a third. So they're down to just Vickless. And Westside, that's still going to be just difficult even on the cross here. Nice from Westside to bail him out towards Alpha. And a pump of the ult. This should give them at least the plant, you've got to imagine.
Chronicle's on this flank. No, Crashes is on this flank already, though.
I don't think they've really had this come through, because we saw the Crashes before, was quite patient with it. Now, obviously, getting much closer from Mound. Going to take away Flickless. Even just Westside in a 1v3. I like the reposition, but it feels quite obvious to an extent, even Kron considering it, and the cross gets made. Things now get harder for Westside. The spam enough to be a problem. 14 HP and a prayer is not enough. Fnatic taking control now of this series.
Yeah, beautiful from Kayak again. The nice back and forth of Boaster on Mound. But to me, I'm a bit surprised Giant X with this composition. They have plenty of tools to deal with a Mound control. I'm surprised they didn't use any of that util to force them out. I didn't really see the kind of breach Teo combo coming through. Like, Kayak is not CC'd there at all.
Yeah, he's gotten away with it. And again, I feel like I can't hold Giant X to too much of a high standard yet, because this is the first time we're seeing them with new players. This is probably not a map that they're super comfortable with in this collective, and they're playing up against one of the better teams at this, right? You know, there's not going to be much of a harder opponent you're going to face here on this map. So, again, just got to see if those fundamentals look good, the basics look good. If they can maybe pull up a couple more rounds, that'd be a nice game to see. If they can pressure Fnatic in any way. Feels like a long-term adjustment.
I think they really do need a few more rounds here. I always stress it when we're watching Lotus. Lotus is the attack side's where you're getting the bulk of your rounds. 6 for Fnatic already. They'll be happy with it. This time, nice proactivity from Fnatic.
Giant X, it just feels like they're being herded wherever they go, right? This is tricky.
No Vice Wall either, so Kayak can continue. Odin's just making everything tentative towards this A.
Locating target.
Alpha can stall out time here, keep them pinned to this pivot through towards...
Nice seas.
This, oh, the combination is divine. Aura is at least going to get one back and maybe forge a path in, but this is still not looking good. Fnatic really composed under this pressure. Aura's going to go nuclear or not, and the answer is not. Crashy's there in the end, but again, the Seas was great. The spam from the Odin. There was no really kind of explosive moment for Giant X then.
Yeah, because of Fnatic's macro where they had full mind control, it meant that they were so comfortable on the A side to play what I call like the triangle, where you have that player in blue room, player in tree, and another player towards like stairs or site. And wherever the attack is being funneled through, there's always some kind of crossfire. And when the Odin's there, the crossfire is literally there through the wall.
Nice!
Damn, the slow-mo on that. Oof! There you go, production. Pacey, though, this time, you can see the utility being invested in layers, maybe to deal with the remembrance of what Kayak was able to do, but Ara can't disrespect that. And it looks like that ult is going to go to, I don't want to say waste, but Chronicle, right place, right time, fully in control until then. Purple going to make it through, but it is traded in on Kayak, closes it out, and Fnatic looking unfazed.
Yeah, Giant X switching tempo, just going direct. Probably a bit frustrated that some of these rounds haven't come through. A fine attempt on their low econ round, but a bit easy for Fnatic to clear that one up. The power of Viper on this map really shows in rounds like this.
Yeah.
Nice! Good job, boys. Thank you, bro.
A bit of a late timeout here for Giant X. With the only one round to really play with, it means that this timeout is purely for this one round.
Get 4. If they've got something, if they've been able to cook something up, you're kind of clutching at straws, right? I think all of us, when we saw this, it was, okay, if Giant X pick up map 1, cool, it's probably a 2-1 series, because Lotus was never going to be closed out easily, right? Even if you had a worldy performance from like Ara or someone having a big game, the fundamentals for Fnatic and the depth that Fnatic have is there. They will have answers to a lot of problems you throw at them. So getting 4 rounds would be respectable if Giant X can do that. You know, just see if they've got it in them. That's the hardest part. Some of these games are just going to be an outmatch here, and as I said, for Giant X, this is the rebuild time. This is get that comfort in, start learning these roles with each other, start getting to know each other as players, and kind of build for that later plan. I don't know what they're going to try and do for this, but let's find out, because I'm already seeing a C's being held, I think, and probably a paint shell.
Yeah, gonna be a big rubble fight here. See what that micro is for Giant X. We haven't really seen much of these. 4 players from Fnatic ready.
Yeah, here we go. So Pain Shell goes in, Haunt goes up, no one beats it.
Okay. So Giant X respecting the paranoia, knowing that if the paranoia is coming in, that Fnatic are probably stacked towards that side of the map. But here, Cloud needs to turn on the IGLing brain and figure out what to do next.
A little simplistic when we can see it, obviously, but Fnatic looking to try and match them kind of step for step here, ready to rotate, but pausing for now.
Nice little re-clear. We see the smoke coming in on rubble from Giant X. Re-clearing with the Vice Flash, Tail Drone.
Okay. Managed to get the Viper's Pit out. Does shut down a lot of those opportunities towards C though now.
Yeah, I like that they got it out early enough. If this was, you know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds left in the round, they'd be in a world of pain. But I imagine we're going to see probably a slow B split now with the positions Giant X have.
Still got Alpha's util over on this side too, so they can't, at least unnoted, creep through towards B, as you've just seen there. Alpha will be aware that someone is getting a bit closer, but focus towards main. That's a big reveal, big info. Cloud's going to take down Boaster, but it is this... Oh, that tracking was just stunning from Alpha, and the lockdown to boot. He was thinking about it. And the Nightfall going to go in. Fnatic once again just compounding the problems here. Back to a 3v3. Denial of space comes in as well. Chronicle making this difficult. The lockdown in play. They got to run here. Well, they will be held back, and Alpha's on the hunt. Can they even make it away in time? Just about getting out of the lockdown, but Alpha is on the hunt. They wanted a quick plant. They're going to get it. But they've got to get a pick back here. A 2v3 is not happy to be held from the site. Cloud trying to play ahead of this. Awareness from Crashes, but the C's not going to find its man. But Alpha does. Fleckless goes down, leaving Cloud in the 1v3. Player spotted, but Cloud knows his days are numbered. Beautiful from Crashies, and Fnatic showing diligence here and keeping to their own standard.
Yeah, back on the comfort map. Giant X gave it some good attempts, but to beat Fnatic, you need to be very strong on these maps, and Fnatic are going to be more than happy with 9 on the defense of Lotus.
Enemy remaining.
9-3 here. Fnatic really getting things back on track for themselves. And you liked that little sign, didn't you?
Yeah, it gave me a chuckle.
I like the little wingman drawing.
That's good too.
Yeah, very good.
Hate wingman though.
Why?
No. Why'd I hate wingman? I think he was overhyped. You know what I mean?
Just so miserable.
I am
Cute little
miserable,
creature
yeah.
gets added.
It's one of the things me and Sliggy agree on, to be honest. Not many.
Grumble at clouds.
Yep.
Literally, it's just, yeah, misery personified is what it is, but 9-3. We've got Fnatic looking pretty good here, if I'm honest. There's not too much to report, really, is there?
Calling my bot.
No, and it's one of those 3-site maps that Boast is now going to be able to unlock his IGL brain, but a quick push out from Ara, punished immediately.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's going to be going too well for Giant X here, but
those are the kind of things that they're fine to do. Like, I know it looks a bit silly, but Giant X do need to take risks against a team like Fnatic, especially on, again, their home map.
Yep, true. Flicker's going to be forced away. A little bit of the util coming in from Fnatic, but again, still maintaining the vast majority that they'll need if they do want to commit towards the seaside.
3 sheriffs from Fnatic.
I think it was 4 from Giant X on Ascent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they did 4 of them. That's when they just like walked mid and fine.
Cover going out.
Alright, Purpo. Woo! That's nice.
That's nice too.
Oh, Purpo! He's beaming. Hold on, maybe Giant X. They're just nuts on defense. Oh, okay, well, it look 1 HP in a dream.
HP is low for Fnatic too, though.
Yeah, Westside is barely breathing, but that... Oh! You gotta feel that Alpha was on for that one, but not to be. And Westside, if you do anything here... Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. That should be the nail in the coffin as Crashies try and put in a performance... Sorry, Chronicle, but it's a 1v2. Yeah, they're just gonna swing it together. Nice try. But Giant X aren't out of it yet.
Oh, good pistol. Something to note from Fnatic's attack is they've switched their lurkers, so you're going to see Alpha lurking a bit more than Chronicle used to do. And I think it's moments like that where I think that Chronicle sometimes on those lurks is a bit stronger.
Okay.
Alpha's not the best at killing people when he knows they're there. He kind of gets a bit under pressure, I feel like.
Got it.
Whereas when he doesn't have to think so much, he just kills.
Okay, so you just need him in that little flow state.
Just go flow state, yeah.
Yeah. He's got a Sheriff.
But what it does mean is Fnatic do have that Viper Orb to work with in later rounds.
Ready? Not much there on the other side early on.
Yeah, there's immediate rubble control with the Neon, and then the fast rotation that Neon provides means that, you know, if Fnatic don't accelerate quickly towards C, Neon can already be there. Then Neon will be running back and forth on this defense, trying to figure out where the attack is coming from.
I have the spike.
Fnatic on Lotus.
I have to say Na'Vi-esque round. We're not down to 20 seconds yet where I'm miserable, but they've chosen B, trying to feign a bit more attention towards A off the back of rubble. See that Crashies there was the one to just invest that Prowler. Cloud, a little asleep at the wheel. Either mini-map or just swung on here, and that's lovely from Chronicle. I like the initiative, and look what it's done to Aura. 3 HP. That pain show would have been the death of him. How did you live? They've done enough to make this genuinely doable, and they might fancy this look towards A. They've just been outgunned in the end. Fnatic made that look really quite doable. Purpo's on red alert, though, feeling that maybe something's a bit weird here, and rightly so. Hasn't noted Crashies yet, but Kayak slipped the net. He's been caught. Okay, so all of those potential threats have been nullified. Yes, the HP is low. If it was anything but a classic, or if it was a Sentinels classic, I'd be probably paying more mind. But it's 8 seconds, and Crashies has to go for it. So, Giant X, another step here. Here we go. Here we go.
Clean kill on Cloud, but
that's a mouthful. So you went for clean kill on Cloud.
Say that one a few times.
Christ.
I don't think when I speak, I just speak.
That's a really dangerous thing to be a caster.
Yeah, but that clean kill meant that, you know, Giant X were put on the back foot, but dealt with the eco more than fine. A good sign. I know that sounds silly to say, but a good sign for a new team that, you know, not pressured on those kind of must-win rounds.
Now, again, they did win the pistol and I think the second as well on the first half, so kind of following a similar trend. We do have to see once we get into the gun rounds if they can keep up to this. It is more of a wait and watch. Obviously, the known quantity is Fnatic here. Beyond that, it is much more onto what can Giant X do to dissuade that approach.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to be very careful about this Teo Breach combo. You can see Kayak already tapping that orb to see if he can trigger something. And there you go.
Trap waiting. Looking for a...
But there's nowhere for Fnatic to go. They don't have control of anything, so they're just going to group up together and re-clear A.
Purpo still goes Paranoia. He's got a smoke in hand as well. Trying to run it back here. This is big info again for Cloud. Fnatic not finding this easy pathway in.
No, Giant X are doing a good job. A bit of a chess battle right now between the two teams.
As you highlighted earlier, that quick rotation from Ara, it can be anywhere on the map. The Paranoia does go in. It's not going to connect to anyone, but it will give them a little bit of semblance of safety towards Tree. You can see them maybe Fnatic considering this late B crunch puts Cloud right at the forefront. He's very alone, but Cloud's good for it. He's got to be careful about main though. He's been outdone, overwhelmed in the end, but now Crash is going to break through and take the space away. Can they keep security here? The Lurk's on the way as well from Chronicle. He's going to be coming in on the flank. Beautifully done. Flickless just turned around, but it was too late, and now they can run it towards C if they want to, but time is very low here.
Spike planted.
Man, Purpo. Yeah, no chance. Didn't think that Alpha was still around. Fnatic playing this rotation game very well. Ara and Westside do have the rifles here, though.
Yeah, they're going to go for it, looks like.
Kron can buy a bit of time on this post plant if he needs to with the util. Still got a little bit to work with, right? But Ara gets the right timing. Boast has been cleared, but trying to clear through. Ooh, that doesn't look like that was where he wanted it. And Ara doing very well. I don't know if they got half on this one, but time is going to be running low. Ara's going to go above and beyond for his side here, but down to 7 HP, just caught by the bullet. I think he knows he's done for. A valiant attempt, but the bonus falls away as Fnatic get on the board in the second half.
Yeah, good close there from Fnatic, but they were tested that round. I liked the back and forth all the way through. Like, every single part of that round was, you know, if I was a new IGL looking at the game and I was looking at these 3-site maps, I think that's a round I'd watch to figure out, like, how do you deal with...
Yeah, you are playing against the best Sentinel player in the world, bro. Just be careful, mate.
Loving the comments from Alpha.
Be careful, mate.
Be careful, mate.
It's like the Turkish-British combination of it all. Perfect.
Yeah, both going to start saying boss man.
Okay. I want to see more of that, though. Like, I know it went Fnatic side in the end, which is fine. You kind of expect it to, but that was really well played out. I got one away from his ult, too. Oof.
Yeah, another question is how does Fnatic deal with the Vice? You know, traditionally you've seen a lot of teams use the Yoru to deal with this.
Westside can't die here. Yeah, gotta play his life a little bit.
No easy way to get rid of this wall. Seems like Fnatic aren't going to go for it at all.
They can't leave this late, though. They can't just be waltzing in towards C this late in the round. Still going to confirm presence, too. Paranoia, I think, primed here. They're going to try and disrespect this?
Giant X still have 3.
Yeah, okay, that's how they get rid of the wall. You remove the player, apparently. But they got to go now here. Oh, my God, Kayak! Oh, it's just unreal from Fnatic. They had no right to get in towards this site. And now Ara and Purpo are behind the curve, but it is still a 2v3. Not impossible, especially with Purpo's positioning coming in.
Yeah, all good position for Fnatic, all on this elbow side of C. Looks like they're gonna fight out and find Purpo.
Yeah, that's gonna be a save.
Ara's off.
The fact that they were so headstrong in that approach towards C. Again, the question mark of how to deal with the wall, I guess just kill Vice also works.
Yeah.
That's fine. Kayak then pops the ult, flies in, gets it up. They had 3 players on that C site and they still win out. That was a brute force, but it was very well done by Fnatic.
I think it's one of those things where all this game, we've seen Giant X in positions to win rounds, but if you're not perfect against Fnatic sometimes, you just can't win rounds. And maybe something I want to highlight too is the difference between that Vice and Viper.
Okay.
I think that the Viper in those situations with that orb, I feel like the orb is the best tool to deal with those C approaches. You know, the wall is great from Vice, but that orb seems to just stall people for days and not allow them to go through that choke at all.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. For now, I've got almost feel for Westside in that one. I don't think there was much more to do other than just be safer about it, but it felt like they were really chomping at the bit. But 11-5 now. It does feel like this is tipping back firmly into Fnatic's hands. As much as I've been impressed with Giant X actually on these rotation, they've been, keeping up. They've been in the right place for a lot of this. Good reads. There is depth that we were talking about with Fnatic that they have. They have a lot more capability and experience. Cloud gonna try and slip away here. Feeling the intent from Fnatic.
Yeah, A side completely open. But whether Boaster can make that read. It's gonna be something. Just going through the protocols here, clearing out this blue room, the boombot. Nice paranoia.
And there's been so much pressure put on the players towards this side of that. But it was Cloud before, now you're seeing it with Flickless there. Really good at the crunches coming in and just layering that pressure on. Cloud this time was playing over towards the other side on A, but it's not much of an easier position. Trying to find a cheeky angle, maybe catch a cross, but he's just punished by Chronicle. They've done everything they need so far. It's really heads up from Kayak. He's just hitting everything he needs to. Nice. Very nice. Gonna put a bit of pressure back on Fnatic here, fighting on the side. Purpo controlled in approach, and bear in mind, Crashies is a mile away. Purpo, no, what are we up to? I think he just got lost in the source there.
Might have been a teammate.
Just a missed call?
Yep. I'm going to bail him out and say his teammates.
Fair play.
Played with him there. But yeah, rounds have been close, but then you get rounds like that from Fnatic where I think that they've just completely outplayed Giant X that round. It got close towards the end, but it was ultimately coming down to some of these big shots coming in.
One enemy remaining.
Was a... Let's see if there's any audio caught. No. It was just kind of a shaky buy as well for Giant X. It's not like it's much better now either. The issue is that they are going to start financially struggling, and at this point, it's 12-5. A little late now. First time we're seeing a committed fight towards Rubble, or at least a show of force there early on.
Yeah, I wonder how Fnatic react. They don't seem to like to re-clear it back early. It doesn't seem like they have got a read on Giant X rotating away.
Oh, Ara. You can see the attempt, but Chronicle was there to save the day, catching anyone trying to close down towards, I think it was Alpha who just dipped out of there. Gets a little greedy on the look back, goes for the monitor adjust, because clearly that was the issue, but Purpo, position. There's someone behind him as well, yeah, Kayak was there. It's a messy round, but it's still going Fnatic's way until then. Cloud, a stark reminder of his capabilities, and the spike left loose near his side. Boaster does have TP though. So that will be a quick collection. There it is, he's got it, and that will be the plant now.
The problem is that Vice was still up, and so they're going to know where he repositions here. But Boaster knows.
Shadows traveling.
How's he going to play this? So he's put a couple of question marks, right? That deep smoke towards CT, toying with the wall. He's put a couple of, worries in their minds. But this would need a 1v3. Now this would be impeccable from Boaster. He's gone for the mound position here. The plant complements it, but this is tough. There's a lot of bodies that they can put through to this, and Flickless still has utility. He needs to play this just to perfection. Lovely, controlled, beautiful. Boaster, can you do the unthinkable? Turns the flash well enough. He's got to stay on this one. He might have got the time on this.
Oh my
he
God,
actually might have got the time on this, Boaster. Absolute magic in the end. A Red Bull clutch to close, and that was genuinely beautiful.
Good. Impressed.
Yeah, look, let him have his flowers here. That one was very nice from Boaster. We'll be back with the third after the break.
Yo, DJ, give me a beat.
Okay.
Let's now when the world is calling you, can you hear the screaming? Really good emotion and passion. I got.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I think they will fake a lot with the drone.
Smash me, smash my hand, bros. One more. Oh.
Give me that smart, also.
Ah. Shit, what is happening?
Love to see the Fnatic are having fun, and after that second map and that win, they should be definitely very, very happy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. Fnatic, as I'm saying, on their Lotus, they just can't stop doing it, Meg.
I mean, unbelievable scenes to close that out as well from Boaster, and I think sometimes it shows that it's not about how many frags you have, but how impactful they are. And there were definitely times, not just from Boaster. Oh, thank goodness, because we didn't know if we would.
What a play.
I feel like this also shows how smart this man is. You know, you heard Mini over the mic kind of mention how they'll know where he's positioned because of the Vice Wall. And he baits it out and plays the time so perfectly. This is a man who's won many, many trophies.
I have to say that, I mean, he's smart is nothing to get surprised. I can even remember on the same map he was playing all-in on the defense, and he was pushing out. He localized where he's playing, the rival is playing. He's only one alive, and he knows he has to push. And instead of trying to shoot through the wall to the spot he was, he shoots to the spot he has to be.
Not many people would have taken this 1v3. You're already 12 rounds up. You have your ultimate to play with, playing with the time, the position here on Mount so he doesn't get flashed. He dodges both and just...
Right.
And knows also that when he peeks, he does not have to care for the one that is pushing him. And just look at the look, he's just a mastermind. But what else can we say? Definitely, what a way to close that second map. But it wasn't the only thing that surprised us. It wasn't the only thing that was good from the side of Fnatic, especially starting off from that defense. We saw a lot of those retakes come into fruition, as we can see in this graphic. 3 out of 9 times the Giant X was able to plant the spike. There's 3 rounds they were able to convert.
Yeah, they played really good. I mean, I have to say the Fnatic was always waiting, prepared, getting the information, anticipation, and ready to make a fast retake whenever it's needed. And I don't think the GX was prepared for it. It's like all the plan to get the spike into plant, it's okay. But after the post plant, it was kind of messy.
Meg, we also saw in that graphic 9-9 in those opening duels, even though Giant X is only able to get 5 rounds. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see a statistic like that and then see only 5 rounds on the board, because you've got to expect them to at least convert a fair few of those rounds getting the first blood. But I do think the aggression and the ability to adapt from Fnatic just shone through, you know. I think they had the reads and they knew how Giant X would play off the back of having those kills. And I also think it's props to Fnatic. Sometimes their retakes aren't the best, but I think they were willing to give up a lot of space and then play back in together, because it really goes to show the synergy of the team and how amazingly they work when they're all together.
Yeah, exactly. When we think about Lotus, when we think about Fnatic, retakes or not, we're going to see a lot of the Odin. Ulises, are you an Odin or Ode out? I think that Yinsu asked you to yesterday. I think that I heard that you were an Ode out.
All out, but just because Mitch. If I had to play duel with him, I don't want him to be playing all in.
Have you suffered through that? I have suffered through that as well.
Too many times.
Oh my God, it is terrible. Just run. If you see Mitch in your lobby, just run. Meg, what do you make of this Odin play?
I mean, it was a little bit ropey here and there when you saw Boaster on the Odin. Like, as much as I love him and he did clutch out around with the Odin, it did get a little bit silly at points, but I have to say that Chronicle on the Viper with the Odin, he is definitely my favorite person to pick up that gun, and probably the only person that I would allow to be spammed out by an Odin. But I think it also goes to show how impactful the Viper is on Lotus. I think we heard a few times the mentioning of picking out the Vice maybe instead from Giant X, but I have to say, like, a player like Chronicle and an agent like Viper combined together is why I think their Lotus is so strong.
I'd love to see more than one Odin. I think that it really shows the full potential to how annoying they can be, whatever Lauren says. Sometimes you do not need to listen. But Haven is going to be the last map that we play. And when we speak about stellar performances, we're seeing it on our screens right now. Alpha here on that Killjoy, on that Lotus was very, very impressive. What are we expecting to see from him on Haven if we expect him to jump in again on the ISO? Can he be the difference maker?
I think so, because even when he's on an agent like Killjoy, he's still playing aggressively. You know, we mentioned it before going into Lotus, how he plays in front of his utility, and he will do the same kind of aggressive picks with ISO, but he'll have 2 chances with that shield on. And again,
Scary.
I love seeing Alfire on ISO, especially when he ults, because he's usually winning the match.
Yeah, he's really good, and he's normally winning this kind of duels. And I want to see if they're gonna keep it, because last day they were playing with Heaven. I mean, he played properly, but it wasn't his best. And sometimes you have to try to innovate. And also, talking about innovate, what is Giant going to play?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very good point that you're bringing up, because on this Lotus, we saw a composition that we've seen other teams play, and we probably play into mix and match of the comforts from the new players coming in onto the ideas that you already had. Ulises, you were right in guessing more or less what we were going to see on this Lotus. Now, I was checking and I saw that Ada was also playing the Neon on this map when he was playing in UCAM. Do we expect to see that on Haven?
I don't know. I mean, I can
like
expect them to move into Neon Breach, Cypher, Omen, Soba compo. That is mostly something we can expect them.
Neon Breach?
Okay, Neon Breach for the new ones, Flickless and Ara. Cypher, Omen, and Soba. For me, fits the best for the team, but at the same time, they were playing before that with Iso, Yoru, Omen, Tejo, Cypher. Mostly the composition everyone is playing on Americas, and also we've seen playing mostly from Fnatic. It could be working, maybe they are playing on Yoru. It could be. I mean, I never seen Ara playing on Yoru. He's the only agent on Duelist. I never seen him play.
Uli, I want to put you on the spot here as Mystic Uli, because you got it right last time. Who was Cloud going to go on to? Because if he was
Soba.
previously playing the Yoru...
I mean,
oh my God!
No, Soba,
do you remember
Soba.
when we were doing the pre-match and I was saying name an IGL that has not bottom fragged, and you were so right in saying that Cloud could be one of them if it had not been for that Yoru.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I mean, maybe the Soba's a safe pick.
No, let him with Soba. I mean, I can remember him on Soba. He's one of the best players. I want him on Soba. For me, my combo. Breach, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Soba, please.
Would you be down to maybe some Tejo Breach action?
Okay, if we bring Tejo,
Runner
then
was on Tejo.
okay, let's do it. But maybe Neon on... I will keep Neon on Ara. Neon plus ISO, like coming into 2024.
Okay, you only have 5, you know, and you still have to have smokes, and I assume something else.
Neon, ISO, Omen, Tejo, Cypher.
Locked in. That's
Without
your locked
Breach.
in.
No, we need
Breach?
Breach. Nah, I don't care. Too much. I don't want Tejo.
No?
Mo or Tejo and Cloud?
I love the back and forth in your brain.
I'm
You need
sure.
to know something, because we need to know if you're going to be right or wrong before the agent select comes up.
Soba for Cloud, Omen. Yeah, Omen on Purple, Soba on Cloud, Neon Ara, Cypher for Westside, Breach on Flickless.
Okay.
That's my
And
safe
my
spot.
prediction for Fnatic is they're going to do the exact same
Meg.
combination.
Okay, that's so safe. Okay, we have our predictions from the desk. Let's jump into the agent select for the last map of today. Purpo is going to be on the Omen. We do get the Tejo Breach. We're not going to be getting that Neon. Ara is going to be moving on to that Jet. How do you think this is going to face off against Fnatic?
I like it. I mean, Aaron Jet is amazing, and I think that Tejo with Breach is one of the best combos you can ever play. The thing is, you're going to play playing against someone that is going to be facing you with ISO and Yoru. Meg, do you think that GX has enough to stop them?
Maybe. I mean, you know, I'm not going to sit here and talk badly about Giant X after their performance on Ascent. They definitely have the capability of doing so. I just think Haven, again, is one of Fnatic's home grounds, and they've played this comp and it's tried and tested, and they've won out with it many times, you know, and we've really seen Crashies come into that Sova role since joining the Fnatic roster. So I just think that Fnatic here are going to win this one out.
Going to win this one out, Ulises?
I'm gonna go for Giant X.
Okay, Giant X, Fnatic. Let's, not wait any longer and toss this to our casters for this last map of the day. It's Pansy and Mini.
Thank you very much, Bea and the desk. Do I need to ask you who I think's winning this?
No.
Yeah, Giant X, obviously, right?
Yeah, love the composition from Giant X.
Yeah,
the Breach Tail, I think this is one of the strongest Breach Tail maps when done correctly.
Yeah, give me a couple other win cons. What else do you think is great about Giant X here?
It's the Breach and Tail.
Right, okay,
Just
well,
we
covered it. We got it. Yep,
yeah.
fair enough.
When I see a Breach and a Tail, or at least a Tail, I'm like, okay, my job's done.
Okay, you're like, yeah, job done.
And then it's just tick, done.
Okay.
Go home.
Okay. One more map between these two. Going all the way here, all the way to Haven. The composition from Fnatic has been seen. It's been, you know, worked on. It's been tried to be handled in multiple ways. But let's see if Giant X have something to say about this. Can they stop the roll now?
In all seriousness, Fnatic played this comp a lot. Last time, only 3 rounds on that defense. So Giant X looking to do the same to Fnatic.
All right, Kron. Test is on. And the patience is here. Paranoia, good. Time to strike. Was right about then, but it's Westside come in with a couple for himself, but it was Crashies to keep the numbers on their side until then. Kayak now left with a mountain to climb.
Time to jump.
Purpo is lower, and he does have a sheriff, but they're staying together. But does that matter? Kayak with both. A Red Bull clutch from the very word go.
I was about to say both teams coming out shooting strong, and a Giant X in that 2v1 looking a little bit whiffy. Kayak with a fairly easy 2v1.
You would hit that.
How did Boaster die, by the way? He got full Teo salvoed, but
I don't know.
he wasn't stunned, I don't think. He got full Teo salvoed, so if we're doing a U-beam frame thing, I think we got the Governor Teo ult, and then I want to see that round back at a certain point.
You think it was that bad?
I think it was pretty bad.
Any
Look,
clippers in chat?
after that 3v1, we got to bring him down just a little bit.
The ego be there. Boasties have been collected. For now, this should run part of the course unless we Giant X focusing towards his B side. Not too surprising, this is quite traditional in this sort of round. Doesn't normally get you a plant. But the player looking to stop that V Alpha. A little bit wild for him to come in swinging, but hey, let the boy take a fight or two. It's gotten a bit dangerous, but it was always going to be kept in check, and that's Westside. The timing on this, but does he get to spot him in time? I don't know. And the caution being aired, but this should give away his position now. But Crashes is far. Ah, he's got the angle. Not a problem. I got a bit nervous just in case he was able to gap close towards Boaster, but wasn't to be. Crashes has his back. The new romance, obviously, going on Fnatic. Romance.
They have won some clutches on this map together too, so.
Yeah? Oh, look, damn. Big Crashes looked at him then? Oh.
I'm so jealous.
It could never be you.
Could never be me. But a good round from Giant X.
Yeah, I like it.
Getting the economy down from Fnatic a little bit. They're going to have the 2 Vandals coming through to this round. Fnatic are usually very strong in this bonus because they save so much. They buy so much into that second round and they're able to save a lot into the third, but not as much this time around.
Breaking them.
See, good chip to start with. That's Ara and Purpo on the receiving end of that. It seems look relatively simplistic, barring this. Kayak going for walkabouts down C long.
Yeah, but Giant X have done the main thing on Haven. They've taken away A main. Kayak does have info.
3 players here.
This was a problem for Fnatic in the last game. They weren't good on these A holds.
Okay, does Boaster get away with anything here? Paranoia preemptively sent, and he backs away. This feels a bit overly cautious to a degree, but they're backing away towards kind of deeper on the site, leaving just Alpha
Giant
close.
X are waiting for their cycle, and they've got it now. Going to be stunned, and Salvo's coming on an XX soon, I imagine.
That's going to be going towards backside. Salvo's going to be going in, forcing them both kind of towards that graffiti side. Aura so sharp. Does he get another though? No, he doesn't, but Alpha's flashed up. He can't do much about it. And once again, we pose the question, can they hold this? And the answer is no. Purpo clearing house, leaving just Kayak to try and walk the smoke. Nice attempt, but just too many bodies there. It feels like they hadn't solved that problem once again.
Now, this is something I noted when they played against Vitality, was they only got 3 rounds on that defense, and I think it was 4 rounds on defense. They had 3 stacked on the A site, and Vitality just snowballed into them. And it looks like Fnatic have the same kind of approach where they have like triangle kind of crossfire going on, but it's not working.
Nice! Good job, guys! Let's go!
And I think that's why we see Giant X going in with that simple approach, taking A main control and just execing A.
Look, it works.
If it worked, if it lost Fnatic that last defense, why not use it against them?
Again, you've got the Teo, you've got the breach. It works so well in that regard. So much of the site becomes so hard to play. So it looks like Fnatic wants to attempt take some control down towards A long, putting Alpha in a more forward position, popping him in the corner. One of those classic clips from this one as well. Maybe played in off the back of Crashies' contact, but we're already seeing Giant X kind of taking their time on this default, exploring middle.
Drones re-clear A, but only Aura behind it, so I don't think they're going to be able to do too much off of it. That might be enough to get them towards the C site.
Was this a pop flash? Steps. Flash, swing. They're already ahead of it though. They actually got around the corner, so it wasn't as effective as he probably would have liked, but already on towards that C side. Bo's going to beat the timing on here. Paranoia goes in. It looks like Kai wanted to swing. Flickless though, going to find both of them. Sight now under contest. Chronicle might have to back away from this a little bit. He can't be the one to engage now. Needs to wait on Crashies. Needs to wait on Alpha to get closer to try and pounce this trap. But Crashies leans in ahead. Takes away Aura, but a trade goes in. So it's still numbers up for Giant X. Alpha and Crashies not going to find a way forward. This might be a save.
Yeah, it should be. Giant X looking good again, just slightly ahead of Fnatic, it seems, getting into these sites.
But we've got to say as well, Fnatic have become kind of renowned for this composition and what it became, and it got obviously adapted and adopted by a lot of other teams. If you're Giant X, even in this new iteration with these newer players, you've got them in quite clear-cut roles, you know what I mean? The strong suit for Flickless there, and obviously Aura on the Jet is certainly no slouch. But you've got to have theory-crafted how you wanted to approach a composition like this anyway at some point, right? Because we've got Vitality running something very similar, got Fnatic doing this, plenty of teams are starting to do it, so it shouldn't be something fresh in their minds. This should be something they could prep for potentially. So far, it looks like they've done their homework quite well here.
Yeah, they're going to get lots of reps and scrims to figure it out. Of course, I don't know how many scrims they've really had this roster, so a lot of it might just come down to theory and Pipson having to kind of, you know, tell them how to play in the moment a bit more, or theory craft before the game a little bit. One thing from Fnatic is they're using the Euro towards the C side of the map instead of the A side of the map, which is, I think, one of the areas I'm going to look towards for the rest of this game, because usually you use the Euro towards A to TP fast back to C. You guide people up towards A, and then you can fast flood in. But Fnatic using it towards C, which is a new look.
And walk down middle as well. Ghost in hand for Kayak.
Yeah, broken by here for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're going to know that Alpha and Crashies got away with weaponry. That is something that's not going to be subtle. Obviously, Boaster going to be investing up on the Bucky. But beyond that, it's that Sheriff with Chronicle and just that Ghost, so careful.
That's dangerous, because every Fnatic member is one shot away from dying to that Outlaw.
Yeah, going to be really hard to feel brave in any of these scenarios now to try and shoulder anything. It feels like you're going to be punished, which for Crashies could be the case. He's one of the big players here, but only a light shield still, even with that Vandal. Doesn't know what's coming his way, but they are waiting. If he dares peek that corner. Crashies, it's wait. Baited, breath, lovely. Back away now, doesn't need to outstay his welcome. They didn't speed up too fast, and they have numbers.
Yeah.
This is a lot more, and Alpha the other with the weapon here, but the angle not great. Playing off the corner just a little bit too close, gave the advantage to Westside, but still, ult's gonna be coming in, and they are gonna push this one straight in. Head first, Aura clears Kayak. They still know there's threats here, they still know there's more here. Boaster being one of them, dips away towards Sewer, runs off, but he can't get away. Flickless gonna find him, and now the plant next on the horizon. This overall from afar, actually catching Kron, I think they're on that one, but still they got its number. Purpo down now, Flickless in the 1v2. He wants the time, but Chronicle wants the gap close. He didn't get the kill, and now there's a chance. The shock dart connected, but not quite enough to really deny that fight going his way. But Flickless in the 1v1 up against Crashies. Crashies an experienced player, but Flickless playing this well, but you can see that little bit of paranoia building. Did he already cross to sight? Himself towards hell. Dart gonna come in. Is there hesitation for a moment? Stuns there. Cross made. Crashies comes back around. But Flickless beautifully controlled there. Handles the pressure well.
Yeah, again, Fnatic have got 4 people into this A site. Giant X looking like they had no way in. And it was Flickless for me who saved that round completely. Not just at the end, but even in that mid round, he getting kills on the site. The economy wasn't great from Fnatic, so that's going to be the kind of saving grace for them. But the same pattern, stacking A and losing.
Worried about this. This is a worrying trend, isn't it? It's one of those that's... It's one of Chronicles going to do something silly there. No, it was Kayak actually to find the first. That was right down C long. Flaming Purpo.
No smokes now.
Makes it difficult.
Usually that means that B is more open for a finish. Smoke's not as impactful there. It looks like a C split. Giant X.
So close up from Garage. Gonna have to give away the game though. Cloud couldn't really deny it, but away we go. Already quick off the starting block. Ara in, looking for a man. Found it. Kayak completely, I don't know, out of it in this one. And it feels like Ara's ready. Right, but it was Flickless to find Chronicle. Removed. He was left all on his own. Boaster, Alpha, and Crashies. No flank this time, no luck this time. And still quite far away from this. That plant's going to be in.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a drone and Alpha's shield up to facilitate this retake.
Smoke's there for Boaster now. Waiting for Alpha to set it in motion, but Boaster goes ahead of this one. Crashies, Alpha, they look lost in this, and Crashies falls. Cloud is going to be sky high after that one. Beautifully handled. Again, losing out on Purpo so early on. I thought Fnatic had the reins in that regard. They should have had that round, it felt like, but not the case at all. Lovely split.
Yeah, worrying when you get a clean kill, not just on anyone, but the Smokes player, and not looking good in this round at all to finish it off.
Do you think this is just, I don't want to say the composition running out of gas?
Nice!
Or
Let's go, let's go. Let's
are
go,
we seeing
guys.
Fnatic making similar mistakes again? Because we're going to have a timeout here anyway, and we do need to kind of talk bigger picture, because the first two maps kind of went the way, I don't want to say we expected. Ascent going towards Giant X was a great look for them, fantastic. Lotus, a reminder of some of Fnatic's strengths. But if they are being pressured now by Giant X, right, if this is where pressure comes in on a map like Haven that has also been quite strong for them, maybe not, you know, the epitome of strength, but very much towards the top. If now they're receiving pressure, it feels like there's been a solution made to deal with this composition. Or is it just dealing with Fnatic in this composition?
I'm not sure yet if it's the composition specifically or just Fnatic's defense overall. The defense with this composition this year hasn't felt as good as it did last year. I think if you look at the numbers, I think 6 was the worst that Fnatic got last year over 15 games.
Wow.
And it's usually 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be either or. I think that the C site was always something that was a little bit weaker in this comp, and we relied on having Alpha running in on those retakes, Durka TPing in, but with the style shift of Yoru kind of more anchoring that C side of the map is interesting to me, and could be something that needs to be kind of worked around.
Yeah, but now, Giant X have the answers. They also have the operator that I think was brought into the previous. Ara going to be noted early.
Another horrible buy for Fnatic as well.
Yeah, it is messy. And it's confidence from Ara. Can't get away from that though. Crashies. Hey, we got some North American on the server here. That Stinger's going to do well. Kayak trying to find a bit of space for himself as well down middle. I'm bold about this. He might get the timing right. I think he beat the cam on this one. Oh, Kayak could be on for a heater here. Might get in trouble soon. Or does he get the reward? No, Westside just going in towards that sewer. And he's turned around and he's dealt with him. There was a moment in time, 10 seconds earlier, it could have been different, but for now it is what it is. Boaster tucked in the corner, gets cleared. Cloud diligent in approach, but Crashy's still trying to be firing on this one. Chronicle! Oh, this could be huge. A 1v1, 2 bullets to play with, and information had. Can he land the shot though? No more to play with, and the gap gets closed slightly. Purpo down on 18. Chronicle can't do it. Giant X. It may be close, but it's another round win.
It sounded like a broken record, but once again, Fnatic have made a read, stacked the A site, and they can't quite get it over the line.
What do they need to do differently here? I know it's a lot to ask of you, right? But it's like you've seen this before, you've thought about it before, because we saw it in the previous games. What is an adjustment? Is there anything easy that comes to mind? Is there something that feels simplistic that you'd be just testing out? Because it feels like they're not finding something.
On the A site specifically, dealing with those pushes, they have a very set kind of triangle setup they're trying to run, but they could just push down sewers. Double push down reactively if they know that Giant X are taking long control.
Now, Giant X feel like they've got the momentum. They've got the choices. Ooh, 1v1 time. Alpha, let's see how you do. You should be on for this, but he does have Ara, but very well handled by Alpha. Good first pick. And oh, the follow-up, gorgeous as well. Cloud gone, they're down to just 3. A 4v3 with Chronicle still at the back of the B site. They have control across the map. There's very little left unchecked here.
And Kayak's got this deep line on
Love that. Really nice. Purpo checks, but it doesn't matter. Kayak hits the shot, he doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He gets out of there, gets his one, and backs away.
Yeah, talking about win conditions, I don't mind having Kayak on those deeper lines. I think that's what I would be doing as a general approach.
Yeah. Alpha and that ult, even getting the second, just feels like was the kind of icing on the cake, wasn't it? But Giant X, it's a reality they have to face. If you do start seeing Alpha starting to warm into this game a bit more, having that sort of impact, Kayak holding those deeper lines, they're going to have to find a new adjustment. But for now, Fnatic, that's what they needed, a step back here.
Yeah, it feels like any time Alpha's got that ult, it is one of those freebie rounds for them. Can they do it when he doesn't?
And this is what we now look at. Kayak does have the operator back. He was posted towards that C side last time. And actually did manage to find Purpo, but that still went the other side. But I do wonder where he's going to try and bring that now.
Well pick. Come on. Give me that tsunami. Let's go.
Oh, the tsunami, the wave. Did you catch?
Okay, I was confused.
I thought he said salami initially.
Salami.
But it is tsunami because of the wave thing that was happening before. But Pacey, we will come back to the in-between comms.
Yeah, Giant X have breach ult here, so it might be a fast approach.
And if they spot two players, maybe towards quad, yeah, that if anything encourages it here. Chronicle trying to stick around. You can't stick around. There's no way out of that. Had to respect it, and they can't. And now Giant X get the site for free, but we're on the retake. But again, retaking with that operator on that site doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's a hard enough retake as it is. A site's not fun. 4v5 with an op.
Look at the cam. Look at the trip. Look at all of this information they have here. Purpo should be watching towards this. Kayak gonna have to come out of that ult at some point. Here it is. Purpo on the line, gonna be cleared. Fnatic looking to try and pinch from the other sides now, but time is gonna start ticking. 4v4, flipping the roles almost. Can you hold this site when we play attack? No, you can't. Aura the only one to draw blood here, leaving Cloud in a 1v3. And they've got numbers, they got positions. Gorgeous retake from Fnatic, taking the tour of the map.
Lovely macro there from Fnatic. Textbook example of how you're supposed to retake that site. We see every single team trying to flood through CT, but it's those flanks that I think are the key. And Fnatic in a 4v5 with the op, we were not liking their chances, but adding that flank in was beautiful.
This one player again, nice from Kayak.
Nice! Huge retake, bro.
True. Now Giant X's money gonna be shattered here. They're gonna be down to that broken buy. We've been seeing what it felt like Fnatic had for like 3-4 rounds, but for now, it's gonna be bits and bobs.
It's crazy how quickly Fnatic look like they're back in. One round with Alpha's ult, one flank retake, and now anti-eco.
Things can change, but the solution hasn't been found the whole time. Chronicle has not been having a good time on this side of the map. Crashies gets a gift from the gods. He almost survived longer there. They've managed to once again take this site with lesser weapons, but the retake this time has not got the flank on it. It's not got the pressure on it. There's a flank on the other side. Look at West side here. His timing could be divine as well. Alpha trying to get a little bit closer, and he's found Purpo. This must instigate that flank from West side to come in now. Flicker's trying to be posturing up, buying the time with these beautiful salvos. Oh no, it's a nightmare. Cloud just got Boaster as well. That's twice now he's died to these salvos. We've got the ult coming in, and maybe unnecessarily. Cloud to catch Alpha on the drop. And the issues persist, even against those weaker weapons.
Yeah, I think I got to highlight Kron here. Like 2 rounds in a row. First, like the round before, getting caught by a breach ult.
Right? Yeah.
This round, just being overwhelmed. Cypher on the A side of the map, you traditionally see them playing in heaven, trying to play off the trips.
Yep.
I'm not too sure what he's planning, to be honest.
And I feel like I've almost never said that sentence about Kron, because he always feels like, I always feel like there's such a control with him. He's such a very intelligent player. He reads how he wants to approach it incredibly well. So it does feel like a strange amount of focus, but I do want to just keep track of that, of how he's handling this being put towards him.
I mean, he's forced to flex on a lot of different agents. Cypher's not one. It's the only map he really has to play it on. So it could be to do with that.
Yeah. Again, not often do I really worry about Chronicle, but he's having a tough time here.
Once again, Giant X are into C site with very little resistance.
Yeah. And it is going to be respected by Fnatic. The smoke obviously deep here. Does Alpha invest? Oh, Chronicle has got Purpo though. That is lovely. Crashies from all the way across. Oh, he's got both. Dream come true sort of thing. Cloud dreaming of an outcome that's probably not going to be happening now. He's heard him though. We're up for a biff. Oster gap closing. Doesn't expect it. Oh my, oh my god. Yeah, Kayak easy now, Tiger, because there's a real issue here. Chronicle's timing is everything. It's a nice reposition. It's very hard to consider for Cloud. But that suddenly got serious in a heartbeat.
He's going to need to ace though.
I mean, God.
30 seconds
and
left.
again, I feel that Kron is on for the perfect position here. He'll have to go towards the spike, and he is. Very well done by Kron, kept composed in the end, but Christ, Cloud almost did something unthinkable.
I mean, I got a bit worried that Fnatic had just put the red carpet up for Giant X to go into that C site, but nice trip from Kron to get a free kill.
Yep.
And then, you know, Fnatic good at playing around these ults, knowing that they can flood in or get kills from them. Crashy's looked incredible with the Silver ult this game.
I catch the timing, bro. I catch the timing, bro.
Oh, this is a nice enjoy it. You've had a hard game. Like, some of these aren't going to be fun games. That's just the nature of the beast. But maybe a little bit of a weight off his shoulders in that regard. But God, if Cloud has another round like that, oof. 5-6 though. You're right. Complimenting Fnatic for these ult usages since that kind of ISO ult that came in. Yeah, there's been a bump in the road. You know, it's not a complete one-sided affair. But since that moment, you've got Crashy's ult coming through that's been marvelous. They're very, very good at this. Are the strengths. This will be alpha found. Forced to respect it. See the amount of attention put towards clearing that. And a TP as well, up towards Heaven straight away.
Another massive brawl on A. Usually favoring Giant X.
Oh my good lord, he's thrown everything at it. Ara still hungry, but it's Kayak to greet him with a smile. This time around, Kayak's here. I feel like he hasn't been able to be on this site as often as he'd like, but now with the operator, tough position to play and feels risky. Oh, but the reward is just divine. Gorgeous stuff from him as Cloud. Oh my god, not again, Cloud. You got 5 bullets and 3 players to find. Easy, Tiger. Easy. Oof. Cloud's been so close to a couple of these rounds, but they brought it back to a 6 apiece, Mini. It's close.
Yeah, but going into attack side, I think that's where Fnatic love it. Bose has been calling some masterclasses recently, and that's something to worry about if I'm Giant X.
Plenty to worry about, but you're still 6-6, one of the best in the league. I'd be still happy with that with 2 brand new players. I miss how this ends.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
It has been quite the affair so far. First map goes in favor to the underdogs. Giant X come out swinging. The brand new players looking good, looking revitalized. Map 2, a reminder of who Fnatic are. Caliber off the charts. But map 3, a closer affair. Minnie, we're seeing a challenge here. Now, I know that you rate the attack side here with Boaster at the helm. I get that. But is there any worry in your minds, or are you quite sure that Fnatic will be fine now on this side switch?
I think they should be fine, but Giant X have, I'm casting with the respect that they've been playing very well. So it's not going to be a simple, it shouldn't be a simple, blowout victory from here. I expect resistance.
I'm with you on that, Wes. It looks like Westside actually copped a lot of damage here, but look at the stack. Look how much priority the Giant X put. This 4-play stack towards C and Garage, that's huge. Putting a lot of faith in Cloud to control over towards the A side. And bringing Fnatic just down to 3. Now, Kayak's got himself a lot of space here. Cloud gonna know the presence through Sewer. Didn't see the second player. But that is Boaster can be seen.
Exploration all across the map. Ara's got the flank. Ooh. But Kayak's in a strange position too.
Yeah, if Ara can keep his life, that's lovely for him. Yeah, he's going to be happy with that. But yeah, he's Kayak. Can he become instrumental to the outcome? They've kind of navigated away from each other. You've got the players backfilling towards B. And now it's kind of, I don't want to say thought through, but there's, oh my god, there's Kayak being seen. He has, oh my word, and Ara turned around for it. He was just caught by the players drifting from B towards C. The timing not there for them, leaving Crashies and Boaster to try and pick up the pieces of this round. 5 against them, and Giant X looked prepared for this. Boaster trying to find a path through Garage. It looks unavailable. Crashies with a lovely shot towards Ara. Just that shock dart to buy maybe a couple of seconds on the plant here. Boaster trying to make a play. Playing in that smoke. Does that Fnatic classic work just as well? The double swing. Oh, I just dipped into the other side of the smoke there. Crashies. Oh my god, it's 3. Are you on for the ace, Crashies? You got 1 bullet, hits a reload. Got the dart as well. He's got something to do with this one. Come on, Crashies, show me some magic. No, it is Giant X pulling off the first round here in the second half. And Mini, they looked ready. They looked like they had the read. It was a 4-man stack through Garage and C.
Yeah, like that's what I wanted to highlight is maybe Giant X looked into the pistols of Fnatic. I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember what pistols Fnatic ran, but they looked like they had an anti-strat ready. Knowing that Fnatic maybe liked to go towards that Garage.
Nice!
And it was nice. Well executed. It's like sometimes we talk about Giant X and they have these nice ideas and they don't, the execution just isn't there. Sometimes the shots aren't hit. But today, looking very different.
This is, it gives me a little hope here, because we've had like Cloud hitting, this hasn't been a big performance from Ara either. Like if we're looking at, Jet pound for pound, he hasn't been, popping off, doing anything crazy. If he starts heating into this one, if he gets a little bit of room to build, oof, let's get a bit scary. But can Fnatic make anything happen this round? Any small victories here? Purpo, if he's focused, should have the angle, and he's got the kill. So far, no really red flags to be worried about.
Standing ahead.
It should be a simple one for Giant X here.
I like this, though. You can see the timing on what they were trying to do on that crunch towards West Side, but it just gets outdone. I like Kayak's attempt. It's not there, though, and this now, formality. Giant X getting the second with an in-zone flawless. Suddenly, the pressure's starting to build. Not much. But you can feel it, that little bit of tension now. You can see it as well. This round becomes pivotal, important. If a bonus gets converted for Giant X, I'm on board.
It's also, like you point out, Ara, if the bonus is converted, getting that economy up, getting that op out, the Jet on defense, that's what you want to see.
Nice, good job, guys, good job, good job, good job.
Another round where Giant X have an idea on the bonus round. We're going to see a C push here with the fault line.
These concepts they've been coming up with are once again pushed down towards that cutout on C long. Still 2 players present towards Garage. This is very similar to what we almost saw on the pistol to a degree, right? You've got Cloud isolated towards 8. This is rinse and repeat.
They're reading Fnatic's Garage default. Fnatic love to go into Garage at the start of the round, take this Sentinel space, take away that utility.
Down long, we've got a bit of a brawl about to break out down there. They're going to at least kind of insert one. That's going to be Ara now. Left to his own devices, but they do go back. They should have information, at least on the camera to a small degree, but Cloud may not read how many are on that side.
Yeah, he's got a big job in this game if they're going to continue with this 1A approach.
Yeah, it is not easy. Whoa, yeah, outdone. Kayak, so mechanically gifted, but Purple going to claim one back, catching the player by window. That was the spike. I don't know if he saw it drop necessarily, but that's enough that kind of gives away this, maybe it's not this direct A approach. Alpha going to be caught by the paranoia. Has to back away, stunned up almost, actually gets away with it. He's being forced out, bullied around the map by Util. Gets away to safety. The A side will be controlled, but the trajectory and pathing of Giant X is good towards the A side.
All from one position though.
Silence.
Would have been nice to have a bit more of a crunch. Yeah, now you look at the pressure then coming back through from Sewer, but they've already gotten past that. They've skipped ahead a little bit. So Kayak maybe next. Turns the flash just, well, he turns back into it. So Crashies plays in, swings in. Crashes! He's held the line just as desired for Fnatic. Happy with that one, and the first time truly identifying that isolated Cloud on the A site.
Yeah, I think that it'll be interesting to see if Fnatic make that read, that Giant X are hard anti-stratting Fnatic right now. They've got stacks towards C to deal with Fnatic's usual default, playing just one towards the A site. If someone gives Boaster that information that they're only playing one on the A site, I'm
really
going to say that
nice
this is what
round,
this time is probably about.
Really nice, and Alpha really good info there.
Alpha good info, maybe identifying how many were in middle
Yeah,
as well.
probably.
So this does feel like, as much as yes, this is a Giant X timeout, because maybe the plan has been uncovered, the Fnatic are probably working right now as well. I'd love to see the coach cams on the other side. It looks like Boaster was having a bit of a chat then too, but I'd be very curious to see if they're interjecting with what they see happening. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly led by Boaster there for them. But for Giant X, now this is the test of depth, right? Like maybe they had a good idea of how they wanted to deal with that default, deal with the garage control, make sure that's not a freebie, that it's fought for and challenged for. But now, okay, they've found us out, right? We've been stacking for. Cool. But then the issue becomes, look, even Fnatic struggled to hold that A site, even with 3, 4 players. It's not an easy site to hold if they get this full execute going. The challenge then becomes, and the question mark becomes, does Fnatic try and exploit it now? Do they go back to their standard? Because you'll imagine that there's going to be an adaptation. So it becomes this kind of, you know, a really chess-gamed answer.
I think I'm Fnatic, I'm prodding both A main and Garage at the same time and feeling out, are they continuing with this game plan? Or where can we just get the easy space?
Yeah. I do wonder if they do it. Because we can already see the adjustment from Giant X, right? That's a very different looking A side of the map. Now Fnatic looking quite simplistic in approach, and the Hunter's Fury gonna, I think that's at least a tag. Yeah, it's a pickup for Crashes too. He's been so good.
Yeah, every Hunter's Fury's been phenomenal from him this game. Huge impact.
Kind of discussing as well Fnatic's strength when it comes to utilizing their ults. This is a layer that they've had here. Crashes already finding impact, and now going back to this garage presence, which we've seen them work with before. Should be info on this. That's 2 spotted. That's, again, a lot to be working with here. Trying to get that connection, but Alpha going to go for the kill. Yeah, really well controlled in the corner. Good trade for Westside, so not out of complete touch, but now we have to see what that retake looks like on the C site.
Not too much to work with. We've got Ara pressuring the flank and some salvos, but Westside's got in already.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying. And where was Boaster? I guess maybe imagining Kayak had that. I don't know. It looked a little lost in the source here. This is still getting dangerous. It's a 1v2. Ara's position does get noted. Obviously, going to be considered earlier. He's got to get moving, and he knows he has to try and gap close and get there in time. The flash going to come through. Tries to find himself a cubby to play from. Trying to identify this crossfire. Find the player. Spots one. Oh, it's lovely. 5 bullets. He can't convert on Kron. Safety found for Fnatic there. Tying the scoreline up now a little bit closer. And the battle truly of the minds begins.
Yeah, timeout not working for Giant X, and now down to just the Sheriffs.
Chico.
Chico time.
Yes. Don't ruin it, Purpo. We go by like majority rule, but...
I think it's still a Chico.
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay, never mind.
Cage trigger.
Okay. What do we have? Fnatic should be just working a default, really. You know you're up against a team on Sheriffs or, you know, a broken bite. And already Alpha's been rewarded with his patience, playing disciplined, catching that push up on C-Long. And we've seen, it was Ara going for it a couple of times as well, but now seeing the Westside was the one punished, that opens up a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, but Fnatic will continue to play it patiently. Giant X, nice proactivity, but Fnatic should be ready.
Purpo, it feels readable. Fnatic very heads up about this, re-clearing towards window. I don't know if they go too deep to clear it. Gonna look for the last player. Boaster, that was sharp. Quick towards Purpo there. And again, methodical from Fnatic. And this is kind of what you need in a round like this. You need to be very composed about it.
Show me a target.
Alpha hunting his ult now too.
He should. Ara looking like the next potential victim too. Down only 22 HP. And Alpha, yeah, very much on the case.
Spike planted.
No support going to be coming in from Cloud anytime soon, really. Quite far away here.
Cloud looking to save, it looks like. Ara doesn't want to give away anything more.
Alpha is only one off from the ult, but still, I mean, Crashy's not too far away either. Going to be difficult to get any sort of silver lining out of this round.
I feel kind of sorry for Giant X, taking that timeout, losing, and now they've got to deal with an alpha ult on the next, like the second gun round.
Yeah, we've look. It's something that we kind of compliment with Fnatic to an extent, but a lot of the good teams will do it. And we talk about the kind of layering when we get towards top-end teams is how well they utilize these ultimates and how well it can snowball the team and how well they invest them when they get them. I remember Steel losing his mind the amount of times you'd see players sat on these ults, not using them, not building rounds around it, and it just becoming, you know, a real issue. But as it stands, Fnatic is showing what you can do with this. Now, whether or not that holds up, we do have 2 more to work with here. Kayak obviously has his and Alpha now.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Historically, Fnatic like to use the Euro ult on A, but looks like they're going for a more fast garage approach, potentially. Potentially the combo of the Euro ult and the ISO ult could be used.
But it looks like they're going back to this 4-1 for Giant X too, so... Already hearing that shield pop makes you nervous, and there's the player snatched. Alpha will be taken, I think that's Purpo here. Oh, that's not clean, but it's fine, he gets away with it, but there's a lot of bodies on this side of the map. So as much as he does go 1-for-1, we are seeing this 4v4 break out. Still have Kayak's ult if they need it, but they've got time to work the map now. Alpha, yeah, really strong from him.
It's a big kill, gets rid of the breach ult, which is, I think, what Giant X were looking for, because they're playing retake on A. I think that was going to be a win condition.
Another ult invested just to ensure safety, and also sell a great deal of presence where we know it isn't going to be. Now, does Cloud think, yeah, that's nonsense? I don't know. He's still around by 8. It's all on Cloud. He's in the right place. And it's the right time.
Spike down.
Head rolls off of Boaster's shoulder, and he looks towards Sewer. Not wrong about it either, but now Alpha going to take towards the site. Imposing figure after this sort of round. Oh! Cloud surgical in precision, but Crashy's the one to bring this back into hand, and now Kayak has to hold the push up, and he does. Swiftly handling the push. Giant X once again unable to get past that final hurdle.
Yeah, Cloud did its best. He's had that responsibility of being the solo player on A so much. We've seen Fnatic on their defense using 4 players sometimes to hold it, and Cloud's doing a good job just by himself, but unluckily not enough. Kayak's ADS is clean though. I'm so bad with the ADS.
I can't use it. I can't use it.
It's supposed to do it. Cloud not happy.
No, I think even I can translate that one. Ooh, insta-ult and insta-push. I mean, Kayak's already got Purpo. Purpo's been kind of battered in this one. He had the Alpha ult before, now the first one to put... Hello? Hello? What's gone on here then? This isn't a fun round, is it? It feels like it's the Cloud show right now. As Westside also trying to find some presence, but Alpha still had that shield up, ready to go. Cloud already noted earlier on. Just don't go A.
Yep.
Yep.
Round ripped straight out of Team Liquid's playbook, I believe. Looked a bit better. Looked a bit better when Team Liquid did it.
Right, yeah. Does that hurt you to say sometimes, or no? You happy to compliment Team Liquid?
Team Liquid's alright. I quite like how they're playing right now. They look good.
Yeah, they do. Look at you.
I've never had hatred about Team Liquid.
Publicly. I'm just staring at the bar, man.
Only when Slicky was coaching.
Well, there was not many positives when he was coaching, was there?
Oh, you said it.
I mean, you said it behind when we weren't on stream. Things you say about him. Timeout for Giant X. Now, I think contextually we are seeing that depth now being shown and that capability being shown from Fnatic, and it's something that should be seen, right? And this sounds, because I do feel like sometimes the audience at home thinks games can be just that coin flip, is, you know, 50-50. If but you know, there are favorites for a reason. Yes. There are, you know, favored sides in this regard, and this is when we're starting to see that little bit more depth coming out from Fnatic, dealing with what felt like a really strong anti at the start, starting to use these ults really well, starting to see them just find comfort in very uncomfortable situations, because it's not like Giant X have been bad. This has been 5 really hard fought 4 rounds by Fnatic. So again, this has pushed a lot of those limits here.
Yeah, the way I think I'd frame it is that Giant X can lose out from here, and they're not going to be happy about it, but their heads will be held. They should be held high. What am I reading? You just got banned from Sliggy Chat. Nice.
Mid show. Wow. Crazy. But yeah, no, it's it gives me like
there's something to work with.
Yeah, like I know that sounds really weird to say, but it gives me like quite a lot of hope for this Giant X team. Like if we're seeing this sort of good look early, but obviously they're not looking for instantaneous results. If you can push Fnatic here on strong maps, that's great. Now, would you ever say you'd win against them? I don't know. You know, you're obviously going to go into it trying your best here, but again, to our eyes, this is already impressive. I'd love to see them with a little bit more depth now. Can they handle Fnatic here? Starting to hit that form.
I have the spike.
Giant X getting Aura up close with those jet knives. We've seen Cloud by himself the entire game, it felt like, but now finally having someone to battle off. Ready on both sides. They got a fault line ready on Garage in case Fnatic go Garage, and they've got 2 players ready A in case Fnatic go back A. The 2 main kind of points, default points on the map.
Yeah. Alright, Aura. Give me something. Been a bad game necessarily, but I want to see this. Oh my god, yeah, that's... Oh! I don't know who survived that one better off. Aura, he's a madman! I loved the attempt! I loved it! Obviously, didn't go well for him in the end, but you know, he got to try something.
It was his only option.
Literally. Oh. NT.
My butter broke.
NT's in chat.
30 seconds
4v4 though now. And it feels like Fnatic start to run the game a bit better at this point as well. Once they remove that one player, they can kind of punish these rotations. And it is all a ruse though. Look where the spike is. Oh,
this is where Bosa's at his best.
Yep. Oh, it just feels...
We saw it all against Vitality, these fakes coming in.
Yep.
Reading them like a book.
That was very well done. Ult there as well.
Dodge though.
Yeah, so they can still put a fight on this, but they're going to try and flood, I imagine. Yeah, they have to. They have to go for util, and Cloud outdoes Kayak. Westside clears Alpha. It ain't over yet. Boaster doesn't have the 1v2 this time. Giant X staying in the game.
Yeah, as much as that round was cool beautifully by Boaster, if Giant X just run through and hit some headshots, then that's Valorant.
It's you and me.
Hit the headshots, that's Valorant. The new tagline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
I give up with analysis.
I see them pumped up though, because I do feel like Giant X have, you just see the defeat on their faces half the time. You know what I mean? Like in the last game, sometimes you're like, God, it has been a rough one for them. Like we're actually seeing them look a little bit more,
right there,
you know, in it to win it.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Now,
especially for new, like debuting players. Like
100%. Gotta feel great. But I'm gonna keep my eye on Aura because he has had a very quiet half here. And now we are at 11-9. Giant X looking like they're gonna have to handle this seaside here, and Crashies has not been missing these. He's got a tag, but again it was the Omen, so slippery to pin down. Oof, Kayak, you're a lucky boy. Bloomin' heck, it is on a nice edge.
Giant X doing well to not concede too much space. Fnatic slowly working the space. Have that garage control now, looking towards A main 2. Again, what can Boaster cook in his mid round now?
Tempo settle for a second. Aura hasn't been quite up to scratch in this half. Might be a hard test up against Kayak, who's been clean, but this angle very favorable. Nice for him to pick that up. Doesn't need to overstay. He's worried obviously there was a follow-up. We know it's through sewer though. Chronicle looking to catch, and he does, punishing Aura on the fallback towards site.
Giant X have read this fake beautifully. Left. Not biting this time at all.
Purpo. Oh my word. The dart is there for Crashies though. And away we go. Oh, Chron, Alpha actually looked at that. But still, Westside was on the site. Flick was going to find Crashies. It's Chronicle left in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. We're going to be up at 11-10. We actually might have signs of life coming out now. Fnatic being tested in the final push here. Giant X making it up to double digits. And Fnatic not with the perfect solution to this.
Yeah, we started setting up that narrative that Giant X, you know, they could be happy with this, and they're saying, no, 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 we want the win.
Absolutely. I'm so impressed with this. Because it felt like Fnatic had kicked it up a gear, right? We started to see those perfect cycling of the ults, like, you know, good manipulation on the mid-rounding, getting down to that, you know, really good reads, but it was answered back by Giant X. Love that. Love that. Absolutely love it. And now we've got Kayak one away from his ult, one away from Alpha, so we've got a couple of slam dunks coming in real quick.
I'm surprised that Fnatic don't go for Alpha's orb towards C. Traditionally, what you will see when a team is one away from power ult is that C orb collected. Alpha by himself might go for it, but risky.
This is risky. This is not the first time that Ara's done this. Repetition. Difficult to make count. Cloud trying to draw their attention, bait them in here, but it feels readable, but Kayak's still going to fall for it. Ara, do you get to keep your life? Do you stay alive?
You and me.
I mean, now's your real challenge. Here we go. Alpha on the 1v1. I don't think he's lost one of these yet. And he still has not. Brings it back to level footing at 4 apiece either side.
This is usually where Fnatic slow down. Often don't commit immediately.
If they keep going this way, Cloud's been so good at this. See Flickless coming over. Ah, now that's nice use for Chronicles ult. That's a big bit of info. Completely fall off sight. I feel like you can't give it up completely, but Cloud's in trouble here. It needed Flickless to kind of bail him out a little bit, turn the eyes away, which I guess he did, but now the issues start to mount up. Player to the left, player to the right. The cage going to deny some access. Westside trying to isolate one. It is Boaster to the left. And it's only Boaster on the left here, but on the drop of the cage, the drop of the players, Fnatic finding what they needed there in those moments. Giant X held on 10 as Fnatic make it up to 12.
Yeah, Alpha using his own wall to go grab that orb towards C, and then bails Fnatic out by getting Aura. And then a nice, simple finisher there. Like, not all the rounds need to be these 4D chess, 300 IQ fakes. Sometimes it's just Kron come back, we've got Cypher ult, let's hit the A site off that info.
Well played. Hey, come here, Jack. Give me one more. Come on.
Heavy breaths from Alpha.
Kayak got the ult ready. Crashies has been having an exceptional game as well. Quietly towards the top of the board. Not the perfect buy at all on the other side. Purpo down on just that Sheriff. As Alpha takes steps here. Westside has been solid at holding this though. To make it difficult. That ain't you, Durka, don't worry.
Yeah, I love that little threat opener from Fnatic. Using their double duelist. Didn't get anything, but now it's back on Aura.
And Flickless just fell. This is all on his plate pretty much. Can he deal with the pressure coming his way? Oh, that's certainly how you do it. Gets out of danger, at least for now, trying to dip away, trying to find some safety, but Kayak is hot on his heels. Takes a get out of jail free card, but looks to try and control Aura, who is still standing on this side. The wall going to be coming his way as Alpha removes his teammate. Aura now surrounded, he falls. Alpha coming alive. And Fnatic looking on the money now. Just Westside to deal with 3. And a good game is one thing, but beating Fnatic here is a different ball game. That's a start. Got it in the end. Oh, hello. Finds one. He's fancying it. He's got to go for it at some point. You can see the Boaster getting closer just in case. Spots him as well. He's seen both now. I don't know if he's got it in him. He's got to take the chance, but Boaster waits. And Boaster strikes. Close as you like. A 13-10 result is respectable for Giant X. They pushed Fnatic here in one of their stronger maps, Minnie.
Yeah, I think Fnatic continuing their win streak, but there is work here to be done. Clearly, a map has been exposed.
Yep.
And on their stronger map of a Haven there, defense needs some work too. So some clear VOD review areas for Fnatic. But yeah, a win is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, you take it when you get them. Obviously, Giant X was somewhat of the unknown as well. Hard to prep against. With 2 brand new players, not sure what you're coming up against. But as I said, pound for pound, it was a lovely showing from Fnatic. Couple flaws they have to work on. Couple things they're going to have to change up. You know, the big boys out there will be watching these games. They'll be watching the vetoes. They'll be watching how Giant X managed to navigate that kind of default that Fnatic like to run on some of their stronger maps. But Fnatic rose to the occasion. The strong point's still there. Crashies having a big map at the end there as well. Giant X, though, obviously, Mini, this is a long-term project. Looking good here today. Fnatic, though, as you said, homework to be done.
Yeah, homework to be done. I think they're gonna like that though. Like being exposed a little bit is a good thing.
Yeah.
So, like this game for them, you know, it's just a good thing. Like to be exposed a little bit is a good thing. A Giant X, though, from my side, I think they can go away from this game looking happy, heads high.
Yeah.
They've got something to build off here for the split 2.
And that's what I really like there, is as much as it's horrible to walk away from a loss, I feel like that's a positive loss in a way. You managed to pick up a map there, you made a good performance, you pushed Fnatic, respectable result. And speaking of some respectable human beings, we have Kukuka and Meg. Don't laugh, don't you laugh. We know Meg's a little bit out there, but you know, Kukuka at least respectable. We're heading over to the post plant with Kukuka and Meg, and they'll be joined by some of the lovely Fnatic members, so don't go too far away.
Yeah, I'm so respectable, Lauren. But yes, so welcome everybody to the post plant. We will be having a couple of guests in just a moment. Of course, I think that we need to give Fnatic a breather, because even though they were able to win that series, Meg, it wasn't an easy affair at all.
No, I mean, they definitely met their match on Haven, and I have to say props to them for definitely taking Fnatic on. But of course, we do come out with the win. So very, very grateful for that.
Yeah, especially at the end with those high tension moments. I think that we have to give props, and obviously we will ask the people from Fnatic, because I think that Flickless and Ara had a very, very good understanding, a very, very good debut here in VCT EMEA. I think that Flickless, a little bit of course, in the supportive role, you're not going to be that flashy, but I was very surprised to see Ara taking on duels like Alpha here. And yes, Alpha did win in the end, but he was, I didn't see him hesitate, I didn't see him doubt. I think that for, you know, next week I'm even more excited to see Giant X. Even though they're out of playoffs, whatever, the team that we just witnessed was fighting for something.
For sure, and I said earlier, maybe it's a little too late, but after that performance, I really don't think it is. You know, Aura and Flickless definitely came into that all guns blazing. They wanted to prove all the doubters wrong, and they did just that. And I think going into next week's performance, again, they are still playing for champs points. There are still things on the line. And I'm sure, I don't know the specific statistics, but I'm sure that there is still a way that they could maybe make it to champs.
Oh yeah, I think that, I mean, it is complicated. It's not going to be easy after having that performance for the first stage. It's a little bit ruthless, because the way that it's set up, if you have a bad start of the year, followed up by, you know, just having those 3 losses and being in a very, very strong group, like the one that they're in, where it's very difficult to even fight for a win. The disparity between the people that got some points on kickoff, that might have gone to an international event and grabbed 1 or 2, plus the not making playoffs, and the teams will also make more points in playoffs. I think it leaves them at a stance of like, maybe they need to make top 2 in stage 2. I don't know the exact, but it's about there.
The hopium will be there for the Giant X fans, and yeah, I would be very impressed with that performance. Of course, they took Fnatic all the way. They were really, really close games, and it's definitely something they should be proud of.
Yeah, and something that we should be proud of, I'm seeing here on the side, we have Milan, the coach for Fnatic, and also Kayak. Welcome, guys. How you doing, Amy?
Hello, hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Are you stressed?
All right, all right. I have too much adrenaline right now, I think.
You can, you know, you can drink a little bit of water. You want me to hold it?
No, it's fine. We already had the water. It's not helping anymore.
Oh, okay. Milan, you were going up against Giant X. You have a lot of history with the team. Were you nervous about today?
I mean, I don't think nervous is the right word. I was very excited to play them. Being
anxious?
Like, sorry,
anxious?
No, I felt comfortable. I think I wasn't really worried about the result. I was just worried about like going up against my old team, someone that I honestly like look up to, right? That I've worked with for a very long time in Pipson. So yeah, I was just excited, and I think yeah, I didn't really feel nervous, honestly.
You say that you're very excited, you're a bit nervous, but Kayak, I think that every single time that we see you play, you just get better and better.
Maybe, I don't know. Depends on the day, I would say.
Such a humble king. Such a humble king. I just wanted to quickly ask you, Kayak, because it feels like you're so incredibly comfortable when you pick up that op. And of course, either way, you're good with the Vandal and everything. But do you feel more comfortable when you have an op in hand?
No. I feel more comfy with the Vandal.
It does not look like that because I
You
feel
feel
like it's
pressure when you have the operator.
No.
Oh, it's just.
I don't know. I don't like playing op, but I have to, and I'm good with it.
Really?
So I was always a rifler in this game.
Because I love playing the op. But throughout this series, let's address the elephant in the room. We saw the Ascent. We saw the comp. Did you guys expect, any of you, to see this map being picked by Giant X?
I mean, we kind of assumed that they would just nuke their old veto, so we weren't really sure what they were going to pick. I think Ascend is a map that you can pug out fairly well. They brought in 2 new guys who, obviously, you can't build a 6 map pool in a week, so we knew that they were kind of going to go for this more puggy style, and I think, I don't know, we didn't really read into it too much. We just went in this game with an open mind. We did some preparation, but we kept it fairly light, and I think it just paid off.
We saw the composition having the Vice in. How much preparation came into this first map?
A bit. I would say. No, I think our Ascent was well. I think we were getting the reads on them, but
so what was going wrong?
Sometimes we're just maybe not listening to each other or not confirming what we are saying. I think throughout the whole best of 3 we had a lot of reads on them, especially on Haven, and we are losing around sometimes. So we just need to watch it back and find a solution.
I feel like with Pearl being your permaban for quite a while now, I'm shocked that nobody's sort of taken you on Ascent yet. Do you worry now that you've kind of shown that there are a few weaknesses with Ascent that going into next week, Team Heretics might take you on?
No.
No?
No, I mean, it's just one map. If a team wants to pick Ascent based off one performance, they're free to do so. I think if anything, it motivates us to do, to revisit it, try and improve it. We have some nice preparation time for the Heretics game as well. So no, I feel very confident in our map pool.
I like that.
Same.
Yeah. I did also want to ask you, Milan, because the vibes of Fnatic and the synergy is very much there, but it doesn't feel like that translates sometimes into our pistol rounds. I don't want to bring it up.
I blame Ben.
Yeah. But do you just think that we're not built for the pistol round wins?
I mean, I don't know. In scrims, we're doing fine. I think we just we overcook sometimes. I feel like maybe on the day we're just I don't know. Maybe we want to give the enemy some fake confidence. I think that's it, because I feel like these comebacks have looked really good throughout the entire split. So I think that's kind of what we're trying to aim for with these pistols.
And we just don't need them. We don't want to waste our time on the pistol rounds.
Who cares about pistols anyway?
I think we need some warm ups on pistols, maybe.
Apparently he does.
We need some DMs on before the game.
We'll figure something out.
Okay. Okay, that's lovely. So we're going to keep seeing you guys go to that third map. Were you surprised by the new 2 pickups from Giant X? Because we saw some very crazy plays.
I mean, the both players are from UCAM, I think. So I think it's the affiliate team. Yeah. So I think they're decent. I think Ara played quite well for his debut. So I think they're decent.
Did you expect them to be like that? Did you expect today with the 2, be honest with me, with the 2 new players to be an easy day?
Flickless was the best player on that team today, and I didn't expect that. So I think that's super cool. It's always nice seeing new faces pop up, and you don't really know how they perform on the day. But obviously we kind of knew that. I mean, the same thing happened last year when we picked up Famsi from UCAM, and it was just a similar situation where you just kind of run it down. And also, this Ara guy was just doing some of the most outrageous things I've ever seen, opping outside of smokes, jumping out, going for dashes aggressively on Ascent. So fair play to them. I think they really made the most of what they had,
Absolutely lovely. Meg, you were mentioning next week, you're going to be playing up against Heretics. If things, actually today's win did not matter that much into the whole perspective of things, but if you are to win against Heretics, you will be securing that first seed. You know that it is very, very important to get that first seed if you're able to. What is going to be the #1 thing that you're going to prepare? As you can see, both of the groups are already locked in. So what is the one thing that you should be scared of from Heretics?
Nothing.
Nothing. You know that we had Mini Boot and Wood before they were playing against Vitality, and they were saying that they were both better than any duelist out there. They were speaking about Dirk as if he was no one.
I'm better than Mini Boot for sure.
Jeez.
I can't wait to see it.
I will show him in 1 week.
Yeah. Absolutely love that. Also, looking at the, well, answer the question, Milan, do you think that there's anything that you should be preparing? Is there anything scary about Team Heretics?
I mean, I think they're a good team. Like, there's a reason they're 3-0 now as well, and they've had fairly similar results against other teams. So, if anything, it's going to be a very exciting and good game. I think for the both of us, I think they play tomorrow, right?
Yes.
So they'll also have a full week to prepare, do their thing. So it's going to be fun. I think that they have good players individually. So do we. I think they've shown some cool compositions. So have we. So I think it's just going to be a fun game.
Yeah, I agree with Milan that. It's gonna be a good game for sure.
Of course, looking at Group Alpha, you have played against everybody, or will play against everybody once you've played Heretics. But in Group Omega, we have Team Liquid, BBL, KC, and Foot already locked in for those playoffs. Who would you like to face up against the most?
Liquid, I think.
Why?
Too many Polish players.
Okay. Even getting rid of one, Milan?
I don't know, I feel like all of them would be fun. BBL have been kind of like soft roasting us in scrims a little bit, so I think it would be fun to play them on stage and see if they can, do the same in the arena. And I think the other two teams are also just fun to play. I think KC has shown some cool stuff. Food is always fun to play. Like, I always like going up against them, so don't really have a preference.
I'm here for the Fnatic BBL matchup. I feel like that would be a banger. Everyone would love to see it. But I did have a quick question for you, because earlier in Throwback Thursday, Milan, Alpha mentioned that he didn't really listen to Mini's VOD reviews and would switch off. How are the boys now with their prep? Are they better? Do they listen to you? Do they lock in?
I think we have it's probably better to ask Kayak this question and put him on the spot a little bit, but I feel like we have a pretty good system now in terms of not making the boys feel like they have to, pay too much attention outside of playing the game. We're doing stuff like fairly organized. We do it short stuff, so I think, I want to say 90% of the time they're listening and they're fully locked in, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Do you agree, Kayak? 90% of the time?
I would say so, yeah. Milan is my little daddy, I would say.
Oh,
same as Jake. So Ben is like more of an uncle, but Milan and Jake are my daddies.
Oh, okay. Love to hear that. Milan, you are also undefeated as a head coach so far. Must feel good. Today it came close. What has been your biggest learning going from more of a secondary role into now being in charge of a team that is looking this good?
I think the biggest thing is just making sure that we have the right people in the right spots, and everybody that is able to contributes in the way that they can. So I want to kind of use this opportunity to also highlight both Scott, Ben, and Phil, our performance coach, because I feel like they've been putting in an amazing amount of work over these last couple of weeks, especially this week since we had such a short turnover. And I just feel very confident. I think as a trio, obviously with Jake involved, we're just doing a really good job, and they make my life very easy.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very easy. Well, guys, I'm going to show you the schedule for tomorrow when we have it ready to ask you for some early predictions. KC going up against Foot. I'll start with you, Kayak. Who do you think is taking match one?
I think it's a kind of a banger, I would say.
It is?
Tomorrow is a bit of banger day. I would say KC.
KC, why?
I think they're really good. On Prague we play them a bit also, and maybe not that much, but on Prague they play good. So I would say KC.
And for the second one, it was Navi versus Heretics. Did you guys know that there is a world where Navi goes out as the first seed? We're living in that world.
But we beat that. Like, that's not happening after our win anymore, right?
Really?
I don't think so. I think, sorry to
it's
inform any Shao fans that's over. That ship sailed. That
Poor
wave's
Navi
passed,
fans,
right?
ruined again by Fnatic.
I need to tear up some signs. Anyway, who's winning against Navi versus Team Heretics?
I mean, the boring answer is Team Heretics, the fun answer is
Okay,
Navi.
what does Navi have to do to beat Heretics?
I don't know.
Where are you
I think Koala Noob has been really good. So I think if he has a good day, I think if if Angel decides that he wants to win, I think they'll win. Genuinely, like I think every team, like even us today, has looked shaky from times, right? Like from time to time. So I don't think it's as set in stone as people make it out to be.
I smell Angel prime time tomorrow.
Angry Angel? I'm so down for an Angry Angel. Well, that was everything that we had time for today. Congratulations again. We will see you again next week. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the studio, for having a lovely time. We hope that you enjoyed the games with us. And we will be back tomorrow with some more Valorant action. We'll see you then.
Bye.
What the hell? I've never got an ace. Petra.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you